Chapter 255. There was a crunching sound as the blood demon general pierced through this person's body. There was a ZZ sound as that person cried out miserably. After a while, the blood demon general sucked the dust out of him, leaving behind a piece of human skin. The blood demon general turned back into his human form and laughed. Human blood is always so wonderful, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Of the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen who executed the blood demon body disintegration, 3 had already died. The remaining 4 had already executed the angry Azure River. Senior Sister Ruyue, we cannot waste any more time. Quickly create an opportunity to execute the angry Azure River, Lu Chen shouted as he knocked the blood demon general back with his saber. The blood demon general also knew how powerful the angry Azure River was. He executed the blood demon death spear continuously, not giving the others a chance to execute it. The spear, which contained a corrosive power, flew rapidly towards the crowd. The crowd had already experienced the might of the blood demon death spear earlier. They did not dare to clash head-on with it. They all leaped and dodged. Bang! 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 The remaining 11 stone pillars in the Great Hall were all struck by the blood demon death spear. One by one, the stone pillars collapsed. Dust was kicked up. The scene was extremely chaotic. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the blood demon general turned into a beam of red light and attacked the crowd continuously. Lu Chen and the others had to guard against the stone pillars falling from the sky, as well as the blood demon general's sneak attacks. They did not have a chance to attack the blood demon general. They were too busy dealing with him. Murong Chong raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the palace. His expression changed slightly. Not good. This palace is going to collapse. The palace, which had lost the support of the 12 stone pillars, was shaking nonstop. Gravel kept falling from the ceiling. Just as Murong Chong finished speaking, there was a loud sound and the entire dome collapsed. Countless boulders fell with a crashing sound. Lu Chen said loudly, "Let's get out of here first." Boom! The remaining people condensed a boundless saber light on their sabers and made their moves, shattering the rocks falling from above. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His figure flashed in the air, and he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He punched with 5,000 kilograms of force, shattering the huge rocks into countless fragments. Yun Kursin turned into a fallen leaf drifting in the wind amidst the dust, swaying as she floated away. When all the dust had settled, the huge and majestic palace had been completely reduced to ruins. Everyone was covered in dust, looking somewhat miserable. Amidst the rubble, a red light exploded. Dust flew everywhere, and the blood demon general's figure appeared under the illumination of the full moon. The blood demon general's pale face revealed an angry expression. He said coldly, "Ignorant juniors, how dare you destroy my palace? Today, none of you will leave this place alive." Who? A cool breeze blew, and Lu Riyue's figure suddenly disappeared into the cool breeze. In the next moment, a wound appeared on the blood demon general's chest, and blood spurted out. Lu Riyue's figure flashed by the blood demon general. The blood demon general cried out in pain and tried to grab her. However, he did not manage to grab anything. Instead, another wound appeared on his back. Lu Chen quickly said, "This is a good opportunity. Prepare your combined martial technique." A cool breeze blew continuously in front of the blood demon general. Lu Riyue's figure appeared and disappeared around him, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She left behind many wounds. The blood demon general was anxious. His figure flickered quickly, turning into a ball of red light that moved erratically. However, the cool breeze did not give up. No matter where the blood demon general hid, no matter what form he took, there would always be a saber light that left a wound on his body. Damn it! The blood demon general roared angrily and pressed his palms together. His chi and blood exploded out, and a surging scarlet light spread out from his body. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Lu Riyue, who was hidden in the cool breeze, immediately revealed a red figure. The blood demon general revealed a sinister smile. I found you. Die. Blood demon death fist. Lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and Xianxia appeared in front of Lu Riyue. The bones in his body gave off crackling sounds. His left hand turned into a dragon, and his right hand turned into a tiger. The dragon and tiger merged into Xianxia's body, and the images of a dragon and a tiger intertwined with each other. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Bang! The blood demon general's horrifying punch landed on Xianxia's arms. The horrifying energy gave off a loud sound, and cracks appeared on the ground under Xianxia's feet. Above the crack, a strong gust of air gushed out. The boulders on the ground trembled violently. The huge rocks on the ground flew up and spun around Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not move at all. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body, quickly accumulating energy. At this moment, the dragon did not roar and the tiger did not roar. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I'll let you be arrogant first. In the next moment, Xianxia roared angrily and leaned back slightly. He punched ferociously, and the dragon roared and tiger roared continuously. The sound was like thunder. The clouds churned in the scarlet sky, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The image of a dragon and tiger circling behind Xianxia poured into Xianxia's body. The aura accumulated by the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, was unleashed with this punch. This was the third move of the great dragon tiger fist. Borrowing the aura of the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, accumulating supreme energy, dragon roar, and tiger roar. Clearly, the blood demon general did not expect Xianxia to be able to withstand his blood demon death fist head-on. All the more, he did not expect Xianxia to be able to counterattack so quickly after being struck by the blood demon death fist. The horrifying punch had already reached 5,000 kilograms of force. It landed on the blood demon general's chest. When Xianxia punched, a scarlet light shot out. A head-sized hole appeared in the blood demon general's chest. Electricity flickered at the edges of the hole, preventing the wound from healing. Xianxia endured the surging qi and blood in his body. He pushed off the ground and turned into a purple shadow, retreating 100 meters. Lu Riyue rushed over and asked worriedly, "Yichun, are you all right?" In terms of might, the blood demon death fist was no weaker than the blood demon death spear. Since Xianxia received this punch head-on, it was definitely not as easy as it looked. Xianxia swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and said, "I suffered some internal injuries, but I can still hold on. Don't worry about it for now." Angry Azure River. The surging Scarlet River blocked the blood demon general, who wanted to chase after Xianxia. The river surged and waves surged. It contained boundless energy. Damn it! The blood demon general stopped in his tracks. He raised his hands, and a surging scarlet sphere covered his body. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he tossed out the saber in his hand. The saber turned into an eagle in the air, flying towards the scarlet ball. He shouted angrily, "Open for me!" Dang! The eagle pecked ferociously at the scarlet ball, and a saber light flashed. A small crack appeared on the scarlet ball. However, Lu Chen did not have time to rejoice. The surging blood immediately churned and filled up the slits in an instant. In the next moment, the surging scarlet river crashed into the scarlet ball. The scarlet ball did not last long before it quickly crumbled under the relentless attacks of the scarlet river. Although the blood demon general's defense crumbled, the might of the Scarlet River decreased significantly. When the Scarlet River struck the blood demon general's body, it gave off an intense explosion. Blood rained down, and a scarlet light flashed. After the light scattered, the blood demon general was not killed like the previous 2 times. The pool of blood on the ground surged continuously, trying to reform a new body. Peerless lunar shadow. Morong Chong decisively made his move. He drew his saber, and 2 crescent moons intersected on the tip of his saber. A figure flashed in the air, and the 2 crescent moons spun around. Finally, they formed a scarlet moon behind Morong Chong. Strangely, 2 scarlet moons appeared in the sky. Under the full moon, a sharp scarlet light flashed on Murong Chang's saber. The tip of the saber drew an arc in the air, and a scarlet crescent moon formed. Then, it hacked at the blood demon general on the ground. Eagles gather. Lu Chan stretched out his hand, and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Then, he made his move at the same time. Countless eagles made of energy flew out behind Lu Chun, covering the sky and covering the sun. Xiao Chun swung his saber, and all the eagles in the sky quickly merged together, forming a golden eagle that gave off a glazed light. The eagle spread its wings and let out a drawn-out cry. It tore through the air and left behind a shockwave as it charged at the pool of blood on the ground. Bang! Bang! The eagle and the crescent moon struck the pool of blood at the same time. Two explosions rang out. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended out from the edges of the pit. The blood demon general's aura vanished from everyone's perception once again. Lu Chun sheathed his saber. He looked at the bladesmen beside him, who had turned into withered corpses due to the blood demon body disintegration technique's duration running out. His face turned frosty. Shua! Lu Chun took out a divine flame talisman and tossed it over to Lu Ruyue. Then, he took out a divine flame talisman for himself, intending to leave this place. Lu Ruyue stretched out her hand and caught it. She said, "Lu Chun, the blood demon general is definitely not dead yet." Lu Chun said indifferently, "I know. However, we no longer have any trump cards. First Elder Xianxia already informed us 3 days ago. This is the only thing the royal clan's Imperial Dragon Legion can do." After Lu Chun spoke, he ignited the divine flame talisman. He turned into a ball of fire and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Lingyun Mountain Range, Heaven Viewing Platform, Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The people of the Elders' Assembly were anxiously waiting for the results. A clump of fire appeared before everyone. When the fire finished burning, Lu Chen's frosty expression appeared. When the Elders' Assembly saw Lu Chen's expression, their hearts sank. A shadow flashed in their hearts. The second elder held on to a hopeful attitude as he asked, "Lu Chun, how did the mission go?" Lu Chun shook his head and said, "We failed. The blood demon general should be severely injured. The time it takes for the seal to break will be delayed." Failed? Someone at the side was in disbelief. He said, "How can it be? Although the blood demon general is extremely horrifying, reaching medial grade martial sage, he is just a projection in that subspace. His strength should have fallen to Martial King. Furthermore, there are the other disciples to help you lure away the remaining blood demons in the palace. With the tenfold increase in combat prowess from burning the blood demon body disintegration technique and the Angry Azure River, which is comparable to an inferior grade heaven ranked martial technique, there should not be any problems." Lu Chun explained, "It is not that simple. There's a strange scarlet moon hanging high in that space. Every time we kill the blood demon general, the scarlet moon will revive him. By the third time, the disciple executing the blood demon body disintegration technique had already burned all his life force. I had no choice but to retreat." Chapter 256. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. They had not expected the blood demon general to be so difficult to deal with. They also could not understand the scarlet moon. Through the reincarnation well, the Elders' Assembly knew that there was a scarlet moon in that space. However, they did not pay much attention to it. They did not expect to lose here. The second elder muttered, "That scarlet moon should be the energy core of the entire subspace. The blood demon general is probably preparing to use it to break the seal. Now that the scarlet moon has been used up so many times, the time needed to break the seal will be delayed by at least half a month." The third elder, who was at the side, added, "In half a month, the core strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion should be able to rush over. At that time, we should be able to deal with this crisis with the strength of our Heavenly Saber Pavilion." The Imperial Dragon Legion was the strongest legion of the Great Qi Nation's royal court. There were no more than 10,000 of them. They were led by Nangong Lai, the head of the 10 martial monarchs. The weakest in the legion was a peak superior grade martial saint. Together with the 10 ancient warships and the 2,000-odd peak martial kings, Even if they met a regular martial sage, they would be able to kill them easily. Furthermore, they had been in the north for a long time, fighting against the barbarian race, which was ruled by the deep abyss demonic world. Their combat prowess was maintained at its peak. The Imperial Dragon Legion was a legion of the Great Qi Nation's peak experts. It could be said to be the foundation of the Great Qi Nation. The first elder, Xianxia, shook his head and smiled bitterly. This group of people has a shocking appetite. They want a tenth of the Spirit Stone income from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Spirit Vein Mine before they are willing to help. Lu Chen's expression changed. He said in astonishment, "Why are they acting like bandits? If they allow the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to open, half of the Shiha province will be affected. Are they not afraid?" The second elder, who was at the side, said, "At first they asked for 20%. Because of this, they reduced it to 10%. Furthermore, they can wait until the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destroyed before making their move." Xianxia muttered, "The weak do not have the qualifications to negotiate. The people of the royal court can't wait for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be destroyed. If they were not afraid of dying indiscriminately, they would not even agree to help." At this moment, the silhouette of a golden warship appeared in everyone's vision. The warship stopped outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's barrier, not advancing any further. Xianxia looked up and saw a black banner fluttering in the wind at the bow of the ship. The word "Ing" was written on the banner. "Take my token and open the barrier. Let it fly in," Xianxia said as he handed the token to an elder behind him. The elder nodded. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, silently flying into the distance. This was the strength of a martial king. They could truly fly in the air without creating any sonic booms. A moment later, the golden warship flew rapidly in their direction. When the golden warship arrived above everyone's heads, everyone could clearly feel how huge the warship was. It covered the sky and cast a huge shadow. It was like a moving fortress. Who? A petite golden figure jumped down from the bow of the ship. She was wearing a golden battle armor that glowed with a golden luster under the sun. The sunlight cast a faint golden glow on the girl's face. Coupled with her aura, she looked like a goddess of war, valiant and formidable looking. Everyone present guessed the identity of this girl. They all revealed astonished expressions. They had not expected this person to come. Aside from the Great Qi Nation's Princess Ingyu, there was no one else from the royal clan that could astonish the elders' assembly. Kung Chang, Ingyu landed firmly on the ground. When the battle armor she wore touched the ground, it gave off a melodious metallic sound. Amidst this sweet-sounding voice, a murderous aura instantly spread out. This was not the owner's intention. Instead, that aura had already merged with the owner of the voice. There was no need for it to be intentional. Everyone could feel it. Greetings to Princess Ingyu. Although the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strong, they still had to put on a show before the most prestigious princess of the royal clan. Ingyu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. "Seniors, there is no need to be so polite." Xianxia was somewhat confused as he asked, "It is not the appointed time yet. Why are the Imperial Dragon Legion here so early?" Ingyu smiled and said, "I have some personal matters to attend to. That's why I borrowed the warship to rush over. This will not affect your agreement with the Imperial Dragon Legion. Of course, if there is a need, the people on the warship can enter combat mode at any time." Princess Ingyu had personal matters to attend to at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Xianxia and the elders exchanged glances. They did not understand. They could not figure out when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a relationship with Princess Ingyu. However, Xianxia was a wily old fox after all. He did not ask about personal matters. He said, "Never mind. Since you are here, then make your preparations. Our people failed. It looks like the Imperial Dragon Legion will have to make a move this time." Ingyu's expression changed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, "That's good as well. We can deal with these two matters at the same time." Just at this moment, there was a formless fluctuation in the air. Aside from Xianxia, no one else felt it. That fluctuation was indeed heading towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed, and he suddenly closed his eyes. It seemed like he was in deep thought, or like he was communicating with someone silently. When Yu saw the situation, she stopped preparing to summon the group off the warship. She unintentionally glanced in the direction of Qingyan Peak. After a while, Xianxia opened his eyes. There was an additional smile on his face than before. He said, "Your Highness, there is a change in the situation. How about we tour the Heavenly Saber Pavilion first and enjoy the scenery of the Lingyun mountain range?" All the elders looked at each other. They did not know what was going on. Why did Xianxia suddenly change his mind? Yu was slightly stunned as well. She said, "As you wish. That's good. Lu Chun, I will leave Her Highness to you." Xianxia smiled gently. He was clearly in a good mood. Above the ruins of the palace on the cliff in the subspace, Xiao Chun, Yun Kursin, Murong Chong, and Lu Ryu each stood in a corner. They had no intention of leaving. Lu Ryu looked at the divine flame talisman in her hand. Then she tossed it at Murong Chong. Puchi, a saber light flashed, and Murong Chong chopped the divine flame talisman in half. Lu Ryu was so angry that she could not speak. She said, "You." Murong Chong sheathed his saber. His stern face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Is this the first day you met me? I never leave a way out for myself." Lu Ryu calmed herself down, and her expression returned to normal. She asked Xiao Chun, "Are you not leaving as well?" Xiao Chun replied, "I promised your father that the Blood Demon General must be killed." Yun Kursin, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Did you all notice that every time the Blood Demon General revives, it takes much longer than before?" Hearing this, everyone's mind lit up. It seemed to be true. It was the first time they had killed a Blood Demon General. The Blood Demon General only took 5 minutes to revive. The second time, it took 10 minutes to successfully revive. The third time, which was now, 20 minutes had passed, and the Blood Demon General had not revived. If it were not for the previous 2 experiences, everyone would have left long ago, thinking that the Blood Demon General had already been killed. Murong Chong said, "I already said it long ago. It is impossible for the Blood Demon General to revive an unlimited number of times. This is not in accordance with the rules of this world. Any energy will run out eventually." Yun Kursin nodded and continued, "Furthermore, every time he revives, there's a period of weakness. Only when the red light of the full moon shines will he recover to his peak strength. If we attack during that period of time, we can easily kill him." That was indeed the case. When everyone thought about it carefully, the scarlet light would only come from the scarlet moon after the Blood Demon General revived. Lu Ryu shook her head and said, "That won't do. That period of time is too short. If we attack so quickly, the might of the attack will be weakened. It will not be a threat to him." Yin Kursin glanced at Xiao Chun and said, "Yi Chun, there's a way." A strange look flashed in Murong Chong's eyes. He did not believe it. He could not even execute a powerful martial technique in such a short period of time. He did not believe that someone weaker than him, Xiao Chun, could do it. He could do it? Stop joking. Murong Chong snorted coldly. Huchi! Huchi! Countless tiny droplets of blood appeared out of nowhere in the space above the rubble. They started to gather at a certain point. Everyone's expressions changed. They knew that this was the prelude to the Blood Demon General's revival. They quickly stopped talking. Xiao Chun remained silent. A fierce flame started burning in his right eye, turning into a sea of flames. The Blood Demon General's somewhat weak figure reappeared. The scarlet light of the full moon was like a ribbon as it descended quickly. The Blood Demon General revealed a sinister smile on his pale face. He said, "Only the 4 of you are left? How unfortunate. That brat ran away. Under the full moon, I am an undying existence. I have disappointed you all again." Before the Blood Demon General finished speaking, just as the scarlet light was about to land on his head, the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chun had already prepared turned into a purple arrow and pierced into the Blood Demon General's heart. Bang! Electricity shot out in all directions. Before the scarlet light landed on the Blood Demon General's body, his body exploded into countless droplets of blood. Z. In the air, the ground was continuously overflowing. Those tiny beads of blood were all blown into nothingness. The blood demon general that had just been revived was killed just like that. Lu Riyue and Murong Chong revealed astonished gazes. This was especially so for Murong Chong. His eyes were filled with a fiery light. He was in complete disbelief. Although Lu Riyue was astonished when she saw Xiao Chen's strength, she still felt happy for him. She asked in pleasant surprise, "Yi Chen, this is a martial technique that you grasped after advancing to Martial Saint, right? If I did not know about it in advance, I would not have been able to dodge this move." Xiao Chen's move allowed the origin energy of the Purple Thunder True Fire to be unleashed. When he attacked with his full power, he could move at the speed of sound. Chapter 257. Unless one was a martial king, if one did not cultivate a special movement technique, they would not be able to dodge it. What Lu Riyue said was true. And after I advanced to Martial Saint, my state of thunder improved. Then, I comprehended this move. However, it exhausts a lot of essence. If I ignore the consequences, I can execute it 3 more times, Xiao Chun told Lu Riyue honestly. Murong Chong, who was at the side, simulated his chances of dodging this move if he was within 100 meters of Xiao Chun. The answer he obtained shocked him. He only had a 50% chance of dodging it. The might of this move was so great that it could instantly kill the weakened blood demon general. If it struck him, he would definitely die. That was to say, Xiao Chun had a 50% chance of injuring the blood demon general within 100 meters. Murong Chong muttered to himself, "It looks like I have to raise my state of wind to 80%. Otherwise, I will not have a high chance of dodging this move." This time, the blood demon general took close to an hour to revive. However, the result did not change. The instant the red light landed, Xiao Chen's Purple Thunder True Fire blasted the blood demon general into countless blood droplets. Xiao Chen repeated this process 2 more times. Each time, the blood demon general took longer to revive. However, each time, he would be instantly killed by the instant the red light descended. After using this move frequently, Xiao Chen's face was completely drained of blood. He was terrifyingly pale. Lu Riyue handed him an inferior grade spirit stone. However, Xiao Chun had used too many spirit stones in a short period of time. Be it the battle in the forest or when he was piloting the silver warship, Xiao Chen's essence was constantly being depleted. Xiao Chen's body had already developed a resistance to inferior grade spirit stones. Normally, the inferior grade spirit stone would be able to recover essence in an instant. Now, it was incomparably slow, as though it had no effect. Lu Riyue asked worriedly, "Are you all right? If you can't hold on, use the Divine Flame Talisman to leave first." Xiao Chun shook his head and casually tossed away the inferior grade spirit stone in his hand. Then he took out a chi-returning pill and swallowed it. He said, "It does not matter. The martial technique in the saber does not require the support of essence. I have to wait until he reveals his true body before making a move. You only have 1 chance to make a move." Lu Tianyu's words lingered in Xiao Chen's mind, so he didn't dare to make a move. This time, the Blood Demon General's resurrection took so long that it was frustrating. After 4 hours, there was still no movement from the ruins of the palace. However, no one let down their guard. Everyone knew that the Blood Demon General was not dead. Furthermore, Xiao Chun could no longer send out the Purple Thunder True Fire. Hence, they did not dare to be careless. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire space began to shake rapidly without any warning. The blood-red full moon in the sky grew larger and larger as everyone watched in astonishment. "The moon is about to fall." The 4 of them suddenly reacted and exclaimed. Without any hesitation, the silver warship in Xiao Chen's right eye flew out, and the others quickly jumped onto it. Bang! Not long after Xiao Chun piloted the silver warship, a horrifying shockwave smashed over. The silver warship was like a lone boat on a huge wave, rocking back and forth. With a thought from Xiao Chun, the silver warship grew larger continuously. Finally, it became a huge warship more than 200 meters long and 20 meters wide. Only then did it slowly stabilize. At the same time, everyone could clearly see the scene below. The moment the moon set, the instant the moon fell, the entire cliff shattered into pieces and fell into the abyss of nothingness. As for the moon, it was not a moon at all. It was a huge chunk of flesh dripping with blood. The scarlet flesh was covered in layers of blood. There were also countless tentacles on its surface. The tentacles wriggled continuously, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble. Pooh! Pooh! The huge chunk of scarlet flesh started wriggling nonstop. After a while, it turned into a 200-meter-tall, scarlet humanoid monster. A horrifying aura was released from the monster's body. The entire space reeked of blood, and the four of them felt pressure. Xianxia said in a trembling voice, "Is this the Blood Demon General's main body in this space? This aura gives off the feeling that he is almost a peak martial monarch." Dida, Dida. Blood continuously dripped from the Blood Demon General's new body. He looked at the four people on the silver warship and said angrily, "I want to kill you all. The ceremony that I prepared for 20 years was actually ruined by you bunch of ants." When Xianxia saw the completely formed Blood Demon General, his face turned calm. He pushed off the bow of the warship and leaped into the air. "Yichen, what are you doing?" Xianxia and Lu Ruyue exclaimed. The Blood Demon General looked at Xianxia flying towards him. He revealed a sinister smile on his mangled face. "How reckless. You forced me to reveal my main body. No one in this space can kill me." Right after he spoke, the Blood Demon General waved his right hand. The huge scarlet hand opened up like a small mountain and moved toward Xianxia. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in Xiaoqian's calm eyes. When he saw the scarlet hand approaching him, he swung his lunar shadow saber and said coldly, "Die." The snow-white lunar shadow saber immediately left Xiaoqian's hand. It turned into an intense multicolored light in the dark sky. The multicolored light disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that people suspected they were seeing things. Wuxia. The Blood Demon General's huge body split in half from the middle. The mountain-like scarlet hand stopped 1 meter above Xiaoqian's head. There was no startling sound, no magnificent light, no Blood Demon General's huge body. The Blood Demon General's huge body was silently chopped in half. Then, it turned into a scarlet light that filled the sky, not leaving a speck of dust behind. The night sky behind the Blood Demon General was like a piece of black cloth that had been cut open by someone, revealing an endless void that was darker than the darkness of the night. Wuxia. A spot of light flashed quickly in the boundless void. The lunar shadow saber flew back to Xiaoqian's hand. In the next moment, cracks started to appear in the crimson space. This was a sign that the space was about to collapse. This time, the Blood Demon General was completely dead. He would never come back to life. Of course, his true body in the demonic world would not die. He would only lose some of his energy. Xiaoqian turned around and flew back to the silver warship. When he landed on the bow, he could not help but sway a few times. Lu Ruyue quickly supported him. The earlier attack exhausted much more mental energy than Xiaoqian had expected. He felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Ruyue said, "Why were you so rash? Even if we did not kill him, we would have completed our mission." Xiaoqian did his best to compose himself. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. This is not my strength. It was given to me by your father. I am just feeling a little exhausted." Hearing Xiaoqian's explanation, Murongchong heaved a sigh of relief. If that earlier attack was Xiaoqian's strength, it would be too horrifying. Murongchong estimated that no one in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be able to block this attack. The pure strength of this attack seemed to have reached the limits of what a human could achieve. It could even shatter space. Wuxia. Wuxia. More and more cracks appeared in the space. It started to shatter like glass. Before everyone could react, they discovered that their bodies had turned into pieces of glass. The entire space shattered. The consciousness of Xiaoqian and the others went blank for a moment. When their consciousness returned, their bodies had already been transported to the outside world from the reincarnation well. Xiao Chun and the other core disciples who remained in the subspace all returned to the reincarnation well's side. After everyone had a clear look at their surroundings, they were shocked. After everyone saw their surroundings clearly, their expressions changed to one of wild joy. They originally thought that no one would die. They did not expect them to return alive. The four old men guarding the reincarnation well revealed gratified expressions on their skinny faces. Only the leader did not show any joy. He said indifferently, "I wonder if we will still be this lucky after 20 years." Not long after the group came out, someone immediately led the way back. Then, that person summoned the heavenly wind vulture and brought the group back to the heaven viewing platform. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the heavenly wind vulture. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in his body. The series of battles had caused him to feel haggard and fatigued. 2 hours later, when the heavenly wind vulture passed by Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He had already recovered a little. Xiao Chun took out 20 demon cores from the universe ring and handed them to Lu Riyue. "Help me turn the mission. I have some things to ask your father." Lu Riyue received the demon cores and nodded gently. When Murong Chong saw Xiao Chun jump down from the heavenly wind vulture, he revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said to Lu Riyue, "I did not expect you to receive such a disciple. However, I will defeat him ruthlessly. I will let you know that aside from me, no one else can restore Qingyun Peak to glory." A strong wind blew, causing Lu Riyue's fine black hair to flutter. There was a trace of sadness on her charming face. She said indifferently, "I never intended for him to restore Qingyun Peak to glory. He does not belong to Qingyun Peak, nor does he belong to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Sooner or later, he will leave." Murong Chong was slightly stunned before he said, "In that case, before he leaves, I will give him an unforgettable experience." A trace of anger flashed on Lu Riyue's face. She said, "Murong Chong, don't go overboard." Murong Chong smiled gently and said, "You should be more worried about yourself. On the 15th of next month, I will go to the Elders' Assembly to formally apply for the position of Qingyun Peak's Peak Master. I hope you can advance to Martial King before then." After Murong Chong spoke, he jumped off the heavenly wind vulture without looking back. He gave off a piercing sonic boom as he flew into the distance. On the summit of Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chun landed firmly in front of Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu was sitting cross-legged on a rock, as usual, like an old man past his prime. However, Xiao Chun did not dare to underestimate this person. He had a faint guess in his heart. If he could leave the rock he was sitting on, he would be able to overturn the entire Qingyun Peak. No one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be a match for him. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Chun and smiled gently. "Why are you rushing over to my place instead of receiving your reward?" Chapter 258. Xiao Chun sorted out his thoughts and said, "I just want to know whether that final saber strike was the power you gave me or the power that the Lunar Shadow Saber originally possessed." The power of that final saber strike had reached a horrifying level. Xiao Chun did not think that it was the power that the Lunar Shadow Saber originally possessed. Instead, it was Lu Qianyu's power that was stored in the Lunar Shadow Saber using some secret technique. However, when he personally executed that saber strike earlier, he felt very familiar with that kind of power. It was like it was a part of his body and not something that was given to him by someone else. Lu Qianyu said indifferently, "I already said it long ago. This is the power of the Lunar Shadow Saber. It is just that you are unable to grasp it now." Xiao Chen asked doubtfully why. Lu Qianyu said indifferently, "Your current Lunar Shadow Saber is the Thunderwood sword that the Thunder King used back then. Although it looks different, it is derived from the Battle Sage origins. The Battle Sage origins are split into 6 parts. Each part contains a different secret technique. As of now, you have already obtained 2 parts, the Changing Character Formula and the Strength Character Formula. The Battle Sage secret technique, the Changing Character Formula, was personally passed down by the Thunder King. You have grasped a little of it. However, this Strength Character Formula, without the guidance of an outsider, it is impossible for you to grasp it. Xiao Chun entered deep thought and said, "You are saying that the horrifying saber strike was grasped by the battle sage origins that contain the strength character formula." "That's right," Xiao Chun said doubtfully. "But when did I obtain the strength character formula? Why do I not know about it?" Lu Qianyu waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "If you don't know, how would I know? This wily old fox always leaves half of his words unsaid. Even if I continue asking, I will not get any results. I should wait until I wake Ao Jiao up before asking her." Xiao Chun thought quickly and came to the conclusion that Lu Tianyu definitely knew about it. However, there was nothing he could do if he did not tell him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chun felt that there was no point in staying here. It was too dangerous to interact with this person. So, he turned around and headed down the cliff. "Don't you want to know where the third broken blade that contains the battle sage origin is?" This broken saber was personally broken by the Thunder King back then. If not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion having a divine weapon protecting it, he would have taken it away long ago. "Don't you want it?" Lu Qianyu's voice came from behind Xiao Chun. His words were filled with temptation. Xiao Chun couldn't be bothered with him. He jumped off the cliff and said, "I want your sister." "You want my sister? What do you want my sister for?" "My sister died a long time ago." Hearing Xiao Chun's reply, Lu Tianyu's face was filled with doubt. That's right, Xiao Chun really wanted to know where the third broken blade that contained the battle sage origin was. However, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have any more interactions with Lu Tianyu. Nothing good would come out of accepting benefits from this old man. Although Fu Fu had returned safely from this trip to the subspace, it was still a daunting experience. However, the exhaustion of Xiao Chen's essence and mental energy was greater than any other time. Without a week of recuperation, Xiao Chun would not be able to recover to his peak state. Thus, when Lu Tianyu tempted him again, Xiao Chun could not help but complain. The wind blew past his ears. Xiao Chun used the gravity spell and quickly flew towards his courtyard at the waist of the mountain. Due to his insufficient essence, Xiao Chun did not dare to fly at full speed. He flew for an hour before he slowly landed in his courtyard. After returning to his bedroom, Xiao Chun did his best to control his desire to sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly circulated the purple thunder divine incantation, entering a state of cultivation. Puda, Bai jumped out of the spirit blood jade and headed for the window. Xiao Chun could sense its direction and did not bother with it. Since there were other people in the subspace, they didn't dare to let it out. Since she was already at Qingyan Peak, he might as well let her go out and have some fun. After all, there would not be any danger. The purple chi whirlpool in Xiao Chen's dantian spun quickly. The pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air quickly flowed into his body. After advancing to martial saint, Xiao Chun discovered that if he did not purposely absorb it, all the spiritual energy he absorbed during cultivation would be lightning-attributed. This gave Xiao Chun a slight headache. When he executed the rushing Thunder Saber technique with pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy, its might would naturally be stronger. However, when he executed other martial techniques, such as the Lingyun Saber technique, there would be many obstacles. It was very difficult for the state of Thunder to merge with the state of Mountain, preventing the state of Mountain from advancing further. What surprised Xiao Chun was that the state of Thunder and the state of Cloud could merge easily. This caused the state of Cloud of the Lingyun Saber technique to rise continuously. This was both a good and a bad thing. To any cultivator, the growth of a state was something that they could not ask for. However, the Lingyun Saber technique focused on the balance between the clouds and the mountain. If the state of Cloud grew too quickly, it would eventually cause the balance to be lost. By that time, when Xiao Chun executed the Lingyun Saber technique, not only would it not improve, it might even decrease in might. As Xiao Chun cultivated, he also pondered. If this continued, if he could not find a solution, he could only look for a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. A regular Earth-ranked saber technique was no longer of interest to Xiao Chun. He had to be at least a superior-grade Earth-ranked saber technique. The last time he was in the library, he did not find a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. There is only a dual-attributed wind and thunder saber technique. It looked like he had to find an opportunity to go down the mountain. Time slowly passed. Drops of crystalline purple liquid dripped down from the purple chi whirlpool. Xiaoqin's originally exhausted essence was slowly replenished. Dang! Dang! Just at this moment, Xiaoqin heard footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. At the same time, there was a huge aura accompanying the footsteps. There's an expert. Xiaoqin quickly stopped circulating his energy. A purple light flashed in his eyes, and his spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. Xiaoqin's spiritual sense quickly pierced out and saw the appearance of the person who came. How could it be her? When Xiaoqin saw the appearance of this person, he was extremely astonished. He did not have time to think. He quickly got up and went out. This was because this person was quickly heading for his bedroom. Creak! The door opened, and Yingyu stood in front of it. She was wearing a set of golden female armor. She had a faint smile on her beautiful face as she looked at Xiaoqin. Yingyu's red lips parted and a melodious voice rang out. It's been a long time. I did not expect you to have advanced from an insignificant martial master to a martial saint. When Xiaoqin saw Yingyu's appearance again, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. This girl was simply too beautiful. She was exceptionally beautiful, able to cause cities to collapse. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as someone who could bring calamity to a nation. The most important thing was that Xiaoqin remembered that he seemed to have done some disrespectful things to her in the past. Furthermore, it was impossible for Yingyu to look for him for no reason. If it was because of that matter, it would be problematic. Although Xiaoqin felt flustered in his heart, his expression was still incomparably calm. After all, he still had some confidence in his shape-shifting technique. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, I don't think I know you, right?" Yingyu glanced at Xiaoqin and did not say anything. She turned around and headed for the courtyard. Xiaoqin quickly and carefully followed her. Yingyu sat down at the stone table and smiled faintly. "Are you still pretending to be ignorant? Should I call you Xiaoqin or Yichen? Tell me." Yingyu's tone was extremely calm. In fact, it even sounded somewhat cordial. However, when others heard it, there was an indescribable might to it. This was the innate aura of a ruler. No matter how one tried to hide it, it would leak out unknowingly. It looked like Yingyu knew everything. That was right. With the other party's power, the entire Great Qi nation was under her control. Sometimes, even if one changed their appearance and put in the effort, they would still be able to find out. It was just a matter of time. After all, sometimes one would unknowingly give themselves away without even realizing it. Xiaoqin sat across from Yingyu and said indifferently, "Since you already know, I will not hide it. Just say it directly. Why are you looking for me? If it's because of the Guy Marquis, I have nothing to say." Yingyu took out a wooden sculpture of a woman from her bosom. That woman wore golden armor. Her pretty face was in high spirits. Under the superb skill of the sculptor, it looked like a real person. It was a miniature Yingyu. Xiaoqin's heart was in a fluster. He did not expect what he was afraid of to happen. Yingyu really came for this matter. However, if it was just this sculpture, Xiaoqin would not be afraid. What an exquisite sculpture. The work of the gods. It looks like a real person. I wonder who sculpted it. "Hey, it looks exactly like you," Xiaoqin commented on the sculpture as if nothing had happened. Yingyu gently played with the sculpture in her hand. She smiled faintly and said, "I would like to know who sculpted this as well. Almost everyone in the upper class of the imperial capital has one. It is even sold for 100 spirit stones each. I did not expect it to be worth such a price. If I lack money in the future, I can look for this sculptor to help me. It is actually so expensive, 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Damn it. In the end, I was still cheated by that damn fatso." Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. "What's wrong with you? Your complexion seems off," and you smiled gently. Xiaoqin covered up and laughed. "Nothing much. I am just a little depressed." "Huh." Suddenly, Yingyu smacked the stone table violently. She released a horrifying aura from her body. When this aura merged with her voice, it startled Xiaoqin. "How long are you going to keep up the act? Unexpectedly, you are still not willing to admit it. Yingyu's expression suddenly changed as she took out another wooden sculpture. Based on the appearance of this wooden sculpture, it was no different from the previous one. However, the clothes on it were missing. It was only wearing a thin undergarment. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that the protruding part of the chest of the wooden sculpture had been completely rubbed off. After this incident, the appearance of a perfectly fine sculpture had changed completely. This time, Xiao Chun could no longer sit still. He had an urge to cry. He had overestimated Fatso's character. Kim Taeho had begged Xiao Chun for this sculpture for a long time. However, Xiao Chun did not carve it for him. Later on, Xiao Chun lacked essence light arrows. He had no choice but to carve one for Xiao Chun. Chapter 259. Who would have thought that even a dog can't change its habit of eating shit? His coquettish and wretched character was still the same as before. Xiao Chun quickly explained, I admit that I carved this statue. However, this was all Kim Taeho's idea. It has nothing to do with me. At that time, he had something on me, so I was forced to do it. You have to believe me on this. Sorry, Brother DeBeo. At the crucial moment, I can only use you, Xiao Chun thought to himself. Yingyu smiled and did not say anything. She took out a purple crystal ball, and Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. He knew this was a special tool that could store a person's voice. However, why didn't you take it out? Your Highness, listen to me. This was all Xiao Chun's idea. It has nothing to do with me, fat brother. At that time, he had something on me, so I was forced to do it. You have to believe me. Kim Taeho's unforgettable voice, filled with his own style, slowly came out from the purple crystal ball. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was stunned. He had not expected Fatso to be so shameless, directly betraying him. Yingyu smiled faintly. Do you have anything else to say? It looked like Kim Taeho had confessed everything. Xiao Chun had no choice but to admit it. However, Xiao Chun's expression slowly calmed down. Xiao Chun thought quickly. If Yingyu was really angry, she would not have wasted so much time talking nonsense with me. With her character, she would have made a move on me long ago. It looked like she still remembered that he had saved her life before. Hence, she was not truly angry. After thinking through all this, Xiao Chun sat down again and said, no, I should call you Princess Yingyu now. What do you want to do? Just say it. Yingyu was slightly stunned. The evidence was conclusive. She did not expect Xiao Chun to be so calm. Such an attitude disappointed her. She smiled faintly and said, What do you think I can do to you? Xiao Chun's heart tightened. Yingyu's tone seemed to contain some anger and helplessness. Seeing Xiao Chun remain silent, Yingyu slowly withdrew her smile. She said seriously, As for the statue, I will punish you to carve one for me every month. Furthermore, it has to be different. Then, we will forget about this matter. There's one more thing. Feng Feishue recommended you to join the Imperial Dragon Legion. My reply was to make a decision after we met. Now, I have a decision. The inheritor of the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit, Xiao Chun. Are you willing to leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and join the Imperial Dragon Legion? When someone exposed him as the inheritor of the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, Xiao Chun was mildly startled. However, when he thought about how Yingyu and Feng Feishue knew each other, he was no longer afraid. Xiao Chun calmed himself down and asked, I would like to ask why Feng Feishue want me to join your Imperial Dragon Legion. Given the strength of the Feng clan and the fact that they were in the Imperial capital, it was not strange that they knew Yingyu. However, why did she recommend him to join the Imperial Dragon Legion? If it were a normal person, even if they did not join the Imperial Dragon Legion, they would still be overjoyed at Yingyu's invitation. The Imperial Dragon Legion was the strongest legion in the Great Qi Nation. After joining, it meant that they would receive a better cultivation environment than the three great sections. Furthermore, the royal clan could strengthen their reputation and status. To most cultivators, it was an excellent place to go. It could even be said to be the best place for cultivators in the Great Qi Nation. However, there was one thing that Xiao Chun could not understand. What was the relationship between him and Feng Feishue? Why would she help him again and again? Furthermore, she did it without asking for anything in return. Yingyu thought for a while before saying, Firstly, you have offended almost all the noble clans in the Great Qi Nation. Even Feng Feishue would find it difficult to restore Xiao Qin's identity. However, after you join the Imperial Dragon Legion, the royal clan will vouch for you. Naturally, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. Secondly, there are a few copies of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit in the royal clan. If you join, they can give them to you immediately. Thirdly, the reason is very simple. The royal clan controls the most resources. There is no limit to how much they can invest in the Imperial Dragon Legion. The cultivation environment there is even better than the 3 great sections. Feng Feishue's intention is not to rush you into making a decision. You can decide whether to reject it or not after you leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. When Xiao Qin heard this, he smiled faintly. Feng Feishue had thought of everything. Xiao Qin could not think of a reason to reject her. However, he would not agree. The Tianwu continent was boundless. Xiao Qin had never thought of it before. He had set his sights on the great Qin nation. Since he had come to this world, he had to work hard to climb to the limits of a cultivator. He did not seek to reach the unprecedented heights of the Tianwu Emperor. He wanted to reach the level of the Thunder King. Then, he could move unhindered in the continent, unrivaled. Although joining the Imperial Dragon Legion would allow one's cultivation to increase rapidly in a short period of time, it would be difficult for one to leave in the future. It was very likely that one would be bound to the great Qin nation for the rest of their lives. To those cultivators who aimed to become martial monarchs or martial kings, this was not a problem. However, to Xiao Qin, it was a big problem. Xiao Qin shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. Help me pass on a message to Feng Feishue. Thank her for her kind intentions." Yingyu was somewhat surprised. She asked why. The exclusive martial techniques of the Blue Dragon martial spirit are extremely strong. To you, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, do you intend to use the alias Yi Chun for the rest of your life? Xiao Chun smiled faintly. Since the martial techniques are copies, there will definitely be more than one copy. There will always be a chance to obtain them. Furthermore, without proper guidance, it will be extremely difficult to comprehend these martial techniques on your own. As for my identity, of course, I will not use the identity of Yi Chun for the rest of my life. Back then, I said before, 2 years later, I will personally kill my way to these noble clans and make them take back their decision. Xiao Qin's tone was extremely calm. He did not say any heroic words. However, the resolute gaze in his eyes left no room for doubt. Everyone believed that he would definitely be able to do it. Yingyu revealed a pensive expression. After a while, she smiled gently and said, "Have you never thought about why Feng Feishue always wants you to go to the Imperial capital? Be it the first Heavenly Qin School or the current Imperial Dragon Legion, their main base was actually in the Imperial capital." After Yingyu's reminder, Xiao Qin realized this point. In the future, if I have a request, I hope you can do your best to help me. Suddenly, Xiao Qin remembered what Feng Feishue said when he left Mo City. Could it be that there is something in this world that even Feng Feishue cannot do? After coming out for so long, he had a better understanding of the Feng clan's strength. The Phoenix Feather Merchant Association was much stronger than he had imagined. Their business covered the entire Tianwu continent. They were involved in almost every profitable business. Within the Great Qin nation, all the big sects and powers had countless connections with the Feng clan. They more or less had some business dealings with them. Furthermore, the thing that made the Feng clan not dare to underestimate them was the fact that they controlled all the Spirit Stone sales channels within the Great Qin nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Misty Sword Sect, the Night Spirit Palace, and even the Royal Clan controlled the Spirit Stone mines. The Spirit Stones produced all had to go through the Feng clan's channels in order to obtain the greatest benefits. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, a sect with 10,000 years of history, did not dare to offend such a huge power. Could it be that there was anything that they could not do to Feng Feishue? Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and replied, "I am indebted to Feng Feishue. If she has something to ask of me, as long as I am able to do it, no matter where I am, no matter how urgent it is, I will be at her beck and call. She just needs to say the word, and I will be there." Yingyu smiled faintly. Never mind. Since she did not tell you, I will not say much. Just remember what you said today. Also, don't forget to carve a wooden sculpture for me every month. I'll take my leave first. Wait a moment. Xiaoqin saw that Ingyu was about to leave. He thought of something and called out to stop her. Ingyu turned around and said, "Is there anything else? Did you change your mind?" Xiaoqin took out a flowing light flower from his universe ring and handed it to Ingyu. He said, "If you return to the imperial capital, help me give this flowing light flower to my cousin." Ingyu's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, she could tell that this flowing light flower was not an ordinary flowing light flower. It should be an immortal grade flowing light flower. She did not expect Xiaoqin to give it away just like that. Ingyu retracted her hand, and a strong suction force appeared. The flowing light flower immediately flew into her hand. She brought the golden flower to her nose and sniffed it gently. She said, "It is indeed an immortal grade flowing light flower. Are you not afraid that I will take it for myself?" Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said, "With your comprehension ability, the flowing light flower would not be of much use to you. Furthermore, you are a princess. You would not do such a despicable thing." Ingyu retracted her hand, and the flowing light flower immediately disappeared. A mischievous smile appeared on her exquisite face. That might not necessarily be the case. Xiaoqin smiled and did not reply. After Ingyu spoke, she did not stay any longer. She rushed out of this place. It was clear that she was in a rush for time. After not seeing Ingyu for a year, Xiaoqin had advanced from an insignificant martial master to an inferior grade martial saint. However, he still could not see through Ingyu's cultivation. Xiaoqin really did not know how she cultivated. She was about the same age as Xiaoqin, but their cultivations were worlds apart. Ingyu's arrival caused Xiaoqin to recall some of the past. This caused him to temporarily lose the will to continue cultivating. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The full moon hung high in the night sky. The faint moonlight shone down with a gentle light, illuminating Xiaoqin's courtyard. Xiaoqin took out a flask of wine and a wine cup from the universe ring. Xiaoqin poured himself a cup and looked at the full moon in the sky, deep in thought. Unknowingly, it had already been a year since Xiaoqin left Mo City. During this year, he had experienced many things. When he first left, he had been too sharp. In the ancient remnant, he had offended all the noble clans in the Dongming province and the south. After that, his actions at the Flying Snow Manor had pushed him and the noble clans into a dead end. Even Feng Feishue found it hard to mediate. However, Feng Feishue did not blame Xiaoqin for everything that happened. She even took the initiative to help him take care of the Xiao clan in Mo City, not letting these noble clans make things difficult for the Xiao clan. Now that Xiaoqin thought about the things he did in the past, he realized that he did not care about the consequences. He did not even consider the consequences his actions would bring to the Xiao clan. Chapter 260. However, since Xiaoqin had already done it, he should not regret it. When one was young, one had to have some sharpness. Otherwise, as one grew older, that sharpness would completely disappear. To a cultivator, if one was afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, being cautious and careful, thinking too much, one day, one would completely lose the sharpness of a cultivator. Wuxia, just as Xiaoqin was drinking by himself, a white figure appeared in his vision. It was Bai, who had gone out, returning. When Bai smelled the fragrance of the wine, she immediately jumped onto the stone table. Her watery eyes looked pitifully at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and took out another wine cup. After he filled it up, he placed it beside Bai. Bai immediately drank it happily. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Xiaoqin rubbed Bai's head. He said somewhat ruefully, "From a beginning to the end, aside from the saber in my hand, only you can accompany me." Footsteps came from outside again. The rhythm of these footsteps was very familiar to Xiaoqin. He did not even need to release his spiritual sense to know that it was Lu Suifeng. Indeed, after a while, Lu Suifeng's figure appeared in front of Xiaoqin. When Xiaoqin felt Lu Suifeng's aura, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Congratulations. When did you break through to Martial Saint?" Lu Suifeng had just broken through the day before yesterday. When he heard Xianxia's congratulations, his face was filled with a smile. He said, "I just broke through not long ago. This is all thanks to your flowing light flower. My comprehension ability has increased significantly. The bottleneck that has troubled me for almost a year is finally over." Bottlenecks were like this. Sometimes, even if one thought about it hard, worrying about it day and night, thinking of all sorts of methods, they would still not be able to break through. It could be 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years. Some people might not even be able to break through in their entire lives. However, with just a small breakthrough, the bottleneck would be broken immediately. Xianxia's flowing light flower helped Lu Suifeng break through this breakthrough. Lu Suifeng took out a pile of glowing medial-grade spirit stones. He said enviously, "This is what my sister told me to bring to you. There are 200 medial-grade spirit stones here. Take a look." Xianxia pocketed all the spirit stones in a flash and said, "By the way, where's your sister? Why isn't she here?" Lu Suifeng thought of something and said, "I nearly forgot. My sister is in closed-door cultivation. She told me to tell you that she will not be able to help you operate the ancient absolute formation for this period of time. She told you to cultivate bitterly first and stabilize your cultivation." Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly. He found it strange that she had gone into seclusion all of a sudden. "That's no problem. Do you know why she went into seclusion?" Xianxia, who had been comprehending the ancient absolute saber formation for a period of time, already had some idea of listening to the sword and communicating with it. Now, he was just short of an opportunity to barely cross the threshold. In the short term, it would not be a big deal if he did not go to the ancient absolute saber formation. However, Xianxia was more concerned about Lu Ruyue. Why was she in such a rush to enter seclusion? Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. She looked like she had a lot on her mind, so it would not be good for me to ask. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Xianxia urged him to stay. "Let's sit down and have a drink before you leave." Lu Suifeng was about to agree when he saw Bai raise his head and glance at him. He immediately changed his words. It's fine. I have something urgent to do and need to leave immediately." Lingyun Mountain Range. At a desolate waterfall in the back of the mountain, there was an unceasing waterfall falling from a high place. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and the faint sound of muffled thunder rang out continuously. Xianxia stood at the side of the small river formed by the waterfall. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand, and there was a flash of saber light. Thunder roared in the sky. Suddenly, boundless clouds appeared around Xianxia. A resplendent electric light suddenly lit up in the clouds, splitting the layers of clouds apart. At the same time, the thunder in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, and it gave off a deafening roar. Countless splashes appeared on the raging river at the sound of this voice. Everlasting, startling cloud. The instant all the clouds scattered, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber gave off a thin saber chi. The saber chi disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that it created an illusion. Xianxia swung his saber upwards and shouted, "Explode!" With a schwa sound, the thin saber chi that had already dissipated in the air exploded in the air. The purple saber chi was surrounded by countless electric lights. It was like a screen of water spreading out in the air. Palipala. The electric light flickered continuously on the screen of saber chi. At the end of the screen, the gushing waterfall was chopped in half by the saber. The electric light surrounding the screen of saber chi lingered for a long time. The gushing waterfall, which carried 5,000 kilograms of force, was stopped by the horrifying electric energy. It just hung there in the air like it had stopped moving. Xianxia sheathed his saber and looked at the purple electric light that had yet to scatter. He said, "After the state of thunder is added to the everlasting startling cloud, its might has increased by 20%. Although the might of the everlasting startling cloud had increased significantly, Xianxia did not reveal any joy on his face. It had already been half a month since Xianxia came out of the subspace. During this half a month, Xianxia had been digesting his gains in the subspace. Those 2 days of high-intensity battles could be said to be the most intense battle Xianxia had ever experienced, be it physically or mentally. There was an unending stream of demonic beasts, as well as the elusive demons who hid in the back and launched sneak attacks. It forced him to maintain a high level of concentration. 2 days of experiential training was much better than a month of experiential training. After half a month, Xianxia had completely absorbed all the accumulations from this experiential training. His cultivation had stabilized at inferior grade martial saint. He could break through to peak inferior grade martial saint at any time. Xiaoqian's comprehension of the state of thunder had also reached an even higher level. When he made a move, he could already condense the power of thunder. With the aid of the state of thunder, the might of the state of clouds in the everlasting startling cloud saber technique had increased. However, the state of mountains had stagnated. This resulted in Xiaoqian being unable to comprehend the final move of the Ling Yun saber technique. Now, even the state of the 17th move, twisting road around peak, was starting to show signs of instability. Thus, although the might of the everlasting startling cloud had increased significantly, Xiaoqian was unable to feel happy. The electric light in the air started to slowly scatter. The surging waterfall started to flow again. The sound of splashing water resounded in Xiaoqian's ears once again. Xiaoqian said indifferently, "It looks like I really have to find a lightning-attributed saber technique. In the end, the rank of the rushing thunder saber technique is too low. It is no longer suitable for my current combat style. Furthermore, it is too straightforward. I'm unable to adapt to changes in combat." After completing the mission in the subspace, Xiaoqian could freely choose a spirit weapon, martial technique, or battle armor. What Xiaoqian chose was a martial technique. In the past few days, Xiaoqian had taken some time to visit the libraries of the various peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, the results disappointed him. There were very few pure, lightning-attributed martial techniques. Even if there were, their ranks would be very low. Xiaoqian did not care for them. Since there were none in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he could only search for them at the foot of the mountain. However, before that, he had to do something first. He had to lend the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber to Yun Kursin. He did not know why, but Yun Kursin had not returned it yet. Originally, Xiaoqian was prepared to ask her about it a week ago. After all, Xiaoqian had not reached the stage where he could casually give away a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. However, that was the crucial period for Xiaoqian's cultivation. Furthermore, given Yun Kursin's character, she would not go back on her word. Hence, he dragged it out until today. Xiaoqian left Xinyun Peak and asked around for Yun Kursin's whereabouts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He did not delay and went to look for her with a calm expression. Even though half a month had passed, Xiaoqian was not worried that Yun Kursin would keep the roaming dragon saber for herself. His only guess was that she urgently needed the roaming dragon saber, so she took it and used it temporarily. Sometimes, a person's character could be seen from their temperament. Yun Kursin always gave off a calm and indifferent temperament. It was impossible for her to do such a despicable thing. Furthermore, after interacting with her for a period of time, Xiaoqian was sure that this temperament was not fake. "Are you saying that Yun Kursin left half a month ago?" When Xiaoqian rushed to Yun Kursin's residence, he did not see her in person. There was only a maid cleaning the room. After asking around, he obtained this information. "Half a month ago? That is when we just came out of the subspace," Xiaoqian thought to himself. What exactly happened for her to leave in such a rush? When the maid saw the identity token hanging at Xiaoqian's waist, her eyes lit up and she asked, "That's right. Are you Xinyun Peak's young master Yi?" Xiaoqian nodded and said, "That's right. I am Xinyun Peak's young master Yi. Here is my identity token." The maid took out a note and smiled. "That's right. Before Miss Yin left, she left a note. She said that if someone from Xinyun Peak was looking for her, I should hand it to it. It has been more than half a month. You have not come. I nearly forgot." Xiaoqian received the note and slowly opened it. He read it in his heart. "Brother Yi, there's an urgent matter at home. I need to borrow your roaming dragon saber. This matter happened very suddenly. I'm unable to tell you personally. I hope you can forgive me. There are some spirit stones under the bed. Consider them as compensation for borrowing your heavenly weapon. I will thank you in person another day. I'm very sorry." Xiao Chun smiled gently and burned the note. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Yin Kursin did indeed have an urgent matter and needed to borrow the roaming dragon saber. Xiao Chun looked at the maid before him and smiled. "Did you forget? Miss Yin still has something she wants you to pass to me." The maid was somewhat confused. She thought for a while and said, Yes. I remember now. There's a box under the bed. It is very heavy. I do not know what it is. Miss instructed me not to open it. After a long time, I forgot about it." The maid led Xiao Chun to Yun Kursin's bedroom. She found the box under the bed. However, even after using all her strength, she could not move it at all. Xiao Chun quickly stopped her and moved the box himself. However, he did not open the box. He extended his spiritual sense into it and discovered it was filled with piles of inferior-grade spirit stones. After a rough count, there were at least 5,000 of them. Yin Kursin was really generous. She casually placed 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones under the bed. Was she not afraid that someone would steal them? With so many inferior-grade spirit stones, it was a windfall. After Xiao Chun placed them in his universe ring, he left the place. Chapter 261. That night, as Xiao Chun was cultivating in his courtyard, Lu Suifeng rushed over. Xiao Chun had no choice but to stop cultivating and come out to welcome him. In the past half a month, Lu Suifeng had improved every day. Now he was filled with energy. Xiao Chun smiled. "It is already so late. Why are you looking for me?" Lu Suifeng was not in a rush to reply. He looked around and did not discover Bai. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "There is a huge auction going on in Xia City, the capital city of the Xia province. It is specially organized by Linlang Pavilion for cultivators. There are many good things there. Coincidentally, I am lacking a good spirit weapon and would like to try my luck. I was wondering if you would like to accompany me." Linlang Pavilion's auction. Xiao Chun was excited. He had originally planned to go down the mountain during this period of time to search for a high-ranked, lightning-attributed martial technique. Coincidentally, Linlang Pavilion was going to hold a large-scale auction. This saved him a lot of effort. Xiao Chun asked with interest, "How big is the scale of the auction? What rank is it?" Seeing that Xiao Chun was very interested, Lu Suifeng quickly introduced, "The scale is very big. It is a large-scale auction that Linlang Pavilion holds once every 10 years. Only spirit stones are allowed to be used for transactions. The standards are no weaker than the large-scale auctions in the imperial capital. With Linlang Pavilion's strength, it should not be difficult for them to collect some high-ranked martial techniques. I can go and take a look." Thinking of this, Xiao Chun did not hesitate and agreed. Lu Suifeng smiled. "Then it is settled. All right, if you're lacking spirit stones, you can tell me. I will go and get my second uncle to help you get some in advance." Lacking spirit stones? Xiao Chun shook his head calmly and smiled. "There is no need. I have enough spirit stones." Xiao Chun had not used the 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones he obtained in the underground world. These medial-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 500,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. There were also the 200 medial-grade spirit stones from half a month ago and the 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones that he had just obtained today. If he added the demonic cores in his universe ring that could be exchanged for inferior-grade spirit stones, Xiao Chun's spirit stones might even be more than what the already declined Xinyan Peak had. With so many spirit stones, it would be more than enough to buy a superior-grade Earth-ranked, lightning-attributed martial technique. There was no need to worry. Lu Suifeng said, "That's good. I will come and find you tomorrow morning." Early the next morning, Lu Suifeng arrived as scheduled. Xia City was 25,000 kilometers away from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was a long journey. Naturally, the two of them could not walk there. When they arrived at the place where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion reared spirit beasts, the two of them each took out their spirit stones and rented 2 dragon blood horses that could travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. They did not say anything and went down the mountain. Not long after the two of them left, Song Qianhe, who was on Biyun Peak, went to Song Kei's room in pleasant surprise. The moment he opened the door, He smiled and said, "Father, you told me to send people to keep an eye on Xiaochun. He's gone down the mountain." On the bed, Song Ke, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A vicious look flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, "Is this true? Where are they going? What are they planning to do? How long will they be gone for? Tell me everything in detail." Xianxia quickly said, "I heard from the Spirit Beast Hall that they're going to Shiha's city to participate in the decennial auction. With the speed of the dragon blood horses, the round trip would take about a month. I finally found an opportunity. There are people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protecting you, so I have no way of killing you. However, once you leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, let's see who can protect you." "How reckless." Song Ke got up and smiled sinisterly. "I have some old friends who are going to the decennial auction. I can ask them for help." The dragon blood horse could travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. If they traveled day and night, it would not be a problem for them to travel 2,500 kilometers. However, be it man or horse, they could not travel day and night. They might meet with some dangers along the way. The two of them had to maintain their peak condition. On average, the two of them could only travel 2,000 kilometers a day at most. 3 days later, Xiaochun and Lu Suifeng stopped in front of a savannah. Lu Suifeng introduced, "This savannah is called the Devil's Savannah. The entire savannah is about the size of 3 Lingyun mountain ranges. There are countless spirit beasts in the savannah. There are also hundreds of bandits. This is the most dangerous part of our journey." Xiaochun dismounted and said, "Then let's rest for a while. After that, we will continue on our way at full speed. Let's try to get out of this place as soon as possible." The two of them found a clean patch of grass and started to set up camp. They had been eating and sleeping in the open along the way, so they were very familiar with setting up camp. Soon, 2 small tents were set up. After they took out their rations and water to replenish themselves, the two of them started to rest. Night slowly fell. The two of them discussed for a while and decided that Xiaochun would stand guard tonight, while Lu Suifeng would rest. Roar! Xiaochun started a bonfire in front of his tent and sat there quietly. The roars of spirit beasts came from the distance. The light of the bonfire shone on Xiaochun's face, flickering nonstop. Xiaochun's expression was incomparably calm. Xiaochun's spiritual sense spread out like a halo. He could see everything within a kilometer in his mind. There's a group of superior grade rank 4 demonic beasts to the northwest. There are about 200 of them. The Wolf King is already close to a rank 5 demonic beast. There is a rank 5 demonic beast lightning ox to the northeast. It is the strongest demonic beast in the surroundings. There are also 3 demonic bloodlions to the south. Xiaochun slowly got up and looked to the northeast. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like the two of us are really popular. Unexpectedly, so many spirit beasts are targeting us. I will start with you." Lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the pitch-black night sky. As the lightning descended, Xiaochun appeared beside the lightning ox. As a lightning-attributed spirit beast, the lightning ox was very sensitive to lightning. The moment Xiaochun appeared, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm came from the lightning ox's horn and struck at Xiaochun. Xiaochun said coldly, "Just a grain of light, and you dare to compete with the sun and the moon? You're seeking death." The clouds in the sky started to collide. Before Xiaochun made his move, the momentum of the state of thunder had already formed. Kassier, the lunar shadow saber, was drawn at lightning speed. An explosion of thunder resounded in the silent savannah as Xiaochun drew his saber. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. The bolt of lightning was attached to the saber. In comparison, the bolt of lightning that the lightning ox shot out was like a baby meeting an adult. It was instantly swallowed up. The momentum of the saber did not change, and its might did not decrease. The lunar shadow saber hacked down on the huge body. Wuxia, the horrifying electric saber light, chopped the lightning ox in half. The electricity lingered on the wound, and the fragrance of roasted beef wafted through the savannah. When the remaining spirit beasts saw Xianxia deal with the strongest lightning ox in one move, they immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Xianxia did not bother with them. After he took out the lightning ox's spirit core, he returned to his tent. Seeing that the bonfire was about to extinguish, he added some more firewood. What happened? Lu Suifeng, who was startled awake by the thunder, asked as he walked out of his tent. Xiaochun smiled faintly. Nothing much. I just chased away some spirit beasts. You can continue sleeping. Lu Suifeng nodded and returned to his tent. He was rather confident in Xiao Qin's strength. As long as he did not meet with the peak spirit beasts of the Devil Savannah, he would be able to move about freely. 1,000 meters away, in a place where Xiao Qin's spiritual sense could not reach, there were 2 bandits on a small hill, each carrying a large saber on their back. They were riding tall horses and had seen the earlier scene. One of the bandits was somewhat astonished as he said, "What strength!" He killed the rank 5 lightning ox in one strike. First leader, are we still going to make a move? The bandit who was addressed as the first leader had a long scar on his face. He was tall and sturdy, looking very ferocious. He smiled cruelly and said, "The stronger they are, the more good things they have on them. It is just 2 people. Our bandit group has a total of 200 people. When have we been afraid of anyone in this savannah?" The other bandit continued, "They should be going to participate in Xia City's auction. Recently, I heard from the brothers of the other bandit groups that they have already done a few such transactions. They have gained a lot. In fact, just one transaction would be worth tens of thousands of inferior grade spirit stones. However, these 2 people seem to be core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Are we afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's revenge by targeting them?" The first leader laughed loudly. "What's there to be afraid of? We will silence them and destroy the corpses. Who would know that we did it? At worst, we will just go out and lie low for a while. At that time, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion comes to take revenge, the other bandit groups will suffer. They will help us kill off some of our competitors for free." When the other bandit heard this, he smiled and said, "First leader is wise. That way, we will not lose out no matter what." The first leader said coldly, "Gather the brothers. We will make our move tomorrow at noon." When the sky brightened, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng mounted their dragon blood horses and continued on their way. Not long after, Xiao Chun suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped. Lu Suifeng quickly stopped as well and asked cautiously, "Is there a situation?" Xiao Chun nodded. "We are being targeted by a bandit group. There are 200 of them, and the weakest of them is a martial grandmaster. There are about 10 of them who are martial saints and above. The leader with the highest cultivation is a superior grade martial saint. What should we do?" When Lu Suifeng heard that there were so many people, he could not help but worry. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "To capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Kill the one with the highest cultivation. The rest are nothing to be afraid of." Rumble. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun said. Not long later, a group of 200 bandits arrived before the 2 of them in a grandiose manner. The leader of the other party was the first leader from yesterday. When he saw the 2 of them, he revealed a sinister smile on his horrifying face. He did not bother saying anything and charged over while roaring. Xiao Chun slapped the back of the horse and immediately soared into the air. In an instant, countless hidden weapons and arrows flew towards him at high speed. "Azure Dragon Tail Whip," Xiao Chun shouted and turned into a purple arc. It was like a flood dragon swaying in the air. All the arrows flying at him fell to the ground with a hua-la-la-la sound. At the end of the arc, Xiao Chun instantly appeared in front of the first leader. He drew his lunar shadow saber with a huang-dang sound. A horrifying lightning glow with the aura of a thunderbolt struck towards the head of the leader. Chapter 262. Everything happened in a few blinks of an eye. Before the first leader could react, the lightning-like lunar shadow saber was already nearing his head. The first leader was startled. He quickly took out the saber on his back and used it to block above his head. Bang! The first leader's hasty move was unable to block Xiao Chen's lightning-fast strike. There was a loud bang, and he was knocked off his horse. His body knocked into a few bandits, before landing heavily on the ground. The first leader's right hand, which was holding the saber, felt numb. He was horrified. He got up from the ground and shouted, "This is troublesome. Let's get rid of this brat first." The other martial saint bandits quickly gave up on Lu Suifeng and chased after Xiaochun. On the other side, Lu Suifeng's saber chi was moving about. Relying on the advantage of his cultivation realm, the group of bandits could not get close to him. There should not be any danger in a short period of time. When Xiaochun landed on the ground, a martial saint bandit immediately charged over. He swung the mace in his hand at Xiaochun's head. Cultivators who used huge weapons had a very direct fighting style. The might of the martial techniques they learned was also very strong. When they used their full power, the force they could achieve was rather impressive. Xiaochun swung his saber upwards, and the mace immediately fell down, blocking the handle of the lunar shadow saber. After that, no matter how much force he used, he could not move it any further. Wuxia, Wuxia. The other bandits continuously sent out saber chi and sword chi at Xiaochun. Xiaochun smiled faintly and exerted some force with his right hand. The bandit using the saber immediately felt a huge force. The saber in his hand flew out, and he was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Swirling mountain destroys clouds. Xiaochun shouted, and the image of a mountain peak infused into the lunar shadow saber. A strong wind blew from the ground in front of him, scattering all the saber chi and sword chi flying at him. Lone Peak's fatal blow. Xiaochun quickly took a step forward and hacked at the cultivator using the mace. A lone peak appeared above his head. The saber carried a huge force and chopped the bandit in half. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, clear wind slash. Xiaochun's momentum was like a rainbow, and he continued to advance triumphantly. Suddenly, 9 cool breezes blew in the field, and each breeze hit a figure. Poochie Poochie. Xiaochun could only see the cool breeze and not the sabers. The 9 figures seemed illusory and real. There was no killing chi at all. Even the saber lights could not be seen. There was no way to avoid them. Immediately, 9 spurts of blood sprayed into the air, filling the sky. Huge wounds appeared on the chests of the 9 bandits, and blood poured out. The first leader was already within 100 meters of Xiaochun when he saw the situation. Knowing that something was amiss, he quickly halted his footsteps and bellowed, "Stop him!" After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and fled. Immediately, some fearless mounted bandits rushed towards Xiaochun, blocking Xiaochun's path. Courting death, Xiaochun shouted coldly. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with electricity and drew a purple arc in the air. Lightning flickered on the arc, emitting a constant sizzling sound. This was the second move of the rushing thunder saber technique, Arclight Chop. The surrounding martial grandmaster bandits were immediately chopped in half at the waist by the arclight. Electricity crackled on their wounds, charring them. Immediately, no one dared to get close to Xiaochun. Taking advantage of this time, the great master rode a horse and galloped for 1,000 meters. Xiaochun took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light arrow from the universe ring. He drew the bow, drew the bowstring, and released. Chi! There was a piercing sonic boom in the air. The Essence Light arrow turned into a meteor and caught up to the fleeing Great Master in the blink of an eye, piercing through his chest. After the Essence Light arrow killed the Great Master, it continued flying for a few hundred meters before it slowly descended. With the death of their leader, the remaining bandits completely lost their confidence. They did not want to fight a meaningless battle, so they scattered. The 2 of them casually killed a few bandits and did not chase after them. Xiaochun walked over to the Great Master's corpse. As for Lu Suifeng, he remained where he was and searched the corpses of the martial saint bandits. Xiaochun had long felt that the potential of the Soul Slayer bow was limitless. Back then, when Xiaochun's physical body reached small perfection, he managed to kill the Jiang clan's first elder with 1 arrow. Now that Xiaochun's physical body strength had reached 6,000 kilograms of force, the might of the Soul Slayer bow would definitely increase significantly. However, killing a defenseless superior-grade martial saint with one arrow still shocked Xianxia. It looked like the might of the Soul Slayer, Bao, was not limited to this. He wondered what kind of might a cultivator with a sage body could achieve when using the Soul Slayer Bao. It might even be able to shoot down the stars in the sky. With such thoughts in mind, Xiaoqian slowly walked over to the Great Master. He removed the spatial ring on his right hand and poured out tens of thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones. This greatly astonished Xiaoqian. He did not expect the business of these bandits to be so good. No wonder there were so many bandits in the Devil Savannah. Xiaoqian smiled faintly and swept all the inferior-grade spirit stones into the ring. Then, he started to search for other things. There were still some trash spirit weapons and all sorts of secret manuals on the ground. They were not very useful, so Xiaoqian tossed them into the universe ring. Suddenly, a map glowing with spiritual light appeared in Xiaoqian's vision. Xiaoqian picked it up and looked at it. There were mountains and rivers on the map. There was also an arrowhead indicating a route. The end of the route was a river, and it was marked with a very eye-catching red dot. The end of the river seemed to be a vast ocean. The location marked with the red dot was an island. Xiaoqian was not familiar with the geography of the Great Qi nation, so he did not know where the red dot on the map was. The material of the map was extraordinary. It gave off a very dense spiritual energy. It should be made from the skin of a high-ranked spirit beast. After he put away the map, Xiaoqian muttered, "Looks like this map is not simple. If I have time in the future, I should find an opportunity to search for the end. Who knows, there might be a fortuitous encounter there." To all cultivators, fortuitous encounters were things they dreamed of. In reality, all the famous experts in history had more or less had their own fortuitous encounters. It was still the same in the current world. Many ordinary cultivators experienced an explosive increase in strength after a fortuitous encounter. Under the same conditions, talent, comprehension ability, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques, all geniuses would be able to break out of the encirclement. If they wanted to fight their way out of the encirclement and take the lead, it would depend on how many fortuitous encounters each genius had. Xiaoqian's fortuitous encounter in Savage Forest could also be considered a fortuitous encounter. It was just that he did not gain much from that fortuitous encounter. Now that he thought about it, he only gained some inferior-grade spirit stones and a broken sword from that fortuitous encounter. The true benefits were probably all obtained by Chu Xiaoyang. "Xiaoqian, how was your harvest?" "I found 4,000 inferior-grade spirit stones from that group of people. There were also many medicinal pills and spirit cores of spirit beasts. In total, there are more than 8,000 inferior-grade spirit stones." Just as Xiaoqian was thinking, Lu Suifeng's excited voice came from behind. Xiaoqian stood up and smiled faintly. "Not bad. There are more than 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones in this fellow's spatial ring." Lu Suifeng was flabbergasted. He said, "This group of bandits is really extraordinarily rich." Xiaoqian looked around the vast grassland. When he looked up, all he could see was withered yellow grass. When the wind blew, it was like a wave moving about. This place is a good place to be a bandit. When there are merchant groups or lone cultivators passing by, they will rob the merchants. When there are no merchants, they will kill spirit beasts. It would be hard to become skinny in such a situation. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "Based on what you said, we would be rich after we clean out all the bandits this time." Xiaoqian shook his head and said, "That is not realistic. We can think that way, and others can think that way as well. However, the bandits on the grassland are still very active. There must be something we do not know." Lu Suifeng nodded and said, "That's right. I once heard that the 3 inherited clans of the Shihao province surrounded the bandits on the Devil Savannah. However, they all died in the end. If I think about it, it should be the same as what you said." The two of them stopped discussing and found their own dragon blood horses. Then, they continued their journey quickly. In the clouds 5,000 meters high in the sky, an old man hid himself in a white cloud drifting in the wind and saw everything that was happening on the ground. After a while, he revealed a cautious smile. It looks like Song K's deal is not going to be easy. I knew that 1,000 medial grade spirit stones would not be so easy to obtain. This brat has not revealed all his trump cards yet. I will continue to observe him for a few more days. Song K is not easy to deal with. I am just an inferior grade martial king. I have to be even more cautious. This old man was called Xianxia. He was an inferior grade martial king and a lone cultivator. He was a cautious person and was somewhat famous in the Xia province. He had been friends with Song K for a long time in the past. After he agreed to help Song K kill Xianxia, he became more cautious. Song K actually offered a price of 1,000 medial grade spirit stones for an insignificant inferior grade martial saint. After Xianxia confirmed that Song K was only an inferior grade martial saint, he became even more cautious. There was definitely something strange going on. Xianxia was very clear on what kind of person Song K was. If even he found it difficult to deal with someone, it would definitely not be easy. Indeed, after a few days of observation and today's battle, Xianxia's guess was verified. Although Xianxia was only an inferior grade martial saint, his combat prowess could easily kill a superior grade martial saint. Xianxia's actual combat prowess was probably comparable to a peak superior grade martial saint. Xianxia muttered, "If that is all, I am not afraid. If he has an inherited martial spirit, then I might as well forget about this deal." Xianxia and Xianxia did not know that they were being watched. They continued to gallop across the vast devil savanna. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The two of them ran into a few more groups of bandits. In the end, all the bandits did not return. They were robbed clean by the two of them. In the past 5 days, the two of them had gained another 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Of course, along the way, they ran into some strong groups of bandits. The leaders were martial kings, and there were more than 1,000 of them. Xianxia maintained a vigilant state. He kept his spiritual sense out. Hence, when he ran into these bandits, he would avoid them when they were 2 kilometers away. He would not overestimate himself. Chapter 263. On this particular day, the two of them cleared out another group of bandits. After Lu Suifeng looted the corpses on the ground, he said joyfully, "Originally, I thought there would be some danger in this devil savanna. I did not expect there to be so much unexpected wealth. The spirit stones I obtained are even more than what I brought." Xianxia shook his head in his heart. It seemed like things had been going too smoothly for the past few days, causing Lu Suifeng's confidence to swell. In reality, this devil savanna was filled with danger. It was not like what Lu Suifeng said. If it were not for Xianxia accompanying him, Lu Suifeng would not have been able to travel so far alone. Any group of bandits could easily kill him. Even Xianxia did not dare to let his guard down in this devil savanna. A few days ago, Xianxia had personally seen a group of bandits led by a peak martial king. A regular Heavenly Saber Pavilion elder would not be a match for the leader of the bandits. "I have to warn Lu Suifeng," Xianxia said. "In that case, you will have to continue the rest of the journey alone. That way, I won't have to split the spirit stones with you." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was stunned. Then, he remembered that his words were indeed inappropriate. He said, "Yichun, don't worry. I was just saying, I'm still clear about the situation here." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Lu Suifeng was a reasonable person. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. "Kill, kill, kill." As the two of them spoke, a cool breeze carried the sounds of killing into their ears. Their expressions changed, and they quickly stopped talking, listening intently. Lu Suifeng said, "It seems like a group of merchants was robbed by bandits. Should we go and take a look?" At the end of the Devil Savanna was the Black Dragon River that traversed the Great Qi Nation. There was a huge harbor there. Using the harbor, the goods of the Great Qi Nation could be transported to the various countries of the Tianwu continent. Hence, there were many merchant groups coming and going in the Devil Savanna. The two of them had seen many merchant groups in the past few days. When they came across anyone that needed help, they would lend a hand. That was why Lu Suifeng asked. Xianxia nodded and said, "There's a slope there. We should be able to observe the scene ahead. Let's take a look first. To the best of his abilities, Xiao would try his best to help the caravan. However, if the bandit group was too strong, Xiao would not be so foolish as to risk his life. Caution was the most important thing. The two of them rushed to the high ground and finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. There was indeed a caravan being surrounded and attacked by a group of about 500 mounted bandits. The bandits were unstoppable, beating up the merchant group's guards until they could not retaliate at all. All of them shouted excitedly. This caravan was rather strange. All the boxes and carriages were inlaid with a layer of dazzling gold, which was extremely dazzling under the direct sunlight. Moreover, the two of them did not see the flag of the Chamber of Commerce, which meant that this was a very small Chamber of Commerce. It was not important whether or not the flag was displayed. Lu Suifeng said suspiciously, "Why is this caravan so ostentatious? It is like they are luring the bandits to rob them. Those bandits do not seem difficult to deal with. Should we make a move?" Xiao felt it was very strange as well. Normally, caravans would be very low-key, doing their best not to attract the attention of the bandits. Some caravans would even purposely dress up in tatters. However, this caravan was different. From the boxes to the carriages, everything was inlaid with gold. Even the saddles on the horses were made of pure gold. Xiao thought for a while and said, "There is definitely something strange about this caravan. Let's wait a while more." At this moment, the bandits in the distance were already near the core of the caravan. There was a very luxurious carriage parked there. The carriage was led by 5 pure gold horses. It was 100 square meters large. The decorations on the handrails and the wheels were all made of pure gold. How tacky, Xiao thought to himself as he shook his head. This is simply a moving treasury. It would be a miracle if it was not robbed in the Devil Savannah. Ha ha ha. Another fat fish has taken a bait. Suddenly, a vulgar laughter came from the luxurious carriage. Wuxia, a fat figure flew out from the window of the carriage. That person held a huge golden coffin lid in his hand. The fat figure flashed quickly in the air. His speed was uncoordinated with his body. It was unbelievably fast. Bang! The coffin lid swept through the air and struck the leader of the bandits. The saber that the leader of the bandits wanted to block was smashed into pieces by the coffin lid. The coffin lid carried a huge force. With a schwa sound, the first leader of the bandits vomited blood and was sent flying. He could not resist at all. Fatso smashed the coffin lid heavily on the ground, giving off a loud sound. The entire ground started to tremble. The horses on the ground were startled. They swayed left and right, and the bandits on them fell to the ground. Fatso shouted, "All of you stop pretending. Stand up for this fat lord." The bandits on the ground felt it was strange. Who is pretending? We really fell down. Even if you don't tell us, we will stand up. Schwa, schwa. However, something shocking happened. The guards that they had knocked to the ground earlier all stood up energetically. It was as if nothing had happened to them. The aura they gave off was ferocious, and a ferocious light shone in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with malicious intent. They looked even more like bandits than the bandits themselves. The bandits stood up and slowly gathered together. Only then did they realize that they had unknowingly been surrounded by the guards of this caravan. They immediately panicked. Bang! Fatso suddenly jumped on the ground. He smashed the coffin lid in his hand at the bandit leader who had just stood up. Before the bandit leader could react, he was smashed to the ground again. Blood flowed out of his head. This time, he could no longer stand up. Fatso stomped on the bandit leader, who was struggling to stand up again. He placed the golden coffin lid heavily on the ground and scolded. "Did this fat lord say that you could stand up? You're still standing? This fat lord will trample you to death." A ferocious glint flashed in Fatty's eyes as he swept his gaze across the bandits. When the other bandits saw the fate of their leader, they immediately understood Fatty's intentions. One by one, they immediately crouched down. Suddenly, Fatso laughed loudly. "I hereby announce that this is a robbery. Aside from your underwear, leave everything behind for this fat lord." The situation instantly turned around. Under Fatso's strong aura, the bandits on the ground did not dare to resist. They prostrated themselves on the ground obediently, not daring to move at all. Just look at the first leader situation. Even now, he was still being trampled on. This time, they could only admit defeat. After a while, a person walked over quickly. This person was the manservant from Whitewater City. Young master, I have counted everything. There is a total of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Adding the other goods, there is a total of 15,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Fatso frowned slightly and said something that caused all the bandits on the ground to vomit blood. Why is it so little? Did you follow my instructions? Did you even search the underwear? On the slope, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng looked at the situation. They were both astonished. Xiao Chun revealed a faint smile. He was just about to settle the score with Fatso. He did not expect to meet him here. Actually, he should have thought of it long ago. Only this damn Fatso, Kim Tae-ho, would dare to use such a tacky and tasteless carriage. Lu Suifeng suddenly understood. So, it is the Jin clan's Kim Tae-ho. No wonder he dared to be so ostentatious. I actually misjudged him earlier. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was somewhat surprised. He asked, you know him? Lu Suifeng nodded and explained, he is the young master of the #1 merchant association in the Great Tang Nation, the Golden Rock Merchant Association. At the same time, it is one of the 5 great merchant associations in the world. It is on the same level as the Great Qin Nation's Phoenix Feather Merchant Association. The Golden Rock Merchant Association was not very famous in the Great Qin Nation in the past. However, in the past few years, this person and the people from the Heavenly Craft Manor got on good terms. Now, they are very active in the Great Qin Nation, one of the 5 great merchant associations. I did not expect this Fatso to have such a great background. When Xiao Chun heard Lu Suifeng's explanation, he sighed in his heart. He had already guessed that this person's background was not simple. However, he did not expect it to be so horrifying. Lu Suifeng had some panic in his eyes. He said, Yi Chun, let's leave quickly. This person has a bad reputation. It will not be a good thing if we are targeted by him. Xiao Chun felt it was strange. He asked why. Lu Suifeng said, his reputation in the Shihe province is very horrifying. Rumor has it that the heir of the Yin clan, one of the 3 noble clans of the Shihe province, was ruthlessly humiliated by this person in the Dongming province. After Yin Qianhe returned, he could not bear the humiliation and felt too ashamed to face anyone. Hence, he disappeared. Xiao Chun felt ashamed in his heart. This rumor was extraordinarily horrifying. He clearly killed Yin Qianhe. Now, it turned out that he could not bear the humiliation and disappeared. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, it is just a rumor. Let's go. I still have a score to settle with this Fatso. Under Lu Suifeng's astonished gaze, Xiao Chun had already leaped over the mound and was quickly flying downwards. Fatso had a pleased smile on his face. He inadvertently glanced at the approaching Xiao Chun and was startled. He thought he saw wrong. He looked again to confirm it. Then, he quickly let go of the first leader and moved back. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chun shouted and moved in a purple arc in the air. It was like a flood dragon moving in the air. With a schwa sound, he arrived before Kim Tae-ho. Brother DeBayo, we meet again. Don't you recognize me? Why are you running so fast? Xiao Chun smiled gently as he stood before Kim Tae-ho. Kim Tae-ho revealed an embarrassed smile. He placed the coffin in his hand into his spatial ring and said, I really don't recognize you. I thought you were some powerful expert. Xiao Chun said indifferently, stop pretending. Ingyu went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not long ago. Do you have anything to explain? Kim Tae-ho had a righteous expression as he said, it was that woman who forced me. You have to believe me. She had something on me. I was forced to say that because I had no other choice. It would be strange if I believed you. Xiao Chun could not be bothered with him. He said, I knew you would say that. Stop speaking nonsense. This sculpture actually sold for 100 inferior grade spirit stones each. How many spirit stones are you prepared to split with me? Kim Tae-ho smiled embarrassedly. What kind of relationship do we have? Talking about money will hurt our relationship. Come, let's go to my carriage. Don't say anything. I'll take good care of you. Chapter 264. Lu Suifeng rushed over quickly. When he saw Kim Taeho smiling at Xiaochun, he was astonished. He had not expected the incredibly difficult Kim Taeho to reveal such an expression. Up in the sky, on a floating cloud, Yu Mingshan frowned slightly. He said, I can already confirm that he does not have an inherited martial spirit. However, he is actually mingling with the people of the Golden Rock Merchant Association. It looks like I can only find another opportunity to make a move. Inside the luxurious carriage, Xiaochun and Kim Taeho each sat at a table. Compared to the decorations outside, the interior of this luxurious carriage was much simpler. As the carriage moved quickly, it was very stable. Xiaochun, who was seated inside, did not feel any bumps. Kim Taeho glanced at Bai, who was seated beside him. He smiled and said, This Bai is becoming more and more adorable. Pussy-eye. Kim Taeho was just about to stretch out his hand to rub Bai's head. However, before he could touch it, Bai's claws scratched him. He said in astonishment, You are still so ruthless. Fortunately, this fat lord's skin is tough, so I am fine. Xiaochun smiled faintly and asked, How is your investigation of the Tianwu Emperor's tomb? Xiaochun had always been very curious about the Tianwu Emperor's tomb in the ancient remnant. However, he did not have the time to investigate. Now that he coincidentally met Kim Taeho, naturally, he had to get to the bottom of it. Kim Taeho withdrew his smile and shook his head. There is no useful information. I can only confirm that the corpse of the last Tianwu Emperor was indeed taken away by Chu Chaoyan. After that, Chu Chaoyan has been in closed-door cultivation in the Misty Sword sect. He only came out recently. Xiaochun's expression turned grave. Honestly speaking, he had been out for a long time and had rarely suffered a loss. However, he had suffered more than once at the hands of Chu Chaoyan. He was very afraid of this person, so he wanted to find out more about him. He continued to ask, How is his cultivation now? Do you have a specific reference? Kim Taeho said, I have not seen it personally, but it is probably a peak superior grade martial saint at the very least. That golden coffin would definitely help a cultivator cultivate faster. To be able to cultivate so quickly while lying in a coffin was a little strange. Xiaochun asked in surprise, How did you know? Fatso chuckled and said, Don't forget, your Lord Fatty also snatched a coffin lid. After studying it for such a long time, I can confirm this conclusion. Xiaochun had a deep impression of the golden coffin lid just now. When he waved it, it seemed ordinary, but his divine sense sensed that the space around him seemed to be fluctuating. As he waved his hand, he seemed to shatter the void, forming an immature little world. Xiaochun collected his thoughts and asked sullenly, Did Chu Chaoyan obtain the heavenly flame inherited by the Tianwu Emperor? This was the question that concerned Xiaochun the most. Although the inherited heavenly flame was only a tenth of the original, its might was still very horrifying. If he could completely grasp it, it would be even stronger than Xiaochun's purple thunder true fire. Xiaochun was not afraid of Chu Chaoyan's cultivation being higher than his. As long as it was not an entire cultivation realm higher, he would not fear a peak martial saint with his combat prowess. However, if Chu Chaoyan grasped the heavenly flame, he would be feared. His innate martial technique, cultivation technique, and martial spirit were all at the peak of the same generation. If Chu Chaoyan completely grasped the heavenly flame, he would be unrivaled among martial saints. Kim Taeho had a grave expression as he said, Prepare yourself for the worst. I estimate that he can use at least a quarter of that tenth of the heavenly flame. Furthermore, he should have obtained the inherited martial technique of the Tianwu dynasty, the life-extinguishing, blood-reversing swordplay. If it were in the past, Xiaochun might have doubted Fatso's words. However, after knowing that he was the young master of the Golden Rock Merchant Association, he was certain of it. In terms of intelligence, even the royal courts of the various nations would not be as comprehensive as these merchant associations. When doing business, information was always the most important thing. Suddenly, Kim Taeho thought of something and said, That's right, you should be going to Shihe City to participate in the Linlang Pavilion's auction, right? Chu Chaoyan will be participating as well. You might run into him. Chu Chaoyan was going to participate in the auction as well. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He had a vague feeling that this auction might be more complicated than he imagined. Xiao Chun cupped his hands to Fatso and said, "Thank you. I will be careful and try to avoid him." Fatso laughed loudly. "What are you thanking me for? What kind of relationship do we have? Furthermore, let me tell you some news. The strength of your old opponents have increased by leaps and bounds. Duan Yuking has already practiced the profound ice incantation to the 9th layer. Her strength is even more horrifying. Just looking at her now makes me feel like I have fallen into an ice cave. Hua Yunfei's martial spirit has already undergone a deep awakening. He has already practiced the blood shadow sword technique to great perfection. His entire person has become incomparably evil. It is very strange. Of course, the most horrifying ones are not these two, but the Gi Marquis and Ji Chongkong. In terms of gains, their gains in the ancient remnant are probably second only to Chu Chaoyan. Xiao Chun felt suspicious and asked, "What do you mean? Our gains are not small, right? Could it be that their gains are even greater than ours?" Fatso smiled in disdain. "Our gains are nothing. Let's talk about the Gi Marquis first. This brat obtained the Tianwu dynasty's inherited holy weapon, the sky-splitting sword. Originally, I thought it was just a holy weapon with an incomplete Dao. It was not a big deal. After all, although such incomplete holy weapons are rare, they are not particularly precious. However, now I know that this brat is really lucky. That sky-splitting sword has been passed down from the first Tianwu emperor until now. The Dao of that heaven-splitting sword is actually complete. It only lost some in the past 1,000 years. After 10 years, it will be completely restored. The so-called holy weapon referred to the weapons used by the sages of the ancient era. At that time, the cultivation realms of cultivators were different from now. The difference between the ancient era's sages and the current martial sages was huge. In terms of strength, the ancient era's sages were equivalent to the current Emperor Wu. The current martial sages were nothing in front of the ancient era's sages. The classification of weapons at that time was also different from the current one. There was no such thing as heaven, earth, profound, or yellow spirit weapons. The sages had already seen a trace of the heavenly Tao. Every move they made could affect the laws of heaven and earth. As for the weapons they used, under the influence of the laws of heaven and earth, they would slowly gain a trace of the Tao. After these weapons were passed down, after 10,000 years, although the Tao became incomplete, the essence of the weapon was not damaged at all. When a cultivator used a holy weapon, they could use these incomplete Tao to change the laws of heaven and earth when they made a move. They could achieve an unimaginable effect in battle. However, because the Tao was incomplete, it was very difficult to truly change the laws of heaven and earth. There would be situations where it would be ineffective at times. Being able to succeed once out of 10 times was already pretty good. However, if it was a holy weapon with a complete Tao, it would be a different story. One could achieve a success rate of 5 out of 10 times. If one could comprehend the Tao, they would be able to change the laws of heaven and earth every time they made a move. This would raise the cultivator's strength to a horrifying level. Jean Fatso took a sip of tea and continued. As for Ji Chongkong, his luck is even better. That brat's talent is too high. He has already comprehended 80 to 90% of that sage Tao comprehension painting. Every time he makes a move, there's a faint trace of the Tao circulating around it. It is even more effective than a holy weapon. Xiao Chun smiled bitterly and did not say anything. This was the so-called fortuitous encounter. Although fortuitous encounters were vague and illusory, they were a kind of great luck. They truly existed in this world. Although it was a fortuitous encounter, some people gained nothing. They were even fed to spirit beasts and died without a burial. However, some people gained many things. Their strength advanced by leaps and bounds, standing out like a crane in a flock of chickens. These were all people with great luck. Many experts in history had such encounters. The cultivators of the same generation as them all became their stepping stones. However, Their names were passed down for eternity. Xiaochun thought to himself, 2 years from now, I have to defeat all these people. Otherwise, I will never be able to compete with them in terms of luck. Even if I have a fortuitous encounter in the future, without great luck, I will not gain much. In the long run, I will become a stepping stone for others. Xiaochun thought of something and said, from your tone earlier, it seems like you're not going to the Shiha province's auction. Kim Taeho nodded and said, I have seen many auctions and can't be bothered to go. If I really want to find a peak treasure, I would have to go to the underground auction in the ancient desolate land. There is also the peak auction in the Great Jin Nation. That is the true grand scene. Let me tell you, that scene, seeing that Fatso was about to continue showing off, Xiaochun knew that he would not stop. He quickly stopped him and said, stop right there. There is no need to discuss this. Since you're not going to Shiha City, could it be that you are really transporting goods through the Black Dragon River to another nation? Earlier, Xiaochun had taken some time to use his spiritual sense to scan Fatso's gold boxes. In the end, he discovered that they were all empty. There was nothing inside. Although the fatty had a lot of spatial rings, it was still not enough to transport the goods. Regular spatial rings were only a few dozen square meters. It was impossible for them to transport large amounts of goods. As for the peak spatial rings, not to mention the scarcity of them, even the peak spatial rings were only a few hundred square meters. They would not be able to transport large amounts of goods. Hence, when Fatso said that he was not going to Shia City, Xiaochun was somewhat surprised. If he was not transporting goods or going to an auction, why did Fatso come to the Devil Savannah? Fatso smiled and said, of course, it is impossible to transport goods. I have not participated in the trade route of the Devil Savannah yet, so I cannot take this route for now. The purpose of my trip here is for a legend regarding the treasure of the Devil Savannah. Legend? Xiaochun laughed hoarsely and said, you purposely came to the Devil Savannah just for a legend? Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? You can't go so far, right? Fatso said, naturally, there is some basis for it. In the past, there was a group of bandits on this Devil Savannah that made people tremble with fear. The strength of the leader of the bandits was unfathomable. Later on, he was probably a martial sage at the very least. If one wanted to travel through this merchant association, one would have to pay him a toll. Chapter 265. The merchant associations that resisted did not have a good ending. He monopolized this golden trade route. In the end, he accumulated a shocking amount of wealth. Xiaochun was flabbergasted. He was in disbelief. A bona fide martial sage did not cultivate properly. Instead, he came here to be a bandit. Do you think it is possible? When a person reached the martial sage realm, their vision was much higher than that of ordinary people. They no longer cared about worldly things. They would focus their entire life on reaching the peak of martial cultivation. Very few people would be reluctant to part with these worldly possessions. Jean Fatso said, how is it not possible? Back then, the three noble clans of the Shiha province surrounded the savannah a few times. Do you think it was to deal with the bandits? It was to obtain the map he left behind. Your Heavenly Saber Pavilion sent people to participate a few times as well. When Xiaochun heard the word map, he felt excited. He asked, he left behind a map? What do you mean? Explain it more clearly. Jean Fatso muttered to himself for a while before saying, everyone will die eventually. Even someone as strong as Emperor Wu was no exception. Naturally, there is no need to talk about martial sages. After this person died, he buried all his accumulated wealth on an island in the boundless sea. He left many maps for his descendants. The maps described the location of the island in detail. Furthermore, only by obtaining the map could they open the door to the treasure. Unfortunately, his descendants were not up to expectations. Not long after he died, his descendants were all killed by his enemies. The map was also scattered everywhere. Someone once obtained the map and found the island. However, there was a huge storm outside the island. Even someone as strong as a martial king could not enter. They could only watch helplessly. Later on, someone accidentally found out that this storm would disappear for a period of time every 100 years. Hence, these maps were put to use once again. The treasures were not placed together. Every time, someone would bring out a large number of treasures. Of course, there were many people who died in there as well. The 100 years are about to arrive again. Hence, this fat lord intends to try his luck. My movements are already much slower. I wonder if the people of the 3 noble clans managed to obtain the map in the previous encirclement? Kim Tae-ho explained slowly but clearly. Xiaochen immediately understood the reason behind it. I didn't know if the blueprint in my hand was what Fatso was looking for. Xiaochen thought for a while and asked, "How long until the 100-year deadline arrives?" Fatso pondered for a moment before replying, "About a year. This fat lord intends to spend this year in the Devil Prairie. Even if I can't find the blueprint, I can still earn some extra money." There was still a year left, so there was no need to worry. Xiaochen thought to himself, "I can put this matter aside for now." After traveling the carriage for half a day, the two of them bid farewell to Kim Tae-ho and left. Kim Tae-ho continued to play the pig to eat the tiger, while the two of them walked towards the exit of the Devil Prairie. Along the way, Xiaochen asked, "Suifeng, have you heard of the legend of the treasure map in the Devil Prairie?" When Lu Suifeng heard this, he thought for a long time before saying, "I seem to have heard of it before. However, I did not pay much attention to it. I have pretty much forgotten about it already. Do you want to go treasure hunting?" Xiao Chan smiled faintly. "I do not have the time for now. My main goal now is to quickly grasp listening to the sword and communicating with it. I already have some progress and do not wish to be delayed by other matters." The two of them traveled for another 3 days. Because they were nearing the borders of the Devil Prairie, the number of bandits they met slowly decreased. On the other hand, there were more and more merchant groups gathering. That afternoon, the silhouette of a small town appeared in their vision. Lu Suifeng said excitedly, "We finally left this prairie. After this, we will travel by water for another 3 days and land for another half a day before we reach Xia City." Xiaochen also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Although his body was fine, he was mentally fatigued after spending the past few days in the wilderness. The nameless town in front was specially used to resupply the merchant groups and cultivators that passed through the Devil Prairie. There were inns and trading centers everywhere. Many cultivators training in the Devil Prairie would choose to sell their harvests here. Hence, although the town was small, it was very bustling and noisy. The two of them found an inn and had a good meal. Then, they each chose a room and rested. In the room, Xiao Chun sat cross-legged on the bed. The Qi whirlpool in his dantian spun slowly. The purple thunder divine incantation flowed along his meridians. Z. There were countless electric currents in the room, crackling nonstop. Pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy poured into Xiao Chen's body continuously. The spiritual energy below the mountain was very thin. It could not be compared to the Lingyun mountain range. Xiao Chen felt that it was at least 50% weaker. With such a huge difference, it was no wonder these great sects were so attractive to cultivators. After 4 hours, Xiao Chen stopped circulating his energy and opened his eyes. The electric currents in the room had not dissipated yet. They flickered occasionally. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "My state of thunder seems to be improving every day. If this continues, I might not even be able to execute the twisting road around peak. I have to find a lightning-attributed martial technique as soon as possible." Bang, bang, bang. Knocks came from the door. Lu Suifeng's voice came from outside. "Yichen, I intend to sell some spirit pills and materials here. Do you want to come with me?" There were many merchants in the town that bought all sorts of spirit beast materials. Earlier, when the two of them were walking, many merchants had asked them about their cultivator attire. Because they were busy resting, they rejected all of them. Now that they had rested, they thought about it and felt that it was a good decision. There were still 3 days before they would be arriving at Xia City to participate in the auction. With more spirit stones in hand, they would feel more at ease. Xiaochen did not think too much about it and agreed to this suggestion. The two of them walked out of the inn and headed for the busiest trading area in the town, buying all sorts of wind-attributed spirit cores at a high price, as long as it is wind-attributed, regardless of rank. Buying as many as you can. Only 2 hours. Be quick. Selling 10 rank 5 spirit cores of various attributes. There are also high-rank spirit beast pelts. Buying 10 stalks of desolate grass. If there are any cultivators, please look for me quickly. All sorts of clamorous cries entered the two's ears. It was very bustling. There were cultivators setting up stalls on both sides of the road. Merchants continuously went over to inquire about prices. Although the place was messy, there were professionals managing it. Without permission, one could not set up a stall here. Otherwise, the town manager would chase them away. Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng arrived at the management area and queued for an hour before they found an empty stall. The manager handed the signboard and various tools for setting up a stall to the two of them. The service was rather good. However, the price made them flabbergasted. Lu Suifeng was not just an ordinary person. Setting up a stall for 2 hours, and you have to charge 10 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chun wrote on the signboard, selling spirit cores of spirit beasts and all sorts of materials. Spirit stones for transactions. After Xiao Chun finished writing, he smiled faintly and said, "Never mind, it is just 10 inferior grade spirit stones. To you, it is just a drop in the bucket. Let's go set up the stall first. Hopefully, there will be a big merchant who can sell everything in one go." When they arrived at the stall, they changed the signboard. After a while, a merchant wearing luxurious golden clothes walked over. This merchant was about 40 years old. There were 2 martial saint guards beside him. His slightly plump face was filled with smiles. "Two little brothers, are you selling spirit cores of spirit beasts?" The middle-aged merchant asked with a smile. Xiao Chun nodded and said, "The spirit cores are all rank 3 and above. There are about 3,000 of them. Aside from that, there are also some spirit beast skins. They are at least rank 3 spirit beasts. Most of these spirit cores were snatched from the bandits of the Devil's Savannah. A small portion of them were spirit beasts that the two of them had personally killed. The space in the spatial ring was limited. Earlier, the two of them had tidied it up and tossed away the rank 2 spirit cores. They only kept the spirit cores of rank 3 spirit beasts and above. Even so, there were more than 3,000 of them. They were worth quite a lot. The middle-aged merchant was mildly astonished. He did not expect to come across such a big deal when he casually asked. His expression did not change as he continued to ask, "Can I take a look at the goods?" Xiao Chun nodded, and Lu Suifeng poured out all the spirit cores of the two of them and all sorts of material from the spatial ring. A large pile of spirit cores filled the entire stall. Immediately, countless gazes looked over. Amidst the greedy and envious gazes, Xiao Chun even felt a few gazes filled with killing intent. This was not strange. The cultivators here were all people who bled on the edge of their blades. They had more or less taken human lives. It was not uncommon to get greedy at the sight of wealth and to kill others to steal their wealth. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored him. He asked, "How about it? State your price." The middle-aged merchant was overjoyed in his heart. However, his expression did not change. He tried asking, "Are the two of you not accepting gold? If you want to use gold, I can give you an even better price." After Xiao Chun saw the use of spirit stones, how could he care about gold? He decisively shook his head and rejected. Lu Suifeng said, "Could it be that you cannot afford it?" The middle-aged merchant laughed loudly. "I am just saying, I am still able to afford this amount of spirit stones. A fixed price of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I want all of them. We could transact on the spot, or you can choose the place to transact." The middle-aged merchant also understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth. Hence, he was very humane and gave out 2 methods of transacting. The two of them could choose the place to transact. Xiao Chun thought for a while. This merchant's origins are unknown. Although it is easy to reveal his wealth if they transact on the spot, I have to guard against him if I transact elsewhere. There is a certain amount of risk in both methods. Xiao Chun chose to transact on the spot. At the very least, he would be able to obtain the spirit stones at the first possible moment. This would put him at ease. The middle-aged merchant no longer hesitated and gave some instructions. A guard beside him took out his spatial ring and touched it to Xiao Chun's universe ring. In the next moment, Xiao Chan felt that there were many more spirit stones in his spatial ring. When he counted them, there were exactly 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The middle-aged merchant took out 2 name cards and handed them to the 2 of them. He smiled and said, "This humble servant's surname is Guan. I am working for the Yun Clan's Merchant Association. I hope that there will be opportunities for us to work together in the future. If you use this name card to shop in the Yun Clan shops, you will be able to enjoy a 10% discount." Chapter 266. Yun Clan. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. In the entire Xihua province, only the Yun Clan would be able to take out 10,000 spirit stones so casually. Xiao Chen put away the name card and waited for the merchant to go far away. Then, he said, "We cannot spend the night here. We have to rush to the port before it gets dark. Someone is already watching us." Lu Suifeng nodded his head. A transaction of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones was already a large transaction in this small town. Furthermore, the 2 of them were only inferior grade martial saints. It would be strange if they were not targeted. The 2 of them returned to the inn and packed up. After they restocked their rations, they quickly rode the dragon blood horse out of the nameless town. The sun set in the west. The setting sun looked like blood. Large patches of red clouds dyed the entire western sky red. The afterglow of the sun shone on Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng, giving them a faint glow. 2 long shadows appeared on the road. Dong! 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 The intruders were faster than the 2 of them had expected. They had only traveled for about 10 minutes before they were blocked by a group of cultivators wielding weapons and surging with killing chi. Xiao Chun quickly scanned the group in front of him. There was a total of 18 people. The weakest of them was an inferior grade martial saint. 2 of them were even superior grade martial saints. Xiao Chen's gaze lingered on the 2 of them. One of them was dressed in white. He held a sword in his hand. The tip of the sword gave off a piercingly cold light. Under the light of the setting sun, it looked very dazzling. The other person had his arms exposed. His upper body was covered in battle armor. He held a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. He had a ferocious expression on his face. There was a group of cultivators standing behind the 2 of them. It looked like the 2 groups were together. The white-clothed swordsman slowly walked forward. He looked at Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng and revealed a faint smile. "We are only here for wealth. We do not wish to harm anyone. Leave behind the spirit stones in your hands, and I will guarantee your safety." The other spear-wielding, blue-clothed man released his killing intent without holding back. His eyes revealed a ferocious glint as he said viciously, "I do not have much patience. Hurry up and take the initiative. It will be good for everyone. Otherwise, I will make it hard for you to die." The 2 of them slowly unleashed their superior grade martial saint auras, pressing heavily on Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng. The 2 huge auras merged together. Even the air turned solid, making breathing difficult. Lu Suifeng could not help but panic. He took out his identity token and said, "We are Heavenly Saber Pavilion Corps disciples. Quickly move aside, and I will pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, even if you flee to the ends of the earth, you will not be able to escape the pursuit of the Divine Saber Camp." Xiao Chun shook his head. His hand subconsciously moved to the hilt of his saber. This group of people already knew who they were. Otherwise, they would not waste so much time talking nonsense. If Xiao Chun were an inferior grade martial saint without any background, he would have charged over without any fear. He would not have used such small tricks to threaten and scare him. They were probably afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's revenge. However, since this group of people dared to chase after them, it meant that they were fugitives. They did not fear the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's revenge. It would be best if they did not offend the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. If they offended them, they would just have to take a large sum of spirit stones. If they left the Xihua province and hid at the ends of the earth, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be able to do anything to them. They slowly gathered their auras and did not release them. The sky above their heads turned dark without them realizing it. Dark clouds churned. The might of thunder was formed. The blue-clothed spearman smiled coldly. "Do you think I am easy to scare?" You are just two inferior-grade martial Saint Core disciples. Will the Heavenly Saber Pavilion mobilize the Divine Saber Camp for you? I will say it again. Take the initiative to hand over all the Spirit Stones in your hands. The white-clothed spearman continued to reveal a faint smile. He looked very calm as he said, "The two of you, we are only seeking wealth. We do not have any other intentions. Leave the Spirit Stones behind. That would be the best for everyone." Of the two of them, one was playing the good cop, and the other was playing the bad cop. If it were a sect disciple without much experience, they would definitely hand over the Spirit Stones in their hands in such a situation. Unfortunately, Xianxia could not be bothered with them. He swung his right hand, which was on the saber hilt. The aura that he had been gathering burst forth and suppressed the auras of the two of them. Rumble. Suddenly, there was an explosion in the quiet sky. A resplendent saber light lit up the sky, resonating with the lightning descending from the sky. Xianxia's figure arrived beside the white-clothed spearman in an instant. His saber light flickered and his aura flourished, piercing through the 9 heavens. The white-clothed swordsman was incomparably horrified. He had not expected Xianxia to make a move so suddenly. Furthermore, the moment Xianxia made his move, it was a lightning-fast strike. His aura completely suppressed the two of them mercilessly. His speed and strength were at the peak. This was not a rookie. From the start, the other party did not intend to flee or hand over the Spirit Stones. However, the white-clothed swordsman thought that victory was in his grasp. They did not know that the other party was preparing a startling strike. In that instant, the white-clothed swordsman thought of many things. He did his best to retreat. However, he had lost the initiative and his aura fell to rock bottom. How could he dodge Xianxia's peak strike with a flourishing aura, which he had been preparing for a long time? Wuxia. The saber light flickered, and a horrifying wound appeared on the white-clothed swordsman's chest. Blood spurted out like a fountain. The saber contained the power of lightning, knocking the white-clothed swordsman back and sending him crashing to the ground. The blue-clothed swordsman at the side reacted quickly. He swung his spear, and a fire dragon condensed on the spear, circling it and roaring ferociously. The blue-clothed swordsman wanted to stop Xianxia and make him give up on chasing the injured white-clothed swordsman. Bang! The spear roared, and the fire dragon immediately swallowed up Xianxia's figure. The blue-clothed swordsman rejoiced in his heart. "I thought you were very powerful, but you're only SOSO. However, before the blue-clothed swordsman could smile, he saw the figure that the spear struck shatter. However, it was only an afterimage. Blue dragon swings its tail, seeing the cool breeze, not the saber. Xianxia had already leaped out from the side. He moved in a purple arc, and a cool breeze blew. In an instant, he passed through the crowd and headed for the white-clothed swordsman. The white-clothed swordsman was startled. He spun the sword in his hand and fired it at Xianxia, who was flying through the air. Xianxia clenched his left hand into a fist and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art at the same time. All the bones in his body crackled as he punched, causing the air to tremble. Bang! The tip of the fist struck the tip of the sword, and the sword immediately shattered into countless pieces. Xianxia's essence trembled, and the shattered pieces scattered in all directions. Xianxia's momentum did not decrease. Just as he was about to get close to the white-clothed swordsman, the lunar shadow saber in his hand disappeared. He withdrew his killing chi, making it hard for others to grasp it. When the cool breeze blew, the white-clothed swordsman's heart turned ashen. He knew that this was the famous secret technique of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the clear wind chop. Once it got close, there was no way to dodge it. Furthermore, the white-clothed swordsman was severely injured. His body was not at its peak. There was no way he could dodge. Furthermore, the others were all dodging. No one would be able to help Xianxia with the chaotic saber attacks he just created. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. The white-clothed swordsman revealed a ferocious expression as he roared. The dantian in his body glowed faintly. He was going to use a secret technique to self-destruct. Xianxia's expression did not change. He increased his speed and arrived before the white-clothed swordsman in a flash. When the light was at its brightest, the lunar shadow saber appeared from nowhere and stabbed into the white-clothed swordsman's dantian. The lunar shadow saber appeared from nowhere and stabbed into Xianxia's dantian. Xianxia did not stop moving. He quickly kicked this person away. Bang! That swordsman's corpse exploded in midair. Instantly, not even his bones remained. Only a rain of blood remained, filling the sky. The white-clothed swordsman was actually not weak. Under normal circumstances, if Xianxia wanted to kill him, he would need at least 100 moves before he could do so. Unfortunately, the white-clothed swordsman was too careless at the start. He did not expect Xianxia to suddenly make a move. He also did not expect Xianxia's attack to be so ferocious. He was caught off guard and was severely injured. After that, there was no longer any suspense. After the white-clothed swordsman died, some of the cultivators fighting with Lu Suifeng immediately fled. These were the white-clothed swordsman's subordinates. Since the white-clothed swordsman was already dead, there was no need for them to remain here. Only the blue-clothed spearman and his 8 subordinates remained. The white-clothed swordsman's death caused the blue-clothed swordsman to panic. He no longer had the drive he had at the start. The blue-clothed swordsman knew that this person was not an ordinary inferior grade martial saint. There was definitely something extraordinary about him. In terms of pure combat prowess, he was already comparable to a superior grade martial saint. The blue-clothed swordsman's aura had already fallen. If he wanted to reform it, he would have to spend some effort. Using an aura that had fallen to rock bottom to resist the other party's soaring aura was clearly not a wise move. Retreat! The blue-clothed spearman shouted decisively. He stared at Xianxia and kept his guard up as he leaped backward continuously. This person was very experienced in combat. He was also very cautious. When he retreated, he did not reveal his back. After the blue-clothed swordsman was far away and was certain that Xianxia would not chase after him, he immediately turned around and increased his speed. After a while, he disappeared from Xianxia's sight. Lu Suifeng, who was at the side, felt it was strange. Given Xianxia's character, he would not let the blue-clothed swordsman off so easily. Xianxia stood where he was and muttered to himself in silence. The blue-clothed swordsman had left for a long time already. However, Xianxia did not move at all. His aura did not relax at all. He maintained his guard at all times. When Xianxia made a move to kill the white-clothed swordsman, he felt a horrifying killing qi coming from the sky. In that instant, he even felt the danger of death. Furthermore, this aura was very well hidden. When Xianxia caught it, it immediately disappeared, and everything returned to normal. Xianxia extended his spiritual sense out in all directions. However, he did not catch anything in his mind. However, the more it was like this, the more cautious Xianxia became. He did not dare to relax his aura. Lu Suifeng felt that something was wrong. He asked in a soft voice, "Yichen, what's wrong?" Xianxia looked at a certain cloud in the sky and said, "Along the way, I felt a pair of eyes staring at us. Just now, I finally confirmed that he wants to kill me. This person is at least a peak superior grade martial saint. Furthermore, he knows a flying martial technique. The worst-case scenario is that he is a martial king." Lu Suifeng was horrified. He revealed a worried expression as he asked, "What should we do?" Chapter 267. Xianxia sheathed his saber and smiled faintly. "It's fine. There is no need to worry too much. If this person's strength was really horrifying, he would not have followed us for so long. Earlier, he gave up on making a move. He lost the chance to kill me forever. This person is overly cautious. He lacks the sharpness of a cultivator. He will forever be a second-rate expert." Up in the clouds, Yumingshan was originally preparing to make a move. However, at the last moment, he suddenly discovered that Xianxia had already sensed his killing qi. Based on the principle of being cautious, a killing move that the opponent had already sensed would not be considered a killing move. This had always been Yumingshan's principle. This was also something he had learned as a lone cultivator. He had lived for a long time. There were many opportunities, so he could not attack blindly. Seeing Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng leave, Yu Mingshan said indifferently, "Looks like I have to hide my killing chi even deeper next time. I have to kill him in one move and not leave behind any hidden dangers." When the sun had completely set, Xiao Chun and Lu Suifeng finally arrived at the port of the Black Dragon River. The port was brightly lit, illuminating the shore like it was daytime. Huge merchant ships appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. This was an eye-opener for Xiao Chun. Most of the ships were 40 to 50 meters tall and 5 to 600 meters long. They were no different from the super tankers in his previous life. When Lu Suifeng saw that Xiao Chun was astonished, he explained, "There are many water monsters in the Black Dragon River. Furthermore, the waves are very strong. A regular medium-sized merchant ship would not be able to withstand even a single wave. Furthermore, many of these merchant ships are going out to sea. The situation on the surface of the sea is even more complicated. If the ship is not made larger, it would not be able to withstand even a normal wave. Not to mention the sea monsters." So that's how it is. The doubts in Xiao Chen's heart cleared up. The two of them found the person in charge of a merchant ship and stated their intentions. Then, they paid 10,000 gold taels each and obtained the right to board the ship. The two of them rode their dragon blood horses to the bow of the ship. The deck was very wide, so it did not seem crowded at all. Immediately, a waiter from the merchant ship came over and took their dragon blood horses away. Although the ship was large, horses were not allowed on the ship. The deck was filled with cultivators preparing to hitch a ride on the ship. There were probably many of them who were going to Xia City to participate in the auction. Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the boat and gently leaned on the railing. A cool breeze blew across the river. The breeze contained a refreshing smell of the river water, making people feel much better. Xiao Chun gazed at the vast dark surface. The night did not affect his vision at all. He could clearly see the scene on the surface of the river. The width of the Black Dragon River was much wider than he had imagined. These huge merchant ships were like black dots on the dark surface, not even taking up 1% of the river. At first glance, if it wasn't for the color of the river, one would have mistaken it for the sea. Lu Suifeng walked forward and said, "Yi Chun, the ship will depart tomorrow morning. There are no more empty rooms on the ship. We will have to spend the next 3 days on the deck." The merchant ship was different from the passenger ship. Most of the space on the ship was filled with goods. Furthermore, the two of them arrived late. It was not strange that they did not have any empty rooms. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. "It's nothing much. I have already spent so many days on the savannah. It is just 3 days on the deck." After finding an empty space, Xiao Chun sat down cross-legged and entered into a state of cultivation. However, there are many people here. If he cultivated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, it would cause a huge commotion. Xiao Chun did not want to attract too much attention. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art slowly circulated. Xiao Chun was prepared to cultivate this cultivation technique that was specially used for tempering the body. The many cultivators on the deck were all cultivating. Very few of them spoke. The river was very quiet. Early the next morning, the light of dawn broke through the last traces of darkness and shone on the deck. The cultivators slowly woke up. Xiao Chun also opened his eyes. The instant he got up, the bones in his body gave off a pi-li-pa-pa sound. He felt very comfortable and energetic. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art only had a total of 5 layers. The first 2 layers were the foundation. The last 3 layers were the true tempering of the body. Xiao Chun had already practiced the 4th layer, Dragon Roar, Tiger Roar, piercing the heavens. He was currently heading towards great perfection. If he practiced it to great perfection, a casual roar from Xiao Chun would be equivalent to the roar of a dragon or tiger. The drawn-out energy would be able to pierce through the 9 heavens and scatter the clouds in the sky. As for the 5th layer, Dragon, Tin and Tiger Bone, pulling mountains and river strength, it would be a true rebirth. Ordinary weapons would no longer be able to injure Xiao Chun. Furthermore, his chi and blood would increase rapidly. His strength could reach more than 10,000 kilograms of force. The crisp sound of bones attracted the attention of the surrounding cultivators. In that instant, Everyone seemed to see an indistinct dragon and tiger hidden in Xianxia's body. It is rare to see a cultivator who specializes in tempering the body. The strength of the physical body is still a lower level. After one becomes a martial king, the might of essence becomes incomparably horrifying. A casual punch can split mountains. Tempering the body is just a waste of time. Indeed, in the martial saint realm, a strong physical body might give one an advantage in the early stages. However, in the later stages, the quality of one's essence is the most important. If he wanted to use his physical body alone, he would be a good seedling. Unfortunately, he is cultivating both. Sooner or later, he will not be able to take care of both. In the end, his cultivation will only stagnate. When many cultivators saw Xianxia's strong physical body, they all sighed. Their words were filled with pity. Xianxia smiled faintly and ignored them. He believed that he was on the right path. This was especially so after he saw the secret manual left behind by the previous pavilion master in the underground world. His conviction grew even stronger. If one cultivated both the physical body and essence at the same time, one's cultivation would indeed be slower than others. Perhaps Xianxia would enter the martial sage realm much later than others of the same generation. However, without a strong physical body, it would be impossible for a martial sage to enter the Emperor Wu realm. Or rather, the possibility was very small. At that time, he would surpass everyone else. When Xianxia walked to the bow of the ship, he did not know when the huge merchant ship had set off. The ship broke through the huge waves on the river's surface as it moved quickly. Xianxia was somewhat astonished. He did not expect such a huge ship to be able to move so fast on the water. He did not know what kind of propulsion it used. Lu Suifeng walked over to Xianxia's side and asked, "Yichun, do you think that expert is still watching us?" Xianxia looked up at the sky and said, "I'm not sure. This person hides very well. I cannot feel his aura. However, my intuition tells me that he is still above us." There is a sea monster in front. Just as the two of them spoke, someone on the deck suddenly exclaimed. Xianxia and Lu Suifeng quickly rushed over. They saw a huge whirlpool appear on the water a kilometer in front. After a while, a 200-meter-tall waterspout formed on the water surface and quickly headed for the merchant ship. Huchi! Huchi! The surface of the water started to ripple continuously. The boat also shook a few times. Xianxia extended his spiritual sense and saw a huge, strange black fish at the end of the boat. Lu Suifeng asked suspiciously, "What is that?" Someone at the side replied, "That is a black tuna whale, a peak rank 6 spirit beast. It is considered a tyrant of this black dragon river. It comes up a few times every year. The merchant ships that meet it do not have a good ending. How unlucky, we actually met it." When the cultivators on the deck heard the name of the strange fish, they started to panic. Seeing the waterspout getting closer, many cultivators made a prompt decision and jumped off the ship. They executed their movement techniques and pushed off the water surface, rushing back. When Lu Suifeng saw the other cultivators jumping off the ship, he asked, "Yichun, are we going to jump off the ship?" Xianxia looked around and discovered that the people jumping off the ship were the younger cultivators. Although the older cultivators had panic on their faces, no one thought of jumping off the ship. They even looked at the people jumping off the ship as if they were watching a joke. Xianxia shook his head and said, "Let's wait and see first. There is no rush." The older, the wiser. Since most of the old men on the deck did not choose to jump off the ship, there had to be a reason that the two of them did not know. They decided to wait and see first. Pussy-eye! Pussy-eye! Suddenly, miserable cries came from the river. Xianxia and Lu Suifeng turned their heads to take a look. They saw the cultivators leaping on the water surface being attacked by the strange fish. They screamed miserably as they fell into the water. When they fell into the water, countless strange fish immediately swarmed over. There was a series of ka-sie sounds. After a while, only a pile of bones was left. Fresh blood dyed the black surface crimson, attracting even more strange fish. The teeth of the strange fish were incredibly sharp. The essence barriers of the cultivators could not block them. Their bodies were also very tough. When weapons hacked on them, they could not kill them. Not long after, the cultivators who abandoned the ship were all killed by the strange fish. Only a few cultivators with outstanding movement techniques managed to board the merchant ship and were lucky enough to survive. From then on, no more cultivators dared to jump off the ship blindly. With a living example in front of them, no one would be so foolish. A bunch of fools. They are not even martial kings, yet they dare to cross the Black Dragon River. How reckless, someone mocked. However, when they saw the approaching waterspout and the surging waves, the crowd did not show any expressions of schadenfreude. Wuxia. Suddenly, two surging sword chi flew out from the bow of the ship. They were 100 meters long. Everywhere they went, they kicked up huge waves on the water, heading for the waterspout. Someone said joyfully, the guards of the merchant ship made a move. Based on the might of the sword chi, they should be peak superior grade martial saints. A peak rank 6 spirit beast is only as strong as an inferior grade martial king. If there are 2 peak martial saints and we add in some strength, we might be able to avoid this calamity. Normally, a large merchant ship would have strong cultivators guarding it. A high-ranked merchant association would even have martial kings guarding it. However, there were too few martial kings. If it was not a merchant ship of an inherited clan or the royal court, it would be difficult to hire a martial king to guard it. There were over 100 million cultivators in the Great Qi nation. However, only 10,000 of them could become martial kings. Furthermore, these 10,000 people would be divided among the noble clans, sects, and the royal court. Thus, a regular merchant association would only be able to invite peak martial saints to help them. Chapter 268. This merchant ship was able to hire 2 peak martial saint guards. It was already very strong. Bang, bang, bang. 2 surging sword chi struck the waterspout and gave off a loud sound. Huge waves surged on the surface of the water. The merchant ship shook a few times before it slowly came to a stop. Under the attack of the sword chi, the 200-meter-tall waterspout weakened significantly in might and speed. However, it did not disappear completely. It continued to surge towards the merchant ship. When Xianxia saw the waterspout getting closer, he quickly thought for a while. Finally, he decided to make a move. Firstly, he wanted to test the strength of his physical body. Secondly, he wanted to save himself. After making up his mind, Xianxia pushed off the deck and created a purple arc as he headed for the waterspout. Xianxia's bones crackled as he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. His body gave off a faint golden glow and a golden tiger image spun around him. Ferocious tiger, leaving the mountains. Xianxia shouted. It was like the roar of a tiger. His aura was suddenly raised to its peak state. The image of the ferocious tiger entered his fist and struck the towering waterspout. Bang! The incomparably surging waterspout was stopped for an instant by this punch. The huge rebound caused Xianxia to fly back 10 meters. Again, Xianxia laughed loudly. The instant he landed on the water, he immediately bounced back up. Xianxia continued to punch the waterspout, sending punch after punch at it. As Xianxia punched the waterspout, waves surged on the surrounding river. There was a loud rumbling sound as the river water surged in the air. The torrential rain poured down continuously. Xianxia's clothes were completely soaked. However, he had a delighted expression on his face. Before everyone's astonished gazes, the waterspout sent out by the black tuna whale was stopped by Xianxia's fists. It was unable to move forward on the water surface and slowly disappeared. The waterspout turned into rain that filled the sky and landed on the deck. Wuxia! Wuxia! When the surface of the river finally calmed down, countless strange fish leaped out. They flew toward Xianxia and opened their mouths. Their sharp teeth flickered with a cold light under the sunlight. Pa! Xianxia punched, and the strange fish that crashed into him immediately turned into a pool of blood. It fell into the river, dead beyond death. The strange fish that the weapons of the cultivators could not easily kill was killed by Xianxia with one punch. A cultivator on the deck said in astonishment, What a strong physical body. To think I misjudged him. Just based on the strength of his physical body, he has the combat prowess of a peak inferior martial saint. I wonder what his martial techniques and essence cultivation are like. If they are as strong as him, in terms of pure combat prowess, a regular superior grade martial saint would not be a match for him. Only a peak martial saint would be a match for him. That is only a slight advantage for now. When he becomes a martial king, if he does not give up on tempering his physical body, he will never have the chance to raise his cultivation. The cultivators on the deck discussed the strength that Xianxia displayed. They did not expect Xianxia's physical body to be so strong. The old men who sent out 2 strands of sword qi jumped off the merchant ship. They each sent out another strand of sword qi and cleaned up the strange fish in the air. The surrounding strange fish no longer dared to come out of the water. They all fled far away. Xianxia noticed that the sword qi that the 2 old men sent out was very sharp. It was much more condensed than a regular sword qi. It was clear that they had put in a lot of effort. Xianxia had once heard of people who had no hope of advancing to martial king. They would study their martial techniques and sword qi to their limits to raise their combat prowess. Although such people could not advance to martial king, a regular inferior grade martial king would not dare to let their guard down when they met them. It looked like this was the case for these 2 old men. The might of their sword qi had probably already reached the limits of what a martial saint could unleash. Little brother, are you interested in killing this black tuna whale with us? Our merchant association will reward you greatly. One of the old men suggested to Xianxia. The other old man also said, actually, the strength of this black tuna whale can barely be considered a peak martial saint. However, when it is underwater, its combat prowess will soar. That is why people call it a peak rank 6 spirit beast. Xianxia thought so as well. There was a huge difference in strength between a rank 6 spirit beast and a rank 6 demonic beast. This black tuna whale might not be stronger than the rank 6 scarlet demonic snake that Xianxia dealt with in the past. Back then, Xianxia could kill the scarlet demonic snake with Yin Kursin and the others. Now that he was working with 2 peak superior grade martial saints, he might be able to kill this black tuna whale. Xianxia nodded and said, sure. When the 2 old men saw Xianxia nod in agreement, they immediately revealed gratified smiles on their faces. They had personally witnessed Xianxia's strength earlier. With his help, they would be more confident in dealing with the black tuna whale. The 3 of them stepped on the water and executed their movement technique. They started to rush towards the black tuna whale in front. When they got closer, Xianxia could clearly see the appearance of the black tuna whale. The part that floated above the water was more than 100 meters long. There were rows of black bone spikes protruding from its back. Before the 3 of them got close, a huge whirlpool appeared on the water below them. A huge suction instantly sucked the 3 of them to the bottom. The force of the whirlpool was very strong. The 3 of them were unable to struggle at all. In an instant, they were sucked to the bottom, and their bodies started to spin continuously. Caught off guard, Xianxia drank a few mouthfuls of water and closed his eyes. He did his best to maintain his calm. The essence in his body slowly circulated, allowing his body to adapt to the direction of the whirlpool. The other 2 old men were much more experienced and knowledgeable than Xianxia. When they encountered such a situation, they did not panic at all. Xianxia circulated his essence and breathed internally, looking for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, Xianxia felt a dangerous aura. He opened his eyes and saw a huge mouth opening up. The whirlpool was currently pulling the 3 of them towards the huge mouth. As long as the mouth closed up, the black tuna whale would be able to swallow the 3 of them. Lone peak kill. Xianxia shouted in his heart and brandished his saber. An image of a mountain appeared above Xianxia's head. In the next instant, it merged into Xianxia's body. Immediately, Xianxia's figure seemed to have turned into a mountain. It became extremely heavy and instantly broke through the pull of the whirlpool. His body quickly fell to the bottom of the river. Bang! When Xianxia's feet landed on the bottom of the river, there was an intense force spreading out in the water. There was a temporary emptiness around Xianxia, all the river water was pushed out. The whirlpool that the black tuna whale created was instantly destroyed. The two old men immediately broke free. They each sent out a sword chi at the black tuna whale. The sharp sword chi tore through the obstruction of the river water like an arrow. With a schwa sound, it left 2 wounds on the back of the black tuna whale. The sword chi did not stop there. It pushed away the river water in front of it and shot towards the surface of the water. The area 1 meter around Xianxia was now empty. He took a deep breath of air. Pushing off the ground, Xianxia entered the water again and swam towards the black tuna whale. If Xianxia continued to stand where he was, when the water surface closed up, the force that was pushing the river water would strike him several times over. Even if Xiaoqian's physical body was strong, he would not be able to endure it. On the calm surface of the river, pillars of water shot up into the sky from time to time. The huge merchant ship kept rocking on the surface of the water. The crowd couldn't see what was going on under the water. They could only watch the intense battle anxiously, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, blood appeared on the clear river water. The crowd exclaimed, "So much blood! I wonder who it belongs to." This black tuna whale is not stupid. From the start, it dragged the 3 of them to the bottom of the river to fight. Fighting in the water is disadvantageous to the 3 of them. Indeed, in terms of strength, 3 peak martial saints against a peak rank 6 spirit beast should have a 50-50 chance of victory. However, now that they are underwater, their chances of victory are only 40%. How about we go down and help? If they die, the black tuna whale will definitely not let us off. Sure, you go down first. I'll go down soon. Why not you go down first? Call me down. Let's go down together. The crowd argued about wanting to go down and help. However, after arguing for a long time, no one dared to go down. These people were only ordinary inferior grade martial saints. Many of them were only peak martial grandmasters. They did not have the courage to go down. Most of them wanted both sides to injure each other. That would be the best result for them. Since they did not need to make a move and the danger was over, they were all watching. Within the crowd, Lu Suifeng had an anxious expression. However, he was afraid that if he went down, he would bring trouble to Xiaoqian. He could only hesitate. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there were 3 loud sounds on the surface of the water. It was Xiaoqian and the other 2 breaking out of the water. A black dot in the distance was swimming forward quickly. Everywhere it passed, it left a trail of blood. Although the 3 of them had injured the black tuna whale, there was nothing they could do to stop it from escaping. They could only leave it at that. "Many thanks for little friend's help," an old man said respectfully as he cupped his hands to Xiaoqian. This was how the world of cultivators was. As long as one had the corresponding strength, regardless of age, the other party would treat you with respect. This person had already seen Xiaoqian's strength in the water earlier. His tone was much more respectful than before. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. "It's just a small matter. I am just tempering my own martial techniques." The other old man smiled. "Ha ha, little friend is too polite. No matter what, you have helped our merchant association greatly. The ship owner will thank you later." After the 2 old men spoke, they leaped back onto the bow of the ship and informed the ship owner that the danger was over. They could set sail again. When Xiaoqian saw the injured black tuna whale fleeing far away, he felt it was unfortunate. Actually, if he wanted to give chase now, Xiaoqian was confident of catching up. However, if the other party sank to the bottom of the water, it would be troublesome for Xiaoqian to deal with it alone. It would be a waste of time, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Chapter 269. Not long after, a waiter came over and brought Xiaoqian and Lu Suifeng into the ship's hold. The master of the merchant ship politely took out 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones and handed them to Xiaoqian. Then, he called for someone to arrange a room for the 2 of them. 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiaoqian had no qualms about taking it. The effort he put in was definitely worth the price. After the captain left, Lu Suifeng sighed. "Yesterday, you told me that there were no empty rooms. Today, there are 2 rooms available. It looks like you need strength no matter where you go." Xiaoqian smiled faintly and did not say anything. It was good that Lu Suifeng had such an understanding. After this trip, he would probably spend more time cultivating. The room in the ship's hold was no different from a regular inn's room. Xiao Chan sat on the bed and entered into a state of cultivation. From the time they left the mountain until now, it had been almost 10 days. In these 10 days, Xiao Chan had a battle almost every day and gained some benefits. He had gained a lot from the earlier battle underwater. He decided to take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to peak inferior grade martial saint. Then, he would try to break through to great perfection of the dragon and tiger body, sculpting art's 4th layer. For the next 3 days, Xiao Chun basically stayed in his room. During this time, Lu Suifeng asked him to go out for some fresh air, but he rejected him. At this crucial moment, Xiao Chun did not want to waste any time. He had to endure the loneliness. Tom, Tom. There was a knock on the door. Lu Suifeng said, Yi Chun, we are about to reach the shore. I'll wait for you at the bow. Xiao Chun opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. Purple electricity flowed everywhere in the room as he thought about it. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand, and all the electricity gathered in his right hand, forming a ball of burning electric flame. Then he flicked it gently. A flower vase on the table exploded with a bang and turned into powder by the electric flame. The powder landed on the wooden table. Xiao Chun stood up and casually sent out a palm wind to scatter the powder. He said indifferently, My cultivation has finally reached peak inferior grade martial saint. My control of the purple thunder true fire is getting better and better. However, I still need some time to reach great perfection of the dragon and tiger body sculpting art's 4th layer. It cannot be done in one go. I should be able to complete it after the auction is over. Xiao Chun pushed open the door and slowly walked to the bow of the ship. Soon, he found Lu Suifeng. When Lu Suifeng heard footsteps, he turned his head back and discovered that the feeling that Xiao Chun gave him had become stronger. He exclaimed in shock, Yi Chun, your cultivation increased again? Xiao Chun nodded and said, I have already reached peak inferior grade martial saint. It will be difficult for me to advance any further in a short period. After one became a martial saint, it would be incredibly difficult to advance by a grade. The difficulty of advancing from inferior grade martial saint to medial grade martial saint was similar to the difficulty of advancing by grade. Lu Suifeng could not help but smack his lips. I really wonder how you cultivate. This speed is too horrifying. Xiao Chun replied, Aside from talent and cultivation techniques, there is also experiential training and bitter cultivation. Did you not notice that after coming out this time, your cultivation has actually improved? After that, you need to be able to endure loneliness. While others are immersed in their desires, you can make the best use of the time to cultivate. Naturally, your speed will be faster. Lu Suifeng felt slightly embarrassed. He knew that Xiao Chun was talking about him. He quickly changed the topic. After we reach the port in front, we will reach Xia City in half a day. Xiao Chun looked in the direction Lu Suifeng pointed. It was a bustling port. Occasionally, ships would enter and leave. The shore was much livelier than the previous port. There was an endless stream of people walking on it. The clamor reached Xiao Chun's ears even from a distance. Suddenly, Xiao Chun asked out of curiosity, Where is the end of this Black Dragon River? Lu Suifeng was no stranger to this. He explained, Xia province is already at the edge of the Great Qin nation. After the Black Dragon River passes through Xia province, it will flow through the ancient desolate land. There are tributaries there that lead to other nations. Its final destination is the boundless sea in the west. The boundless sea? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could the river on that map be the Black Dragon River? If the destination is the boundless sea, it is very similar. We have arrived. Let's go and get the horses first. Lu Suifeng's voice interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts. He could only give up on this idea for now. Xiao Chun led the dragon blood horse and slowly got off the bow. The two of them immediately mounted the horse and rushed towards Xia City. After half a day of travel, the outline of a majestic city wall appeared in their vision. The city wall was 100 meters tall. It was so long that they could not see the end of it. Xiao Chun had seen the capital of Dongming province before. It was also as majestic as this. Thus, he did not have much experience. After he paid the entrance fee, he entered the city smoothly. The streets of Xia's city were incomparably wide. There were also special roads for carriages and sidewalks. Thus, although there were many people, it did not seem too crowded when the two of them rode on their horses. After asking around for the nearest inn, the two of them rushed over. After they tied up the horses outside, they walked in through the main doors. Liushang Pavilion. Xiaochen looked at the signboard of the inn and smiled faintly. He did not expect there to be a branch of Liushang Pavilion here. It seemed like he still had a VIP card. There was an opportunity for him to use it. Perhaps it was because of the large-scale auction. The business of the inn was very good. The first floor was full, and the second floor was also full. There were even some people waiting in line. Lu Suifeng said somewhat helplessly, "It looks like we can only change to another inn. From the third floor of Liushang Pavilion, we need a VIP card." Xiaochen smiled and said, "There's no need. Let's go to the third floor. I happen to have a VIP card for this inn." Xiaochen took out his VIP card and showed it to the person standing guard on the third floor. After he took a look, that person immediately respectfully welcomed Xiaochen and Lu Suifeng. His attitude was incomparably humble. This was because the VIP card that Xiaochen took out was of the highest grade. It allowed them to go directly to the fifth floor of Liushang Pavilion. The people who could have such a VIP card had to have high status. Lu Suifeng said in surprise, "It really is a VIP card of Liushang Pavilion. How did you get it? This thing is not easy to get." Xiaochen smiled. This one was opened by that damn fatso. To him, a VIP card is just a small matter. However, the two of them seemed to have bad luck. There were still no empty tables on the third floor. Xiaochen looked around and said, "Let's go to the fourth floor. I don't believe that it is so difficult to even eat a meal." After flashing the VIP card, the two of them went to the fourth floor. The fourth floor was different from the third floor. It was all individual booths. It was much quieter. After they called the waiter over, they finally received a reply. There was still an empty booth. "Hold on, I want this booth." Just as the waiter was about to bring Xiaochen and Lu Suifeng over, a discordant voice came from behind them. Xiaochen frowned slightly and turned around to take a look. It was a group of youths dressed in black. There were 5 of them, both male and female. There were 4 white snowflakes embroidered on the chest area of their clothes. This was the symbol of the Night Spirit Palace. Black represented the night, and snowflakes represented the cold. Only core disciples could embroider these 4 snowflakes. The person leading them had a grave and stern expression. He had an imposing appearance. He had a sword at his waist. When he saw the identity token on Xiaochen and Lu Suifeng's waists, a look of disdain flashed in his eyes. When the waiter saw this person, his expression changed slightly. He said, "Young master, sure, this is not good. We have already agreed to give them this booth." This person smiled faintly and walked forward. He did not even turn his head back as he said, "We have not entered yet, right? I will treat them to this meal. We will talk after we finish eating. Go and make some preparations." His tone was very indifferent. He treated Xiaochen and Lu Suifeng like air, completely ignoring them. However, the waiter blocked in front of the man with the surname Sure. He said awkwardly, "Sorry, our Liushang Pavilion has our own rules. First come, first served is the basic rule. I hope young master Sure does not make things difficult for us." A gloomy look flashed on Sure Feng's face. He did not expect that this waiter, who usually gave him face, would say such words at this moment. "Say that again. Do you believe that I can shut down Liushang Pavilion in Xia City with just one word?" The waiter hesitated in his heart. He did not know what to do. The Shifeng in front of him was the second son of the Shi clan, one of the 3 noble clans of the Xia province. Each of the 3 noble clans was a huge power, especially the Shi clan. Coincidentally, their headquarters were in Xia City. They had a lot of power in the area. If they offended the Shi clan, it would be hard for Liushang Pavilion to do business. However, on the other side, Xiaochen and Lu Suifeng's status was not just for show. Liushang Pavilion had a limited number of VIP cards. They would not casually hand them out. If they offended them, It would be hard to explain. Senior brother Shi Feng, since there is such a rule, let's wait for a while, the pretty girl among the five said. When the five followed up, Senior brother Shi, I think we should go to another place. There's no need to make things difficult for a waiter. On the surface, it looked like he was advising Shi Feng, but in reality, he was saying that Shi Feng was not magnanimous and only dared to make things difficult for a waiter. Shi Feng glared at this person fiercely. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes. However, he could not say anything in front of the girl. He turned around and smiled at the girl. Junior Sister Mu, don't worry. My Shi clan is still able to handle this matter in Xia City. Don't you think so, waiter? Aside from participating in the auction, one of the main reasons he came down the mountain was because of the girl in front of him, Mu Yanxue. Mu Yanxue was the most beloved daughter of the Night Spirit Palace's second palace master. He had pursued her in the Night Spirit Palace. Be it in terms of appearance, temperament, or status, she was the ideal candidate for him. The most important thing was that if he married this girl, his position in the clan would be even more stable. In the future, when he fought for the position of clan head, he would have an additional bargaining chip. If he could not even secure a small table in his own territory, he would lose a lot of face. Seeing Shi Feng use the Shi clan's name to pressure him, the waiter immediately felt put on the spot. He could not help but look at Xiao Chun and Lu Sui Feng, hoping that they would take a step back. Xiao Chun smiled helplessly to himself. He did not expect that even a meal would not be peaceful. Everywhere he went, he would run into idiots. The current Xiao Chun was no longer that reckless youth who had just left Mo City. He was much calmer now. He would not casually reveal the sharpness of a cultivator. Xiao Chun turned around and led Lu Sui Feng to the 5th floor. Most people would not be able to go up to the 5th floor, so it should not be a problem to have a meal there. Chapter 270. Stop right there. Did I tell you to leave? I already said I would treat you to a meal as compensation for taking up your spot. Are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people not going to give me any face? When Shi Feng saw Xiao Chun turn around to leave, he took 2 steps forward and said unforgiving words. The people of the 3 great sects of the Great Qi Nation were not happy with each other. When it met, the smell of gunpowder would be very strong. This was especially so for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Misty Sword sect. When the disciples of these 2 sects met, they would start fighting without saying a word. Of the 3 great sects, the Night Spirit Palace was ranked the lowest in terms of overall strength. If Xiao Chun could trample on these 2 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples, he would definitely be able to leave an impression in Mu Yanxue's heart. Shi Feng thought to himself, the 2 of them are only inferior grade martial saints. Furthermore, this is Xia City. I am confident I can defeat them. Xiao Chun stopped walking, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Just because he withdrew his sharpness did not mean he did not have it. Just because he was low-key did not mean he would allow others to bully him. Lu Sui Feng said in a soft voice, Yi Chun, this person is Shi Feng, the second son of the Shi clan head of one of the 3 noble clans of the Xia province. He has an inherited bloodline martial spirit and is a medial grade martial saint. He is a famous expert among the younger generation of the Xia province. In a distant booth, a man and a woman wearing the Misty Sword sect's uniform were drinking wine and chatting. When the woman saw the person opposite her looking elsewhere, she could not help but feel it was strange. So, she looked over as well. When the woman saw the situation clearly, she revealed an astonished expression. She said softly, It's the people from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Night Spirit Palace. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people are at a disadvantage. They are at a disadvantage in both numbers and strength. Senior Brother Chu, do you recognize them? The man carried a sword on his back, and his handsome face always had a calm expression. This was the person that Xiao Chun feared, Chu Chaoyan. Chu Chaoyan shook his head slightly and took a sip of wine. He said, He seems familiar. However, I can't remember where I saw him before. Let's take a look. Xiao Chen's temperament gave him a very familiar feeling. But looking at that ordinary face, Chu Chaoyan really couldn't remember where he had seen it before. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's martial spirit had already entered his body. He couldn't sense the aura of the blue dragon martial spirit, so his intuition told him that he should have seen this person before, but he didn't know who it was. When Shifeng saw that Xiao Chun had stopped in his tracks, he revealed a complacent expression. He smiled and said, "You can stand there. Don't move before I finish eating. How much you want to eat will be on my tab. Junior sister, let's go." After Xiao Chun spoke, he turned around and led the four of them to the room. The person who was on good terms with Shifeng smiled and said, "Senior brother Shi, I did not expect you to scare two Heavenly Saber Pavilion people into not daring to move with just a few words. You are really powerful." The complacent expression on Shifeng's face became even denser. He casually glanced at Mu Yinxue and smiled faintly. "They are just two inferior grade martial saints. Even without my Shi clan's name, I can easily defeat the two of them. There is nothing to fear." However, Mu Yinxue's expression did not change. She only forced a smile. She felt something was wrong in her heart, but she could not tell what it was. "It is not that I am boasting, but there is no one in Xia's city who would not give face to the Shi clan. This time, you are here to participate in the auction. If there is anything you want, just tell me. My Shi clan will help you bid." Even a martial king would not dare to mess around. Shifeng smiled as he walked. Wuxia. Just at this moment, there was the sound of an intense wind coming from behind Shifeng. A vast killing qi surged over. The aura was so strong that it caused the five of them to tremble. Shifeng's reaction was the fastest. The instant he heard the sound of the wind, he instantly turned around. When he saw Xiao Chen's figure clearly, he did not panic. Instead, there was some excitement on his face. He smiled faintly. "If you did not make a move, I would not be able to do anything to you. If you dare to make a move against me, you can forget about leaving this Liushang pavilion." Xiao Chun could not be bothered with Shifeng. He increased his speed and circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. Then, he punched at Shifeng's face. Shifeng mocked. "You actually dare to use your fists and legs in front of me? You're seeking death." After Shifeng spoke, a spiraling azure-colored rock appeared under his feet. This was the Shi clan's inherited martial saint, the Qingtian stone. The rock turned into azure-colored lines and quickly extended towards his right hand. Finally, it formed a strange whirlpool on his palm. Shifeng clenched his fist, and the whirlpool immediately disappeared. It merged with every inch of his palm and carried a horrifying force as it smashed towards Xiao Chen's fist. Bang! When the two fists collided, there was an intense explosion in the quiet fourth floor. A horrifying shockwave spread out and smashed some of the surrounding tables into pieces. Shifeng's body flew backwards. The rock on his arm started to explode from his fist to his shoulder, turning into a pile of stone fragments that fell to the ground. Xiao Chen's body did not move at all. His aura surged, and the bones in his body started to crackle. The image of a tiger and dragon intertwined. Xiao Chen shouted and pushed off the ground. He did not hesitate to chase after Shifeng. How can this be? Shifeng actually lost to this person in a fists and legs competition, a Night Spirit Palace disciple said in disbelief. The Shi clan's inherited martial spirit can increase the strength of a cultivator's physical body by 50%. Its defense and strength will be greatly increased. How could he lose so thoroughly? Mu Yinxue muttered to herself in silence. She knew that Shifeng had kicked an iron plate this time. This is good as well. This will save me from doing some strange things in the future, Mu Yinxue thought to herself. Shifeng was incomparably shocked. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he suffered such a disadvantage in a fists and legs competition. So, Shifeng's body sank to the ground. The instant his feet landed, the Qingtian stones wrapped around his feet and grabbed him firmly, preventing him from moving back. When Shifeng saw Xiao Chun charging over with a ferocious momentum, a murderous intent flashed on his face. Xiao Chun shouted, and the Qingtian stones covered his entire body. The aura of his innate martial spirit spread out completely. All the cultivators on the fourth floor felt some pressure. Xiao Chun clenched his fist and punched ferociously. The fist wind broke through the air and gave off a sharp sound. A huge Qingtian whirlpool formed in the air. Shi Feng said coldly, "The force of this punch is 5,000 kilograms. Let's see how you break this." Scram! Bang! Xiao Chun had a stern expression as he roared. It was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, piercing through the sky. His entire body gave off a faint golden glow. The image of a tiger and a dragon quickly infused into his fist. Great dragon tiger fist, dragon hisses, tiger roars. With the dragon and tiger body, sculpting art, circulating at full force. The force of this punch was already the peak of what Xiao Chun could deliver. The force of this punch reached 6,000 kilograms. Bang! When the two fists met, there was a loud sound. The Qingtian stones on Shi Feng's body shattered. Under the shock wave, they turned into powder and drifted away in the wind. Wuxia! Shi Feng vomited a large mouthful of blood as his body flew backward like a sandbag. With a bang, he smashed through the wall of the 4th floor and fell heavily on the 3rd floor. The sudden fall of Shi Feng startled the customers on the 3rd floor. They quickly got up and dodged. Some of the cultivators who recognized Shi Feng were shocked. They did not know who was so bold as to attack the Shi clan in the Xia province. Hu Qi! Xiao Chen's body passed through the hole in the wall. His figure flashed in the air, and he stomped on Shi Feng's chest, pushing the struggling Shi Feng back. Shi Feng vomited another mouthful of blood and coughed a few times. He pointed at Xiao Chun and said in horror, "Quickly let me go. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving Xia's city." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and ignored him. He said in a deep voice, "You want to use my status as a Heavenly Saber Pavilion core disciple to give you face to chase girls? Unfortunately, you found a wrong target. In front of me, you're not even qualified for me to draw my saber." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, he kicked Shi Feng's waist violently. Xiao Chun did not hold back in this kick. Shi Feng, who could not resist at all, was kicked into the air and flew in an arc. He accurately passed through the window of the 3rd floor and landed on the street. On the 4th floor of Liushang Pavilion, Chu Chaoyan looked at Xiao Chen's back and smiled faintly. "So it is him. I was wondering why I could not find him." So, he changed his appearance and ran to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The girl opposite asked out of curiosity, "Senior Brother Chu, is that someone you know?" Chu Chaoyan stood up and smiled gently. "Old friend, this fellow will not have peace no matter where he goes. He is like a sharp treasured saber. Even if it is sheathed, the instant it is unsheathed, it will give off a terrifying light." When Mu Yinxue saw Shi Fei flying out of the window through a crack in the wall of the 4th floor, her expression changed. She quickly said, "Go down and stop him. If we let him go, it will be hard to explain to the Shi clan." The Xia province had a close relationship with the 3 great clans and the various great sections. They were like allies. For example, the Yin clan had a close relationship with the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Yin clan had a close relationship with the Misty Sword sect, and the Shi clan had a close relationship with the Night Spirit Palace. Thus, Mu Yinxue could not just sit back and watch. After Xiao Chun humiliated Shi Fei, he swaggered off. Otherwise, if the Shi clan really chased after him, she would not be able to explain to the Night Spirit Palace. The 4 of them drew their weapons and quickly jumped down from the crack in the wall. They each stood in a corner and surrounded Xiao Chun. Lu Suifeng was about to jump down as well. However, he discovered that a hand had grabbed his shoulder at an unknown time. Lu Suifeng's expression changed as he turned his head to look. He exclaimed, "Chu Chaoyan, why are you here?" The top expert of the Misty Sword sect, the archenemy of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Lu Suifeng was very familiar with this person's appearance. However, what he usually saw was a portrait. This was the first time he saw the person in person. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. "Don't be nervous. Nothing will happen to your friend. If you go down, you will only cause trouble for him." Chu Chaoyun's words were very soft. He did not release any aura or killing chi. However, it caused Lu Suifeng to feel a formless pressure. He did not dare to move. The customers on the 3rd floor had already moved to the side. However, they did not go very far. They just watched the commotion on the 2nd floor. So, It is the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people fighting with the Night Spirit Palace's people. However, why is there only one Bladesman from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? It is dangerous to fight 1 against 4. Chapter 271. Who cares? As long as there's a show to watch, it is fine. The 3 great sects are not willing to submit to anyone. This is a good opportunity to see the strength of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and the Night Spirit Palace. The person leading the Night Spirit Palace seems to be the daughter of the second palace master, Xianxia. She is already a medial grade martial saint. Who is the person from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Do you know him? I don't know him. He should have just left the mountain recently. He is probably here to participate in the auction. Discussions rose up in the crowd. It was very lively. Everyone was very excited. Xianxia pointed her sword at Xianxia. She said in a melodious voice, "This friend, can you stay here for a while? I do not wish to make a move." Xianxia smiled faintly. He did not withdraw his aura at all. He said mockingly, "What are you staying here for? Waiting to die? If you want to keep me here, then show me what you are capable of." Xianxia blushed slightly. She did not expect Xianxia to be so rude. She shouted coldly, "In that case, let me see what you are capable of." Wuxia. Right after the other party spoke, the 4 of them sent out a sword chi each. They tore through the air and flew at Xianxia. When Xianxia saw the sword chi flying at him, he shook his head. Although the sword chi of these 4 people were very powerful, they were not sharp enough. Compared to the 2 old men on the merchant ship, they were much weaker. Xianxia used his palm as a saber and brandished it left and right. He did not move at all. He executed the dragon and tiger body sculpting art to its limits. When the sword chi struck his arm, it gave off a melodious ding-dang sound. Xianxia used the strength of his physical body to block it. The 4 of them were startled. They did not expect Xianxia's physical body to be so strong. They quickly gave up on using their sword chi to attack. The swords in their hands released a blazing sword light as they hacked at Xianxia. Xianxia knew that these 4 people were not trying to kill him. They were just trying to delay him until the Wang clan experts arrived. I can no longer hide my strength. I have to end this quickly. Otherwise, when the Wang clan experts arrive, I will be in trouble. Even if I leave, it will be difficult for Lu Suifeng to do so. Xianxia flipped his palm, and a lunar shadow saber immediately appeared in his left hand from the universe ring. Xianxia placed his right hand on the saber hilt and paused for a moment. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Xianxia infused a state of thunder into his saber, raising his aura and state to their limits in a short time. In that instant, dark clouds churned in the sky above Liuxiang Pavilion. Muffled thunder roared incessantly. The might of thunder instantly formed. Rushing thunder saber art, drawing the saber, Xianxia shouted and unleashed the state of thunder with all his might. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. In the next moment, everyone seemed to see a bolt of lightning leaping out of the scabbard. Bang! The 3 people in front of them felt their vision blur. A terrifying energy swept over them, and they were immediately sent flying back. Electric currents coursed through the meridians in his body, and the sword moves in his hands were immediately thrown into disarray. He was unable to execute them. Xianxia spun around and spun his saber around quickly. Even though he was the last to move, he arrived first and placed down the neck of the person behind him. That person was caught off guard. The sword in his hand carried a blazing sword light as it hovered above Xianxia's head, not daring to move at all. Xianxia smiled gently and quickly sheathed his saber. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at that person's chest. With a loud bang, he immediately sent that person flying. With no one blocking his way, Xianxia pushed off the ground and turned into a beam of purple light, flying towards the crack in the 4th floor. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. From the moment Xianxia summoned out the lunar shadow saber to the moment he made his move, it was only the blink of an eye. The situation immediately turned around. The speed was so fast that no one could react. Someone below exclaimed, "What is going on? Are the people of the Night Spirit Palace so weak?" Xianxia suppressed the violent lightning-attributed essence in her body. When she heard this, she became slightly angry and shouted. It was unknown what movement technique Xianxia used, but her speed increased explosively in a short time. She immediately blocked in front of Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said coldly, "You are very fast. However, no one can be faster than me." A sword light flashed and pierced towards Xianxia at lightning speed. Xianxia quickly dodged. After that, he spun around and pushed off the wall. Then, he turned around and hacked at Xianxia. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off a melodious clang that reverberated in the hall. The moment the two clashed, they retreated. They were extremely decisive. They were so fast that everyone could only see after images. Two distinct figures in the air, one purple and one black, clashed continuously in the eyes of the crowd. The movement techniques of the two were very good. They flew around the top of the third floor, using the walls as a foothold. Unexpectedly, they did not land at all. It was like they were really flying. As the two exchanged moves, their speed was equal. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. Being evenly matched was not the result that Xianxia wanted. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Since the blue dragon cloud soaring art reached small perfection, Xianxia had not met anyone in the same generation who could match his speed. Xianxia should be practicing a peak Earth-ranked movement technique. Furthermore, it was very likely that she had reached great perfection. Otherwise, she cannot be so fast. Wuxia. Xianxia raised his speed to the limit and turned into a purple flood dragon. He roared ferociously in the air, but he still could not shake off Xianxia. That black figure was like a shadow. No matter what he did, he could not shake it off. Strange, why does it seem like the Battle Sage Origin's sticky character formula? Xianxia muttered to himself. Xianxia had experienced this before when he fought Lung Liusu. If you were fast, she would be even faster. If you were slow, she would slowly slow down. She would not be shaken off by her sudden decrease in speed. I have to think of a way. Since I have no way to gain an advantage in terms of speed, then I have to find another way to break through. Xianxia shouted and found an opportunity. His body somersaulted in the air. He stomped on the roof of the third floor, and a large hole immediately appeared in the wooden floorboards. Xianxia sent out a stream of energy in the air. His body nimbly flashed through the hole and reappeared on the fourth floor of Liushang Pavilion. A raging flame started to burn in his right eye, and a huge ball of purple flames shot out of the hole under his feet. Xianxia, who was chasing closely, was startled when she saw this surging purple flame. She quickly dodged to the side. Bang! Bang! The flame did not lose its momentum. It easily burned through the floorboards of the second floor. It surged towards the first floor, scaring the customers on the first floor into fleeing in a panic. After temporarily escaping from Xianxia, Xianxia looked around and quickly found Lu Suifeng. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly discovered Chu Chaoyun standing on Lu Suifeng with a smile on his face. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and gently placed his palm on Lu Suifeng's body. He said, "I'll send you off." Immediately, a huge but gentle force was transmitted to Lu Suifeng's body, and he slowly floated towards the window. Xianxia did not have time to think. He jumped out of the window as well. Before he left, he gave Chu Chaoyun a puzzled look. He did not know why Chu Chaoyun helped him. The two of them landed on the street. Lu Suifeng said, "What should we do now? Should we go back?" Xianxia felt a headache coming on. He could not think of a way to go, and he did not know where to go. If he were alone, he could just change his identity and hide for a few days. After thinking for a while, Xianxia said, "Does the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not have any power in Shiha City?" As one of the three great sects, Xianxia did not believe that they would be afraid of an inherited noble clan. The two of them were not on the same level of strength. If they really fought, in terms of combat prowess, 10 Sure clans would not be able to defeat the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. With the pure combat prowess of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, they could easily destroy the Sure clan. Lu Suifeng smiled bitterly. "We really do not have any power in Shiha City." The royal court has very strict control over the three great cities in the nation. It is very difficult for the three great sects to infiltrate. In the city, aside from the city lord, who has the greatest power, the three noble clans have the greatest power. So, we're not in a good position to do anything. Xianxia glanced around and saw that Shifeng, who had fallen to the ground earlier, had already gotten up and gone somewhere. Actually, with Lu Suifeng's identity as a core disciple of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Shi clan would not dare to do anything to the two of them. They could only apologize and suffer some losses. Xiaoqian's expression changed as he said, "Never mind, let's leave the city first. The auction will start in 3 days. We will find an opportunity to come in and take a look." Lu Suifeng nodded. This was the only thing they could do. For now, they could not think of any better ideas. Dong, dong, dong. Just as the two of them were about to leave, the sound of rushing horses came from the road in front. A group of cultivators wearing the Shi clan's uniform rushed over in an aggressive manner. Xiaoqian stopped and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, the Shi clan is extraordinarily fast. No wonder Shifeng dares to be so arrogant in Xia City. The leader of the group was an old man wearing tight cultivator robes. He dismounted from his horse and looked at the two with a sullen expression. The old man slowly walked forward. As he walked, his chi and blood flourished. His eyes were as sharp as sabers. Just by looking at his aura, one could tell that his cultivation was not low. The old man said to the two of them, "Which of you injured my clan's young master?" Before the two of them could speak, a young cultivator of the Shi clan pointed at Xiaoqian and said, "Fourth elder, it was the brat on the right who injured him." Many people in Liushang Pavilion saw it. Furthermore, he was the one who made the first move. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the Shi clan's fourth elder. It was like a sharp treasured saber staring at Xiaoqian. He said in a deep voice, "Can the people of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion bully my Shi clan as they wish? To think you dare to be so arrogant in Xia City. I'll give you an explanation. If you can't explain it clearly, I will teach you how to behave on behalf of your teacher." Lu Suifeng quickly said, "Senior, we did not mean to injure the Shi clan's young master on purpose. He was the one who humiliated us first. We only—" Xiaoqian raised his arms slightly, stopping Lu Suifeng from continuing. His gaze was as calm as still water. He met the old man's gaze without any fear. There's no need to explain too much. It's just that our skills are not up to par. There's no need to say so much. The Shi clan was clearly being unreasonable. If they were being reasonable, it would be clear who was in the right and who was in the wrong by asking the people around them. What was the point of saying so much nonsense? As for the so-called explanation, Xiaoqian found it laughable. They were clearly not in the wrong. Chapter 272. In the end, the other party acted as though they were wronged. They wanted the two of them to explain themselves. If they could not explain themselves, they would teach them a lesson. This was simply the logic of a bandit. It was inhumane and unreasonable. However, in this world, Xiaoqian no longer held any hope of using reason to resolve things. In this world where human lives were as cheap as ants, the one with the strongest fist was the true reason. Right now, the Shi clan's fist was harder. The other party was right. The surrounding cultivators who witnessed the incident remained silent. No one spoke up for Xiaoqian. This was a typical example. Xiaoqian's expression was incomparably calm. He enunciated every word clearly. "I was the one who injured Shifeng. If you want to make a move, then cut the crap. As long as you're not afraid of bringing a calamity upon your Shi clan, come and fight." In this world, it was easy for a cultivator to live. However, there are not many who could live with dignity. Xiaoqian had always believed that a cultivator did not have to reveal their sharpness. However, they had to have a spirit. No matter what, this spirit could not be lost. One could not be arrogant, but one had to have a lofty character. This was the principle behind it. If Xiaoqian had sullenly explained and apologized, the other party would not dare to do anything to them because of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's position. However, this way, once there was a compromise, there would be a second compromise. In the end, the spirit of a cultivator would be completely gone. If a cultivator lost their spirit, no matter how talented they were, they would not have the chance to reach the peak of cultivation in the future. At this moment, Xiao Chun did not hide his sharpness. His aura flourished, and his killing intent was revealed. He was like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard. The treasured saber was incomparably sharp. It pierced through the air, frightening people. The boundless clouds in the sky suddenly gathered and churned. Muffled rumbles came from within. The momentum of the lightning had been formed. What's going on? Why did the sky turn so dark? The surrounding cultivators suddenly discovered that the dark clouds above their heads had already covered the dazzling sunlight. The sky suddenly turned dark. This is the state of thunder. I did not expect this brat to comprehend it to such a high level at such a young age. He can already affect the power of thunder. This is the sign of a state reaching small perfection. I once saw it on an inferior grade martial king. Without a certain level of comprehension, normal people would not be able to comprehend it in their lifetime. However, a small perfection state of thunder is not a match for the Shi clan's fourth elder. This old man was already a peak martial saint many years ago. Although he was not a martial king yet, there were few who were a match for him within the martial saint realm. When the Shi clan's fourth elder saw Xiao Chen's aura, he could not stop. In the confrontation between the younger generation of the various major forces, the older generation tacitly chose to remain silent. As long as no one was killed, they wouldn't take action. Originally, the upper echelon of the Shi clan did not intend to make a move. However, they heard that Shi Feng had been thrown into the streets by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's people. As one of the three noble clans, the Shi clan's clan head felt embarrassed. If news of this spread, the Shi clan's reputation in Xia City would be tarnished. This was why the Shi clan's fourth elder brought people to settle this matter. As long as the other party was willing to apologize and admit his mistake, they would let this matter go. However, the Shi clan head did not expect Xiao Chun to be so unyielding. He did not even bother to explain himself. At this moment, in front of everyone, the Shi clan head was stuck between a rock and a hard place. He did not know what to do. After a while, the Shi clan head knew that if he retreated now, he would not be able to face anyone. He made up his mind and said coldly, "You are just an insignificant junior, and you dare to be so arrogant. I will teach you a lesson today." The Shi clan head flipped his hand and drew his sword. He sent out a sharp sword chi at Xiao Chun. This sword chi was much sharper than a regular sword chi. It silently tore through the water like air. A clap of thunder resounded in the sky. Xiao Chun sent out a similar chi. A purple saber chi moved like lightning and clashed with the sword chi that the Shi clan head sent out. Dang! The sword chi and saber chi did not give way to each other. They clashed intensely in the air. The state of thunder that Xiao Chun infused into the saber chi flickered with resplendent electricity, giving off a ZZ sound. Relying on the advantage of the state, Xiao Chen's saber chi managed to fight to a draw with the extremely dense sword chi of the Shi clan head. The Shi clan head was mildly startled. He smiled faintly and said, "Without a state to great perfection, it is just an unorthodox method. I will take you down in 10 moves." After the Shi clan head spoke, he took a big step forward and swung his sword upwards. Sharp stone spikes immediately shot out from the ground and headed for Xiao Chun. Each stone spike was about 2 meters long and incredibly sharp. If one was struck by it, even if they were not severely injured, they would at least be skinned alive. The speed at which the stone spikes extended was very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun gauged the height of the stone spikes. They were only 2 meters long, although they extended for a long distance. As long as he used the blue dragon cloud soaring art, he would be able to leap over them easily. Xiao Chun pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. He scattered the state of thunder and launched himself at the Shi clan head's fourth elder. Seeing Xiao Chun in the air, the fourth elder revealed a pleased smile. He said, "I knew you would fly into the air and not choose to retreat. Wuxia, Wuxia." The moment the fourth elder spoke, the stone spikes on the ground shot up and gave off ear-piercing roars. They shot at Xianxia. Their speed was actually close to the speed of sound. Xianxia was startled. He had not expected such a change. Without much time to think, he shouted, and the image of a mountain peak appeared above his head, infusing into his saber. Lone peak kill. When Xianxia chopped down, a spiraling force appeared in the air. It was like a real mountain descending from the sky with a heavy force. Bang! 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 A loud sound rang out. The stone pillars in the air were all shattered by the force of this saber. Stone fragments danced in the air and fell to the ground like rain. The figure of a saber pierced through the rain of stones. Everywhere he passed, he crushed all the stones into dust, filling the air with dust. Xianxia's gaze was like lightning. Looking at the dust filling the air, he stabbed out with the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Dang! It was like he struck a hard rock. The force of the saber that Xianxia stabbed out was deflected. He immediately lost his balance in the air and quickly fell to the ground. Elder Shi's voice came from within the dust. He sneered, "My inherited martial spirit has already reached the large success realm. With your half-baked state of thunder, you want to break through my defense? That is simply a pipe dream." Rock-splitting arrow. The fourth elder roared angrily. Countless azure rock patterns appeared on his sword. In the next moment, all the patterns gathered at the tip of the sword. There was an explosive sound, and a huge azure whirlpool appeared at the tip of the sword. From the center of the whirlpool, a sharp arrow made of azure rock flew out. It flew rapidly toward Xianxia. Chi! 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 As the arrow pierced through the air, it gave off a piercing sonic boom. Ripples appeared in the air from the explosion. It was like countless waves appearing on a calm surface of water. Xianxia slowly landed. When he saw the azure arrow flying at him, his expression remained calm. Everlasting, startling cloud. Circulating the essence in his body, Xianxia executed the state of clouds. After a while, there were large patches of clouds floating around Xianxia. Boom! A clap of thunder resounded in the clouds. A tiny strand of purple saber chi split apart the layers of clouds like lightning. It quickly flew towards the azure arrow. In a flash, it was like a ray of multicolored light flying by. It was so fast that it created an illusion. In the next moment, it was as if nothing had happened. The azure arrow that the Shi clan's fourth elder fired was still giving off a piercing sonic boom in the air. It flew toward Xianxia. Soon, it would catch up to Xianxia, who was about to land. The fourth elder snorted coldly. "I thought you were a powerful person. It turns out you are only SOSO. Even if you kill him, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion will not stand up for you." Seeing the azure arrow getting closer, all the cultivators present felt their hearts in their throats. They all felt that it was a pity. At this moment, Xianxia no longer had any room to change his direction. He could only passively receive this attack. This was the full-powered attack of a peak martial saint. Even a martial king would not dare to receive it head-on. Xianxia was only an inferior-grade martial saint. Wanting to block this move when he landed was no different from a fool's dream. It was an impossible task. The azure arrow was already less than a meter away from Xianxia's face. The strong wind from the arrow made Xianxia's hair somewhat messy. Xianxia raised the lunar shadow saber in his hand and shouted, "Explode!" The purple line, which had disappeared earlier, suddenly reappeared. The instant Xianxia spoke, the purple line spread out like a screen of water. With a bang, the green arrow in front of his forehead exploded into stone fragments that filled the sky, disappearing into the air. At the end of the line, the Shi clan's fourth elder, who was in the air, had not expected Xianxia to have such a move. Wuxia. The fourth elder vomited a mouthful of blood. The clothes on his chest were blasted into nothing by the electric light. A small hole appeared on his chest, which was covered in azure rock. Blood flowed out continuously. Although the wound was small, the electric light on it was unusually strong. It crackled nonstop, preventing the wound from healing. The purple electricity in the air moved about chaotically. Occasionally, some of the electricity would accidentally fall to the ground and explode a huge pit. Xianxia stomped on the ground. His body was not injured at all as he landed firmly. With a flip of his palm, the remnant electricity in the air all gathered in his palm. It formed a ball of blazing purple lightning fire. With a toss, the purple lightning fire quickly flew towards the Shi clan's fourth elder. The Shi clan's chest was injured, so he could not dodge in time. He could only toss aside the sword in his hand and draw a circle with his hands, condensing an azure whirlpool. Bang! The lightning fire and the whirlpool collided, giving off a loud sound. A strange energy came from the whirlpool, sucking in the horrifying lightning fire strand by strand. The Shi clan's fourth elder scattered the whirlpool in his hand and fell to the ground with a pale complexion. Blood continued to pour out of the wound on his chest. Damn it! I underestimated this brat's state of thunder. If I had expended a little more essence, I would have been able to block his earlier attack, the Shi clan's fourth elder said hatefully. Chapter 273. A cultivator with an innate bloodline martial spirit was indeed stronger than an ordinary cultivator. Xianxia watched as the azure whirlpool swallowed up all the lightning-attributed fire. Xianxia thought to himself, although this was just a casual attack from the purple thunder true fire, it was very fast. Most people would have a hard time dodging it. The other party was able to block this attack with his full power despite being injured. This was enough to show that he was not simple. What are you all standing there for? Go and capture these two brats first, the Shi clan's first elder said angrily as he looked at the wound on his chest that could not be closed. The other Shi clan cultivators immediately dismounted and rushed towards Xianxia and Lu Suifeng with surging killing intent. Xianxia took a quick glance. There were more than 100 people surrounding them. There were 15 inferior grade martial saints, and the rest were peak martial grandmasters. More than half of them possessed the Shi clan's inherited martial spirit. With such a group of people, even if they were to fight a martial king, they would have a 50% chance of victory. Xianxia grasped the saber hilt with his right hand and said to Lu Suifeng, "I will cover the rear. You find an opportunity to leave first." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was slightly stunned. He smiled bitterly and said, "Although I am not very strong, I know that you have no chance of victory against these people." Wong. Before Lu Suifeng could finish speaking, there was the sound of a saber humming in the sky above the street. At first, the sound was soft and inaudible. Then it slowly grew louder until it was like thunder, deafening everyone. Lu Suifeng's face lit up in joy. He smiled and said, "It's Xianxia. She is the eldest daughter of the Yun clan. The Yun clan's influence in Xia City is no weaker than the Shi clan. We are completely fine now." Boom! The roaming dragon saber, a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, descended from the sky and stabbed into the ground. The street immediately shook. A sparkling and translucent leaf slowly floated down. The leaf disappeared. Xianxia, who was dressed in white, appeared. She drew the roaming dragon saber and pointed it at the Shi clan's people. The instant the roaming dragon saber left, the ground immediately stopped shaking. The Shi clan's fourth elder finally stopped bleeding. When he saw Xianxia suddenly arrive, he said loudly, "Yin clan's girl, this has nothing to do with you. Quickly move aside." Xianxia's expression was calm. She said indifferently, "Elder Shi, you have gone overboard." The Shi clan's fourth elder's face turned red. He knew that Xianxia was saying that he had violated the tacit understanding of the older generation and should not have made a move on the younger generation. If these words were spoken by an elder of the Yun family, the fourth elder of the Shi family would not have refuted them. He would only feel ashamed. However, when Xianxia said it, the Shi clan's fourth elder felt even angrier. "Since when did a little girl like you have the right to lecture me? You're not qualified. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way of our Shi family's business." Dong, dong, dong. The sound of horses galloping came from the deadlock street. The Yun clan's cultivators had finally arrived. The leader, a middle-aged man, dismounted from his horse and slowly walked towards the fourth elder of the Shi family. As the middle-aged man walked, he had a majestic gait. A horrifying aura pressed down on the fourth elder of the Shi clan. Xiao Qin's spiritual sense acutely felt this aura. He was startled in his heart. This was the aura of a medial-grade martial king. Xiao Qin could not help but linger on the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man was not more than 40 years old. He had an outstanding aura and a grave and stern expression. A light burst out from his eyes as he said coldly, "If my daughter is not qualified, then do I have the qualifications to lecture you?" Before this overwhelming aura, the Shi clan's fourth elder found it difficult to even breathe. His pale face turned extremely unsightly. He had not expected the Yun clan's clan head, Yun Yuji, to personally rush over for this matter. Before the absolute strength of the other party, how could he dare to show any anger? He smiled embarrassedly and said, "Clan head Yun, our clan head personally instructed these two people to apologize to our Shi clan. I hope Scram." Yun Yuji was expressionless. Without waiting for him to finish, he scolded, "Scram before I get angry. If Shi Yang insists on apologizing, I can accompany him to the city lord's residence. We can see who is right and who is wrong, and who should apologize to whom." The Shi clan's fourth elder's face turned red. He had not expected the other party to not give him any face. He waved his hand and said, "Yun Yuji, just you wait and see." After he spoke, he immediately led the Shi clan's cultivators away. This time, the Shi clan had completely lost face. First, it was Shi Feng who was tossed into the street by Xiao Qin. Now, his fourth elder was scared off by Yun Yuji's words. It would be difficult for his reputation not to suffer. After Yun Yuji saw the other party leave, he ignored him. He turned around and walked toward Xiao Qin. He smiled and said, "You must be Yi Chun. I heard Cursa mention you. You are indeed a young hero. Come, the two of you will follow me to the Yun residence first. Once you are there, no one will dare to harass you." On the third floor of Liushang Pavilion, Mu Yinxua looked at Xiao Qin, who was with the Yun clan. She muttered, "Shi Feng probably does not know who he has offended. It looks like the Night Spirit Palace and the Shi clan will have to choose a new partner. Senior Sister Mu, just how strong is this person? Why do I feel like I can't even fight back against him? Our cultivation levels are clearly about the same. Why is that?" A disciple from the Night Spirit Palace asked. Mu Yinxua muttered to herself for a while before saying, "Cultivation realm is not everything about a cultivator's combat prowess. True combat prowess includes the cultivator's cultivation realm, the martial techniques and movement techniques they learn. There is also the comprehension of the states in the martial techniques. Finally, there is some external equipment, such as spirit weapons, battle armor, and secret treasures. All of these together form the true combat prowess of a cultivator. The martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and movement techniques that he learns are at least superior grade Earth-ranked secret manuals. Furthermore, he has a strong physical body and comprehension of states. In terms of combat prowess, even 10 of you would not be a match for him." That person was somewhat unconvinced as he said, "Based on what you said, doesn't that mean that even first senior brother is not a match for him?" Mu Yinxua smiled faintly and said, "Mu Chengshua's cultivation is higher than his. His martial techniques, cultivation techniques, and movement techniques are not weaker than his. The only thing he is inferior to is the strength of his physical body. The odds of victory are 50-50. Another person said, "Senior Sister Mu, aren't you overestimating him a little too much? From what I saw earlier, Senior Sister could not do anything about him. He is definitely not a match for first senior brother." Mu Yinxua said softly, 3 days later, Mu Chengxue will be participating in the auction as well. If I guess correctly, this person will definitely be participating in the auction as well. We will know who is stronger and who is weaker when the time comes. Xia City, in an independent courtyard of the Yun residence, Xiao Qin and Yun Kursin sat at a stone table. Yun Kursin gently placed the roaming dragon saber on the stone table. She looked at Xiao Qin and said, "Thank you for your roaming dragon saber. It helped me secure the position of the successor of the Yun clan. Spirit weapons could increase a cultivator's offensive prowess. However, the higher the cultivator's rank, the weaker the effect. A profound ranked spirit weapon could increase a martial grandmaster's offensive prowess by 20%. However, it was not even 10% for a martial saint. Only an earth-ranked spirit weapon could increase a martial saint's offensive prowess by 20%. As for an inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, it could increase a martial saint's offensive prowess by 50%. With Yun Kursen's strength, a regular superior grade martial saint would not be a match for her after her offensive prowess was increased by 50%. Yun Kursen watched as Xianxia placed the roaming dragon saber back into the universe ring. She asked probingly, I discovered that the saber in your hand is only an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. Why are you not using this heaven-ranked spirit weapon? The roaming dragon saber was indeed stronger than the lunar shadow saber. However, Xianxia had no intentions of using the roaming dragon saber. This was because the potential of the lunar shadow saber was much stronger than the roaming dragon saber. A future subdivine weapon versus a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Xianxia knew how to choose. Furthermore, he already had a special feeling for the lunar shadow saber. It would be hard for him to part with it for the rest of his life. Xianxia smiled faintly. I'm used to it already. I obtained the roaming dragon saber by chance. In the end, it is not as smooth as the lunar shadow saber. When Yun Kursen heard this, she rejoiced in her heart. She said, if possible, I would like to buy this heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Do you have any intentions of making a move? Xianxia was slightly stunned. He did not understand why Yun Kursen wanted to buy the roaming dragon saber. Although there had not been a new heaven-ranked spirit weapon in the past few hundred years, there were still many heaven-ranked spirit weapons. However, the quality of a heaven-ranked spirit weapon was very good. If there were no accidents, it would not be a problem for it to last for 1,000 years. Hence, there were still many heaven-ranked spirit weapons left in the continent. After all, the roaming dragon saber was only an inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon. When one reached the martial king realm, it would be insufficient. With Yun Kursen's talent, it would not be a problem for her to become a martial king. At that time, it would not be worth it to purchase a heaven-ranked weapon. Xianxia asked doubtfully, Are you sure you want to buy this heaven-grade weapon? Yun Kursen nodded seriously. You can state your price. I am now the successor of the Yun clan. The resources that I can use are much more than before. I will not let you suffer a loss. Yun Kursen's attitude was very firm. This made Xianxia hesitate. He could not use this roaming dragon saber. He could only use it as a backup weapon. If the price was reasonable, it would be fine to sell it. However, the situation was very strange. Xianxia found it hard to make a decision. Could it be that this roaming dragon saber had a secret that he did not know? When Yun Kursen saw that Xianxia was hesitating, she continued, Brother Yi, do you know what is the most attractive thing about this auction? Xianxia said, Linlang Pavilion's decennial auction. Don't they take out some valuable secret manuals, superior grade battle armor, spirit weapons, and some natural treasures? Could it be that there is something else aside from these? Yun Kursen said calmly, These are just the basics. The highlight of this auction is the secret treasures. Xianxia said doubtfully, Are you talking about the secret treasures? These seem to be present in every auction. However, there are only a few of them. Yun Kursen explained, It is a little different this time. The ancient Desolate Land's fiendish demon battlefield is open again. Someone found many complete secret treasures there. This time, there will be a secret treasure in every round of the auction. A complete secret treasure. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat as he entered deep thought. The method of manufacturing the secret treasures of the ancient era was long lost. Although there were many secret treasures passed down, most of them were not complete secret treasures. The formations in them were more or less missing. Chapter 274. For example, Xiaoqian had obtained the silver warship from the ancient remnant. However, it was badly damaged. After Xiaoqian used the spirit-gathering formation to repair it with much difficulty, he could barely fly. He did not know how long it would take for him to repair the offensive formations in it. There was another secret treasure, the Eastern Emperor Bell. It was also badly damaged. After he repaired it with the astral iron, he thought he could still use it. However, there were problems now. The damaged nature of secret treasures caused the value of secret treasures to plummet. However, if it was a complete secret treasure, it would be a different story. Yin Kursin continued, I believe you know the importance of secret treasures to cultivators. You will definitely fancy some secret treasures in this auction. At that time, you will need a lot of spirit stones. After beating around the bush, Yin Kursin returned to the topic. Xiaochen could not help but laugh hoarsely. If it was really as Yin Kursin said, and there would be a large number of complete secret treasures, it would definitely attract many strong cultivators to come and bid for them. With so many people bidding, the price of the secret treasures would definitely soar. Even with the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones that Xiaochen had, he might not be able to obtain the secret treasure that he fancied. Thinking of this, Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, Very well, state your price. I will sell the roaming dragon saber. Yin Kursin revealed a faint smile on her delicate face. She said, You should have guessed that the roaming dragon saber has some secret to it. That's why I am willing to buy it. Are you not afraid of suffering a loss? To Xiaochen, the roaming dragon saber was an unexpected gain. It could be said to be something that cost nothing. To him, it was not a loss. Furthermore, Xiaochen had studied this roaming dragon saber for a period of time. However, he could not make any headway. He only knew that it was a sharp treasure saber. If Yin Kursin could find some secrets in the saber, it would be her fortuitous encounter. It had nothing to do with Xiaochen. Xiaochen said with a smile, It's not a loss. I don't need the blue sea wandering dragon daggers at all. Besides, since you said you wouldn't let me suffer any losses, I believe you will. Yin Kursin was mildly surprised. She did not expect Xiaochen to be so open-minded. She hesitated for a while before saying, Actually, there's an inferior grade heaven-ranked cultivation technique, roaming dragon incantation, hidden within the roaming dragon saber. My Yin clan has a movement technique that comes with it. It is also called the roaming dragon steps. If we use it together with the roaming dragon steps, its might will increase by many times. When Xiaochen heard this, his expression changed slightly. Among all the manuals, cultivation techniques were the most valuable. This was because martial techniques and movement techniques could not directly increase a cultivator's realm and cultivation. A heaven-ranked cultivation technique was a true top-notch cultivation technique on the continent. Even if it was just a basic cultivation technique, it was still a priceless treasure. As far as Xiaochen knew, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only had 3 heaven-ranked martial techniques. Only the Pavilion Master's bloodline could practice them. They were the true treasures of the sect. Yin Kursin continued. However, the cultivation technique inside requires some special methods in order to extract it completely. I promise you that after I obtain the roaming dragon incantation, I will make a copy for you. Xiaochen took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring and handed it to Yin Kursin. If you can really do it, I can give you this roaming dragon saber. Yin Kursin received the roaming dragon saber and revealed a faint smile on her face. She said, This is just an agreement between you and me. The one who truly wants to buy the roaming dragon saber is the clan's decision. The 5,000 medial grade spirit stones will be given to you, not a single one missing. Xiaochen thought for a while and understood the meaning behind Yin Kursin's words. The Yin clan would definitely not leak out the roaming dragon incantation after obtaining it. Yin Kursin wanted to make a copy for him. She had put in a lot of courage. If the Yin clan knew about this, they would definitely not agree. 3 days later, I will gather the spirit stones and give them to you. You should rest first. After Yin Kursin spoke, she took her leave. Late at night, the Yin clan head, Yin Yuji, and a group of elders gathered in a secret room of the Yin clan. They all had grave expressions. An elder said to Yin Yuji, Clan head, we still have not found out the identity of that Yichun. This person seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. We only know that he went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with Feng Feishue's recommendation letter. When Yin Yuji heard this, he revealed a grave expression. After a while, he said, Never mind, just give him the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. Don't think about anything else. An elder said unhappily, Clan head, 5,000 medial great spirit stones is the accumulation of our Yun clan over 100 years. Yun Yuji waved his hand and said, "Spirit stones are inanimate objects in the end. With this heaven-ranked cultivation technique, we can nurture at least 10 loyal martial kings. It would be sufficient for our Yun clan to suppress the other 2 great clans in Xia City. Furthermore, this person has a close relationship with the Feng clan. If we make a move on him, it will be easy to offend the Feng clan. Furthermore, I do not wish to put Kursin in a difficult position. Don't mention the matter of silencing him again." There were still 3 more days before the auction started. During these 3 days, Xiao Chun did not stop. He made good use of his time every day to cultivate, stabilizing his strength as a peak inferior grade martial saint. He was making preparations to break through to medial grade martial saint. Once he became a medial grade martial saint, Xiao Chun would be able to use the large number of medial grade spirit stones in the universe ring. The spiritual energy contained in medial grade spirit stones was not only pure, but it was also very vast. Using a medial grade spirit stone to cultivate for a day was equivalent to cultivating for a week normally. Furthermore, this was based on the density of Lingyun mountain range's spiritual energy. If it was based on the density of spiritual energy on the ground, it would be equivalent to cultivating for half a month normally. This was also why the value of medial grade spirit stones was so high. To cultivators, their lives would come to an end one day. Within a limited amount of time, they would be able to absorb as much spiritual energy as possible. Their cultivation would also increase. To Xiao Chun, the large amount of time he could save was incomparably important. Xiao Chun only started cultivating at the age of 15. As for those geniuses, they started cultivating from the moment they were born. They were many times stronger than him. Hence, Xiao Chun did not dare to relax for even a moment. Even so, his cultivation was still lower than those geniuses. Hence, he had to think of other methods. Medial grade spirit stones was one of them. It was an important method for him to catch up to those geniuses. This was also one of the reasons why Xiao Chun agreed to sell the roaming dragon saber to Yun Kursin. It was because he urgently needed a large number of medial grade spirit stones. 3 days passed very quickly. Early in the morning, Xiao Chun had just opened his eyes when he felt a strong aura slowly heading towards his courtyard. Xiao Chun got up and rushed out. He discovered the Yun clan's clan head, Yun Yuji. He cupped his hands and said, "Senior Yun, is there something you need from me?" Yun Yuji's gaze was like lightning as he scanned Xiao Chun from head to toe. He nodded to himself. Although Xiao Chun's cultivation was not very high, his essence was calm and reserved. There was no sense of restlessness. It was clear that he had put in a lot of effort into it. Furthermore, from the information that he had gathered in the past 3 days, he had gained a deeper understanding of Xiao Chun's strength. He knew that although Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial saint, he was not weak at all. He knew that although Xiao Chun was only an inferior grade martial saint, his true combat prowess was already comparable to a regular superior grade martial saint. Being able to have such a cultivation at such a young age, his future would be even brighter. Hence, Yun Yuji completely gave up on the idea of killing Xiao Chun to renege on the 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. If he was not careful and allowed Xiao Chun to escape, the Yun clan would be in trouble when he matured. Instead, he might as well build a good relationship with Xiao Chun before he matured. In the future, the Yun clan might gain a strong helper. Yun Yuji collected his thoughts and smiled. 5,000 medial grade spirit stones is a large sum for the Yun clan. I only managed to gather them now. With a hualala sound, Yun Yuji flipped his palm and a large pile of glittering medial grade spirit stones appeared on the ground. Under the sunlight, they were very dazzling. This was not the first time Xiao Chun had seen so many medial grade spirit stones. However, he still felt somewhat excited in his heart. However, he still maintained a calm expression. That's right. Our Yun clan will be going to the auction today as well. Do you want to come with us? Yun Yuji invited warmly. Xiao Chun preferred peace and quiet. Furthermore, he did not want too many people to know about the things he was auctioning, so he could only reject politely. Yun Yuji smiled faintly and did not force the matter. Then, he took out a VIP card and handed it to Xianxia. He said, "This VIP card can give you a VIP room in the auction. Keep it. Consider it a small token of this yun's appreciation." Xianxia had always been a straightforward person. This VIP card was useful to him and could save him some trouble. Xiaoqin did not reject it and received the VIP card. He thanked Yun Yuji. "Many thanks for Senior Yun's kind intentions. I will remember this favor." Yun Yuji laughed loudly and said, "It is just a VIP card. It is not much of a favor. I will take my leave first." After Yun Yuji left, Xiaoqin slowly calculated in his heart, adding the 5,000 medial Great Spirit Stones from earlier, the 5,000 medial Great Spirit Stones from the Underground World, and the 200 medial Great Spirit Stones from the Mission Reward. There was a total of 10,200 medial Great Spirit Stones. There was a total of 10,200 medial Great Spirit Stones. This was a huge sum. If converted to inferior Great Spirit Stones, it would be 100. Such a large sum was comparable to the accumulation of some noble clans for hundreds of years. If he used all of it for cultivation, it would be sufficient for him for a long time. There were also some inferior Great Spirit Stones. These inferior Great Spirit Stones came from a variety of sources. Some were exchanged with gold, some with spirit pills, and many were obtained from bandits in the Devil Savannah. All in all, there were about 100,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones. To Xiaoqin, these inferior Great Spirit Stones were no longer very useful. He could only use them as currency to conduct transactions. Aside from this, there were also some demonic cores that he obtained in the subspace. If he exchanged them for spirit stones, they would be a large sum. After he finished his calculations, Xiaoqin said, "No matter how good the treasures in the auction are, I can only spend 3,000 medial Great Spirit Stones at most. The remainder have to be used for cultivation." Originally, Xiaoqin's goal in the auction was to obtain a lightning-attributed martial technique. At most, he would only need to spend 100,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones. However, when he heard from Yun Kursin that there would be a large number of secret treasures in the auction, he had no choice but to have another goal. To a regular cultivator, secret treasures could only increase their combat prowess. However, to Xiaoqin, with the help of the Compendium of Cultivation, he could obtain some complete secret treasures. Who knows? He might be able to refine his own secret treasures in the future. Chapter 275. If he could completely grasp the method of refining secret treasures, he would not have to worry about not having enough spirit stones to use in the future. Thus, this secret treasure was something that Xiaoqin wanted to obtain. Not long later, Lu Suifeng rushed over. He had an excited expression on his face. Lu Suifeng said, "Yi Chun, the Yin clan head invited us to the auction. Are you going?" Xiaoqin shook his head. "I have already rejected him. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. I prefer peace and quiet." Lu Suifeng said, "Never mind, I will go with you." The two of them stopped talking and walked out of the Yin residence. After they found out the address of Linlang Pavilion, they immediately headed over. Along the way, they met many cultivators rushing over. They were all heading in the direction of Linlang Pavilion. There were people from all sorts of sects and places. It was very lively. The two of them were not slow. They arrived at the entrance of Linlang Pavilion after 10 minutes. However, they discovered that there were many cultivators gathered at the entrance. However, they were all blocked by the guards. After asking around, they found out that the requirements for this auction were very high. Those without a martial saint cultivation or an invitation card were not allowed to enter. This way, a large group of martial grandmasters were blocked at the entrance. There were many of these cultivators, and they all had dissatisfied expressions on their faces. However, they did not dare to act recklessly. Lu Suifeng said in a soft voice, "Fortunately, I am already an inferior grade martial saint. Otherwise, I would not even have the qualifications to enter. This standard is very high." It was necessary for the requirements to be high. The space in Linlang Pavilion was fixed. If so many people were allowed in, the seats would not be high. Then, the auction would not be able to continue. The two of them parted the crowd and walked towards the entrance. The guard at the entrance took a look at their cultivation and let them in. They did not stop them. Please purchase your tickets first. Just as the two of them stepped through the entrance, they saw a simple counter at the side. A pretty girl behind the counter spoke to them. Lu Suifeng was about to step forward and ask when Xiaoqian stopped him. He took out the VIP card that Yin Yuji had given him. The woman took the VIP card and glanced at it. She immediately smiled and said, "So the two of you have a VIP card. In that case, there is no need to buy a ticket. You can go directly to the second floor and find a room number." Xiaoqian took back the VIP card and walked to the second floor of the auction house with Lu Suifeng. The auction house had an arched structure. At a glance, the seats in the hall were almost all occupied. It was bustling with activity, and people were surging about. Xiaoqian found a manservant. Under the manservant's guidance, he quickly found his private room. The space in the private room was very spacious. The window was wide open, and one could clearly see everything in the hall from the inside. The field of vision was very wide. Lu Suifeng felt it was strange and asked, "I did not expect there to be a private room." "That's right. When did you get your VIP card? Don't tell me this Linlang Pavilion was opened by that damn fatso." Xiaoqian sat comfortably on the round wooden chair. He took a sip of tea and said, "Of course not. The VIP card was sent by Yun Yuji this morning." Lu Suifeng said unconvinced, "How depressing. Why didn't that fellow give me one?" Xiaoqian smiled faintly. "If you sold him a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, he would have given you one. Let's not talk about it anymore. The auctioneer is coming." Lu Suifeng stopped asking and looked through the window. Indeed, he saw the auctioneer walking out with a smile on his face. With the appearance of the auctioneer, the chatter in the hall gradually died down. When the noise completely quieted down, when everything quieted down, the auctioneer's loud and clear voice rang out in everyone's ears. "Thank you, everyone, for participating in our Linlang Pavilion's once-a-decade large-scale auction. I will make a long story short. After a simple introduction of the auction, we will begin immediately. We will not waste everyone's time. This auction will be divided into 10 rounds. The things auctioned will be more precious with each round. Is as everyone guessed." After the auctioneer said this, he paused for a while before raising his voice. "In every round, we will auction a complete secret treasure. That's right, a complete, undamaged, ancient secret treasure that can be used immediately after the auction." Just as the auctioneer's passionate voice fell, the quiet hall was immediately filled with the sounds of discussions. The hall became noisy once again. "It is really a complete secret treasure, a total of 10 complete secret treasures. Linlang Pavilion is really generous. I heard long ago that the gates to the demon battlefield reopened. Looks like after this auction, there will be even more cultivators going there to try their luck. Ha ha, without the cultivation of a martial king, if you want to go to the demon battlefield, aside from seeking death, there is no other result. Even a martial king might not be safe and sound there. This time, I heard that many famous martial kings have died there. Demon battlefield. This was the second time Xiaoqian heard of this term. Xiaoqian thought to himself, what kind of place is that? Why would there be secret treasures there? If I have time in the future, I can go there and join in the excitement. The auctioneer looked at the hall and was very satisfied with the effect of the discussion. After the voices gradually became weaker, the auctioneer looked at the hall and was very satisfied. After the voices slowly weakened, a clear and resonant voice rang out once again. The rules of the auction will not change. Everyone knows this, so I will not say it. There is only one change. All transactions can only be completed with spirit stones. A medial grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Now, the auction officially begins. The first auction item will now be revealed. It is a superior grade spirit stone. The starting bid is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The auction will now begin. The first item to be auctioned was actually a superior grade spirit stone. Not only was Xiaoqian and his boo surprised, but everyone in the hall was also shocked. A superior grade spirit stone was equivalent to 100 medial grade spirit stones, which was 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, Everyone knew that this was not how the price was calculated. Just like how no one would be foolish enough to exchange a medial Great Spirit Stone for an inferior Great Spirit Stone for no reason, no one would use a superior Great Spirit Stone to exchange for an inferior Great Spirit Stone. The value of a superior Great Spirit Stone was no longer as simple as a Spirit Stone. It could be considered a natural treasure. The spiritual energy contained in it was not only incredibly pure, but it was also large and gentle. A cultivator of any cultivation realm could use it. For cultivators below Martial Saint, it could even raise their cultivation by an entire realm. However, no one would use a superior Great Spirit Stone when they were below Martial Saint. That would be a waste of a treasure. Only when one was a martial king or martial monarch would they be able to completely absorb the energy in the superior Great Spirit Stone without wasting anything. With the density of spiritual energy in the Great Qin Nation, the few spirit veins might not even produce a single superior Great Spirit Stone within 10 years. This showed how rare superior Great Spirit Stones were. When Xiao Qian saw the superior Great Spirit Stone glowing with a spiritual light, he could not help but be tempted. A superior Great Spirit Stone was something that could only be found and not sought. It had a fatal attraction to almost all cultivators. Lu Suifeng shook his head and sighed. A large-scale auction is really different. This is only the first auction item, and I can't help but want to buy it. Perhaps it was because the superior Great Spirit Stone was too shocking to the crowd. There was a momentary silence. No one immediately called out a bid. 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 20,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I bid 30,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 50,000. However, after that, there was a continuous stream of bids in the hall. Every time, the price increased by 10,000. Soon, the price of the superior Great Spirit Stone reached 50,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones. After the price passed 50,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones, the number of bids decreased. After all, although a superior Great Spirit Stone was good, there was a limit to its value. A martial saint would only be able to obtain 10,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones in a year through all sorts of missions and hard work. If they did not have any fortuitous encounters, they would only be able to obtain 10,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones at most. That would be considered doing well. If they did not do well, they would be lucky to have 5,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones. Even so, 50,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones would require 5 years to accumulate. If they only used one superior Great Spirit Stone, the gains would not make up for the losses. After all, a superior Great Spirit Stone could only be used after one became a martial king. Not being able to use it after buying it was a problem. 60,000, 70,000, 75,000, 80,000. After the hall was silent for a while, there were bids again. At this moment, the ones bidding were all martial kings and cultivators with strong clans and sects backing them. The auctioneer revealed a joyful expression. He originally thought that the bid would only reach 50,000 inferior Great Spirit Stones. He did not expect it to reach 80,000. 80,000 going once. 80,000 going twice. Is there anyone who bids higher than 80,000? If there is none, this superior Great Spirit Stone will belong to the person in Booth 8. In Booth 8 on the second floor, there were 2 old men watching the auction below with indifferent expressions. These 2 old men were famous solitary martial kings in the Xia province. However, if one looked carefully at their eyes, they would discover that under their indifferent expressions, there was a hidden evil intent. They were incomparably ferocious. If the people below saw their appearances, they would definitely be able to recognize their names. One of them was Guyan Tian, and the other was Guyan Fei. These 2 were blood-related brothers. They had a famous nickname in the Xia province. They were known as the Xia Twin Demons. They were very ruthless in their actions. Killing others for their treasures was a common occurrence. Guyan Fei smiled and said, "Big brother, it looks like this superior Great Spirit Stone belongs to you." Guyan Tian smiled faintly and said, "I have been stuck at early stage inferior Great Martial King for 10 years already. With this superior Great Spirit Stone, I will definitely be able to reach peak inferior grade Martial King. One should not underestimate the difference between early stage inferior grade Martial King and peak inferior grade Martial King. After Martial Saint, it was very difficult to advance by grade. However, with every increase in grade, one's strength would increase significantly. When one became a Martial King, this situation would be even more obvious. Some cultivators with insufficient talent would be stuck at early stage inferior grade Martial King for their entire lives. If one did not have enough talent and wanted to advance further, they could only think of other methods. This superior grade Spirit Stone was one such method. In Booth 9, beside Booth 8, a group of Night Spirit Palace disciples sat together. One of them said, "Senior Brother Mu, are you not going to bid for this superior grade Spirit Stone?" Chapter 276. The youth addressed as Senior Brother Mu was the top expert of the Night Spirit Palace, Mu Xianxia. He revealed a casual smile on his handsome face. He said, "Superior grade Spirit Stones are indeed precious. However, the price is already too high. There is no need to make a move. Furthermore, to me, it is something that is not essential. If I have it, it would be the icing on the cake. If not, it would not matter." The other disciples did not understand Mu Xianxia's words. Only Mu Yanxue understood what he meant. Superior grade Spirit Stones were very useful to cultivators with low talent. For example, Guyun Tian. Although he had advanced to Martial King, he was not talented enough. He was stuck at inferior grade Martial King for 10 years. However, to a genius like Mu Xianxia, such a huge bottleneck could not happen to him. With Mu Xianxia's talent, he would only encounter such a huge bottleneck after he became a peak superior grade Martial King. Hence, this superior grade Spirit Stone would only be the icing on the cake for him. Inside the booth, Xiaochun thought for a while. In the end, he decided to give up. His reason was the same as Mu Xianxia's. The price of 80,000 inferior grade Spirit Stones was already too high. It was not worth it to buy it. Furthermore, he still had the Golden Lion King's spirit core in his universe ring. The Golden Lion King had the bloodline of an ancient mutated beast. Its spirit core was no weaker than a superior grade Spirit Stone. In the future, if he met with a bottleneck, he could use the Golden Lion King's spirit core to replace it. 100,000 inferior grade Spirit Stones. I want it. Just as the auctioneer was about to close the deal, another bid resounded in the hall. Furthermore, it was 20,000 inferior grade Spirit Stones in one go. The auctioneer revealed an excited expression. He said excitedly, "Booth 20, someone bid 100,000 inferior grade Spirit Stones. Is there a higher bid? This is a superior grade Spirit Stone. It can raise a Martial King by 1 grade. Friend in Booth 8, do you still want to raise the bid?" Bang! Guyun Tian smashed the teacup on the table with his palm. The teacup immediately shattered into powder. The indifferent expression on his face completely disappeared. He became very ferocious and revealed a murderous intent. Guyun Fei said, "Big brother, I still have 150,000 inferior grade Spirit Stones here. Let's see if he still dares to raise the bid." A cruel smile appeared on Guyun Tian's face as he said, "There's no need. I want to see who dares to compete with me. I will make him spit it out with interest." Guyun Fei reacted, and a smile appeared on his face. He had almost forgotten what he was doing. After the auction, he could just snatch it back. When Xiaochun heard the bid of 100,000 silver taels, he was mildly astonished. This was obviously not the true value of a superior grade Spirit Stone. It was too much of a loss. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia's spiritual sense shot toward Booth 20 like an arrow. A moment later, he saw the owner of Booth 20. "Chu Chaoyun," Xiaochun said doubtfully. "What does he want this superior grade Spirit Stone for? With his talent, there is no need for it." Chu Chaoyun, who was in the private room, frowned slightly. It was like he could feel someone spying on him. He said to the girl beside him, "Go out and check who is in private room 8. I can sense 2 intense killing intents." Xiaochun quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. He thought that Chu Chaoyun had sensed his spiritual sense. It turned out that it was someone else. In the end, no one made a bid for the superior grade Spirit Stone. Chu Chaoyun won it at the exorbitant price of 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The auction continued. The second item was not as dazzling. It was only an inferior grade earth-ranked spirit weapon. The starting bid was 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. In the end, it was won by a cultivator from a small sect for 5,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Aside from the superior grade spirit stone at the start, the other items in the first round were very precious. However, Xianxia was not interested in them. On the other hand, Lu Suifeng spent 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones to bid for a superior grade earth-ranked martial technique. That martial technique was pretty good. It was considered a good item among superior grade earth-ranked martial techniques. Soon, the first round of the auction was about to end. At the final moment, the auctioneer's voice was clearly much more excited. Suddenly, two cultivators went up to the auction platform. The auctioneer explained, "Everyone should be able to guess what the final item is. We have decided to use the most thorough method to display this secret treasure to everyone." Of the two cultivators, one had a very high cultivation. He was as strong as a peak superior grade martial disciple. The other was only an ordinary martial grandmaster. The auctioneer nodded to the two of them. The peak martial saint started to store up energy. His aura slowly gathered. The nearby cultivators could feel the pressure. When his aura reached its peak, the peak martial saint roared ferociously and punched at the martial grandmaster in front of him. Boom! Before everyone's astonished gazes, a light barrier suddenly appeared on the martial grandmaster's body. When the peak martial saint's full-powered strike struck the light barrier, it gave off a muffled sound. There were ripples on the light barrier, but did not show any signs of breaking. On the contrary, the peak martial saint's complexion turned pale from the rebound of the light barrier. He was knocked back a few steps before he slowly stabilized himself. The martial grand master dispersed the light barrier. He was not injured at all. He removed a jade pendant from his neck and handed it to the auctioneer. After that, he took his leave with the peak martial saint. The auctioneer received the jade pendant and said in a clear and resonant voice, "Earlier, everyone saw it for themselves. This jade pendant allowed the martial grandmaster to easily block the full-powered strike of a peak martial saint. Furthermore, it is not just a simple block. It can reflect a third of the force back to the enemy. According to the tests of our Linlang Pavilion, this secret treasure can block the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade martial king at best. The only flaw is that it can only be used once a day. Aside from that, there are no other flaws. The auction will begin now. The starting bid is 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Each bid must be no less than 2,000 inferior grade spirit stones." Linlang Pavilion's reputation had always been very good. Since the other party said that it could block the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade martial king, then it must be true. If that was the case, the use of this jade pendant was rather horrifying. Although it could only be used once a day, it could save one's life at the most crucial moment. It might even be able to turn the tables. This was because the light barrier could reflect the force of the attack. In a situation where the opponent did not know about it, it was a very good trump card. Such a secret treasure was very useful for cultivators. Everyone would encounter danger. It would increase their chances of survival. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, "This is a good thing. There are really many of them. If it does not exceed 100,000 spirit stones, I would want to buy it." Xiaochun was very interested in this secret treasure as well. If it could block the attack of a peak medial grade martial king, then it would be very useful. 20,000, 35,000, 50,000, 80,000. The bidding for this jade pendant was even more intense than for the superior grade spirit stones. In just a moment, someone called out the price of 80,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Lu Suifeng muttered to himself, "It looks like people are afraid of death." Xiaochun thought for a while and made his move at this moment. 100,000. Lu Suifeng was somewhat surprised. He said, "Yi Chun, you want to bid for this jade pendant as well? I thought you would not need it." In his opinion, Xiaochun's movement technique was already very fast. Even if there was an opponent that he could not defeat, he could use his movement technique to escape. Rather than spending a large amount of spirit stones to buy a defensive secret treasure, he might as well wait a while and buy an offensive secret treasure. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "If possible, I would like to obtain all 10 secret treasures. Furthermore, this jade pendant happens to be useful recently." After the price reached 100,000, the entire place fell silent. 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones was already a horrifying number. If anyone wanted to bid again, they would have to consider it carefully. 150,000. Right at this moment, a low and deep voice suddenly resounded, and it instantly raised the price by 50,000. It shocked everyone present in the surroundings. The auctioneer immediately grabbed the opportunity and said excitedly, 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A cultivator wearing black clothes is really generous. Is there a higher bid than 150,000? Xianxia was somewhat astonished. He looked through the window and discovered that the person who bid was a peak martial saint wearing black clothes and a cloak. Under the shadow of the cloak, no one could see his appearance clearly. He looked very mysterious. Xianxia thought for a while and continued to bid, 200,000. The auctioneer's mood was completely uplifted. The higher the bid, the more commission he would receive. He said excitedly, "Booth 18 bids 200,000. This cultivator in black clothes. Are you going to continue bidding?" The cultivator in black clothes muttered to himself for a while and raised his head to look at Xianxia's booth. Xianxia looked down and saw a pair of green eyes. It was very strange. The cultivator in black clothes withdrew his gaze and waved his hand to indicate that he had given up. 200,000 was already a sky-high price. Even cultivators with large sects and clans behind them would find it difficult to take out such a sum. Finally, the auctioneer called out the hammer 3 times. Xianxia had successfully obtained the first secret treasure. Lu Suifeng said, 200,000 for a defensive secret treasure. Is it worth it? Hey, Yichen, what's wrong? Are you regretting it? Ever since Xianxia saw that pair of green eyes, he had not recovered his wits. The shock that those eyes gave him was too great. It was like a demon had crawled out of hell. It was very strange. He had never seen anyone with green eyes before. Xianxia recovered his wits and said, 200,000 is worth it. It is the full-powered strike of a peak medial grade martial king. Did you forget who targeted us when we arrived? With this jade pendant, I will give that person a pleasant surprise. The second round of the auction started. Xianxia had already gotten some clues. The first and last items of every round were the most attractive. Indeed, it was as Xianxia had guessed. The auctioneer slowly took out the first item of the second round. He introduced it with a smile on his face. This is a bottle of quintessence gathering pills. There's a total of 20 of them. Below Martial King, they can increase the chances of advancing by 20%. No one in the Great Qin Nation can refine such a pill. Even in the Great Qin Nation, there is a limit to the number. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Chapter 277. In Booth 9, a bright light flashed in Mu Qingshua's eyes. He clenched his fist and said indifferently, I finally got what I wanted. I must obtain this medicinal pill. A true treasure did not need much introduction. The price of the quintessence gathering pill quickly rose to the horrifying price of 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones was a dividing line. Only those who could afford it could afford it. Aside from martial kings, only the disciples of the big clans and sects could afford to pay such a price. Mu Qingxue said indifferently, 200,000. Mu Qingxue increased the bid by 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones in one go. The horrifying price shocked the cultivators who wanted to continue bidding. Even if they could take out 200,000 inferior grade spirit stones, they would not be able to be as calm as Mu Qingxue. It was clear that Mu Qingxue was determined to obtain it and would bid even higher. Booth 9. I seem to recall that Mu Qingxue entered Booth 9. No wonder he is so rich and overbearing. As the first successor of the Night Spirit Palace and the strongest of a new generation, the resources that he can mobilize are not something that a regular person can compare to. The people who can compete with him will probably give up on the account of the Night Spirit Palace. Right, to prevent each other from raising the price. When that happens, everyone will be at a disadvantage. It is best to give each other some face. When the people below saw that no one made a bid and that the price had exceeded 200,000, they started to discuss it. The auctioneer on the platform could no longer remain calm. Even if this quintessence gathering pill was sold at its normal price, it would be worth 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Now, the price had only doubled. After deducting the channel fees, Linlang Pavilion would not be able to earn much. The auctioneer said loudly, "Only 200,000? This is a genuine quintessence gathering pill. You will not be able to buy it outside of Linlang Pavilion in the Great Qi Nation." 250,000. The auctioneer's eyes lit up. He laughed loudly and said, "Booth 18 has made a bid. 250,000. The esteemed guest in Booth 9. Are you afraid to bid?" The auctioneer's words were very provocative. At certain times, he could increase the anger of others. Most people would fall for it if they were not rational. A faint killing intent appeared in Mu Xianxia's eyes. He said in a cold voice, 300,000. Xiao Chun had come out this time for the sake of this quintessence gathering pill. Originally, he thought that he had brought 400,000 inferior grade spirit stones with him. He was confident that he would be able to obtain it. Who knew that someone like Chun Yaojin would appear and completely ruin his plans? Xiao Chun had to obtain this quintessence gathering pill. This quintessence gathering pill was very important to him. This quintessence Xiao Chun had to obtain. This quintessence gathering pill was very useful to him. Xiao Chun would be able to use medial grade spirit after medial grade martial spirit. He said without hesitation, 400,000. He said mu thousand. Spirit. And said, Mu Chun have mu. And said, mu. He have. I have anything mu. I can. Mu, I have mu. I only have 5,000. 10 spirit. 10 spirit. Xiao Chun 1,000 spirit. Spirit 1,000 Xiao Chun. With spirit was Ling Chun. 500,000. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. He said casually, 500,000. The entire hall was silent. No one had expected a bottle of quintessence gathering pill to reach such a high price. 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A regular martial saint would have to work hard for 50 to 60 years before they could obtain it. It was an astronomical figure. However, this person did not hesitate to spend it on a bottle of quintessence gathering pill. Booth 18. Why is it Booth 18 again? The person who won the first secret treasure seems to be this person as well. I wonder who this person is. He actually dares to snatch Mu Xianxia's things. There will be a good show to watch later. A person who could take out 700,000 inferior grade spirit stones is definitely not someone to be trifled with. There is no need to fear the Night Spirit Palace. Xiao Chun made his move again. He immediately became the focal point of everyone's discussion. The auctioneer on the auction platform was very excited. His face was filled with an excited smile as he said, 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Is there anyone who intends to make a higher bid? The friend in booth 9, do you not want it anymore? Mu Xianxia's expression turned gloomy. He remained silent and clenched his right fist tightly. The other Night Spirit Palace disciples in the booth all felt a chill. They trembled in fear. They had never seen Mu Xianxia so angry before. After a while, Mu Xianxia relaxed his frown. He lay down gently on the round wooden chair. He shifted his center of gravity, causing the floor to sizzle. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Mu Yanxue, who was familiar with Mu Xianxia's character, knew that he was truly angry and had a murderous intent. After calling out 3 times, no one answered. Xiao Chun successfully put away the bottle of quintessence gathering pill. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment, Xiao Chun, where did you get so many inferior grade spirit stones? 500,000. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I had a lot of high-ranked demonic cores in the subspace. If I sold them all, They would be worth 200,000 inferior grade spirit stones. I can still afford it. Originally, Xianxia planned to keep the demonic cores in the universe ring for himself. It looked like he could only use them here. No matter what, he could only use 7,000 of the 10,000 medial grade spirit stones. That was 700,000 inferior grade spirit stones. He had to keep the rest for himself. The second round of the auction continued. Xianxia noticed that the items in this round were much more precious than the previous one. Unfortunately, the item he was waiting for did not appear. The atmosphere of the auction became increasingly lively. Many cultivators managed to buy the treasures that they wanted. Soon, the second secret treasure appeared. It looked like an ordinary pair of boots. However, after the demonstration, everyone discovered that it could increase the user's movement technique by close to 20%. This 20% was not to be underestimated. To martial masters and martial grandmasters, 20% was only that much. However, to high-ranked cultivators, their speed was already very fast. If they increased it by 20%, their speed would be very horrifying. After the auctioneer found someone to demonstrate it, he smiled and said, "I have given this pair of boots a nice-sounding name, Windwalk boots. 20% increase in speed. Whether it is escaping or attacking, one can advance or retreat at will. Furthermore, there are no restrictions on the usage of these boots. It will only increase the exhaustion of essence. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. There are simply too many good things." Xianxia immediately took a fancy to the Windwalk boots. He calculated the spirit stones he had in his heart. However, he discovered that he did not have enough spirit stones. He spent 200,000 on the first secret treasure and 500,000 on the medicinal pills. That was 700,000. He originally had 1,200,000 inferior grade spirit stones. If he sold the demonic cores, he would be able to gather about 1,500,000. That was to say, he only had 800,000 inferior grade spirit stones left. He still had 3,000 medial grade spirit stones, so he only had 500,000 inferior grade spirit stones left. Xianxia thought to himself, "If it exceeds 300,000 inferior grade spirit stones, I will not buy it. I still have to save some money to purchase a lightning-attributed martial technique." As Xianxia was thinking, the bidding price of the Windwalk boots had already reached 150,000 inferior grade spirit stones. 200,000. At the crucial moment, Xianxia made another move. He raised the bidding price by 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. The fiery atmosphere in the hall immediately turned silent. It is booth 19 again. How many spirit stones does this person have? Even a large clan would not be able to take out so many inferior grade spirit stones in one go. He is really rich. Who is this person? The people on the floor discussed in soft voices. Occasionally, there would be people looking at Xianxia. Xianxia hid himself at the back, avoiding these gazes. 220,000. After a moment of silence in the silent hall, someone finally made a bid. However, it was only an increase of 20,000. Xianxia did not hesitate to call out, 300,000. The auctioneer said excitedly, "The guest in booth 18 bid 300,000. Is there anyone who wants a bid higher than 300,000? Oomph. The person who made a bid earlier snorted coldly and did not make another bid. After that, no one made another bid. After 3 clangs of the hammer, Xianxia successfully obtained this Windwalk boots. The third round of the auction began. Like before, the first item of each round was very eye-catching. However, Xianxia felt helpless and did not compete. The following auctions continued. The items were all rather good. However, there was nothing that Xianxia wanted, so he did not make a bid. Even when the third secret treasure was auctioned off, Xianxia still did not make a bid. The people below heaved a sigh of relief. If Xianxia won this secret treasure again, he would block everyone else's path. This might incur public anger. The auction continued. All sorts of secret manuals appeared. However, there was no high-ranked, lightning-attributed secret manual that Xianxia wanted. He could not help but feel bored. Suddenly, he frowned and raised his right hand, sending out a strand of purple thunder-true fire. Wuxia. In an instant, The purple fire pierced through the wooden door. There was a soft cry of pain coming from outside. At the same time that he made his move, Xianxia sent out his spiritual sense at lightning speed. However, he did not find any traces of the person peeping at him. He only saw a trace of blood at the door. What a fast speed, Xianxia thought to himself. This person's method of hiding his aura is also very profound. I wonder who it is. Lu Suifeng said in astonishment. Someone is targeting us? Xianxia nodded and said, Go out and stay with the Yun clan's people first. I will go out alone later. Lu Suifeng knew that Xianxia did not want him to be in danger. After warning Xianxia to be careful, he quickly left booth 18. Following that, Xianxia kept an eye out. He kept his spiritual sense out, monitoring everything in his surroundings. Suddenly, a pool of flowing water appeared on the floor of the booth that Chu Chaoyan was in. After a while, the water formed into a human figure. It was the girl who went out to gather information. The girl said in a melodious voice, I found the people in booth 8. They are the Xia twin fiends. I overheard them. They are indeed preparing to make a move on you, senior brother. Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and said, So, is these two clowns? They are of no importance. Lyria, what's wrong with your hand? When Chu Chaoyan noticed a faint wound on the girl's arm, he could not help but feel suspicious. Lyria smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just a small injury. I was asking around for the person in booth 18, and he discovered me. Chapter 278. Chu Chaoyan was somewhat surprised. Lyria's martial spirit was rather special. Her method of hiding her aura was something that even a regular martial king would not be able to discover. The owner of booth 18 is the old friend that senior brother met in Liushang Pavilion. Chu Chaoyan said, So, it is him. No wonder you were discovered. There is no need to bother about him for now. I have already obtained what I wanted. I can leave after the auction ends. Soon, the auction reached its final round. The auctioneer took out the first item of the 8th round and smiled. The next item is a lightning-attributed peak earth ranked martial technique, Wuxia saber technique. According to legend, the Wuxia saber is a divine tree born from lightning. In the ancient era, there was a strong cultivator who comprehended under the Wuxia tree. From there, he created the Wuxia saber technique. Of course, the one in my hands is not the true ancient copy. It is just a martial technique that was completed using the incomplete Wuxia saber technique. Although it does not have a Might of the Legends, it is considered a peak earth-ranked saber technique. To all the bladesmen here, this is a rare martial technique. The starting bid is still 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. He had finally found what he had been waiting for. He did not hesitate to call out 50,000. The person from booth 18 made a move again. This time, he actually wants this saber technique. Fortunately, I do not need it. I do not need it either. Otherwise, I would not be able to outbid him. Damn it, I was just looking for a lightning-attributed saber technique. There is no hope now. I can't be bothered to bid anymore. I definitely cannot outbid this person. Even if I bid, it would be pointless. Seeing that no one made a bid in the noisy hall, Xianxia did not expect that he could achieve such an effect. When the auctioneer saw this, he became very anxious. Normally, this peak earth rank martial technique would fetch at least 200,000 spirit stones. Now, no one made a bid at 50,000. The auctioneer called out a few more times, but no one made a bid. This is a great loss. The auctioneer cursed Xianxia in his heart. In the end, he could only say helplessly, 50,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This martial technique belongs to booth 18. Xianxia revealed a faint smile and said, Looks like having too much money can scare people to death. This is a bargain for me. Xianxia had finally obtained what he had been waiting for. He had basically achieved his goal in this auction. However, as for the other 8 secret treasures, he had no choice but to take a look. After 4 hours, the auction came to an end. Linlang Pavilion sent someone to deliver the items that Xianxia had bid for to the private room. Linlang Pavilion had a professional appraiser. Xiaoqin's high-ranked demonic cores were sold without a hitch. After selling the demon cores, Xiaoqin started to pay the bill. a bottle of quintessence gathering pills, 2 secret treasures, and a lightning-attributed martial technique. A total of 1,050,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Xiaochun still had more than 4,000 medial-grade spirit stones left. Xiaochun placed the items in the universe ring and pushed open the door to the private room. He immediately felt an intense, killing intent. He smiled faintly and ignored it. Xiaochun walked out the door. When Mu Qingxue saw Xiaochun leave, he revealed a faint smile on his handsome face as he held the holy weapon, beauty under the moonlight. He said, "So it is him." In the depths of Mu Qingxue's right eye, there was a simple and unadorned bronze mirror spinning rapidly. It clearly saw through Xiaochun's disguise. Not long after Xiaochun left Linlang Pavilion, he was immediately blocked by Mu Qingxue and the others on the street. Mu Qingxue had a cold smile on his handsome face. It made his exquisite face look even more enchanting. He looked at Xiaochun and said indifferently, "I seem to remember that we met outside Yunyang City." Xiaochun had a good memory. He was very familiar with this person. He nodded and said, "We have indeed met before. However, you did not block me today, just to say that, right?" Mu Qingxue did not beat around the bush and said directly, "Give me 10 quintessence gathering pills. I will give you 100,000 inferior-grade spirit stones." Xiaochun had spent 500,000 inferior-grade spirit stones to buy quintessence gathering pills. However, there were only 20 of them. 10 of them, even if he bought them at normal cost, would cost 25 inferior-grade spirit stones. However, Mu Qingxue was only willing to pay 100,000. This was no different from daylight robbery. Xiaochun shook his head and said, "Sorry, this is not for sale. Please move aside. I still have matters to attend to." "Who?" Mu Qingxue's right hand moved with a so sound. He casually placed it on Xiaochun's shoulder and said softly, "Did I say you can leave? You dare to snatch something that I, Mu Qingxue, have set my eyes on. I will say it again. Are you selling or not?" Mu Qingxue's voice was very soft, but it did not contain any emotions. It was incomparably cold and contained a boundless killing intent. A cold light flashed in Xiaochun's eyes. He replied coldly, "Let go. I'm not familiar with you." "Kassier." Right after Xiaochun spoke, he placed his right hand on the saber hilt at lightning speed. He immediately executed the rushing thunder saber techniques, drawing the saber. Mu Qingxue's reaction was not slower than Xiaochun's. In fact, he was even faster. By the time Xiaochun's right hand touched the saber hilt, Mu Qingxue had already unsheathed his sword. Bang! 2 dazzling lights flashed in the air. The saber and sword clashed in the air, giving off a melodious clang. A strong wind blew on the street. Xiaochun's saber arrived first despite being launched later. Although he was slower than his opponent, he used the technique of drawing the saber to increase his speed. The two of them each took 5 steps back. A huge force rebounded from the saber to their arms. This caused Xiaochun's right hand, which was holding the saber, to go numb. He could not help but become more cautious. Dark clouds suddenly gathered in the clear sky. From time to time, muffled sounds of thunder could be heard from the rolling clouds. Mu Qingxue looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said indifferently, "Small perfection state of thunder. No wonder you dare to make a move against me. Unfortunately, it is only small perfection." Huqi. Suddenly, a strong wind blew behind Mu Qingxue. Occasionally, there would be lightning tearing through the sky. The other Night Spirit Palace disciples quickly moved to the side. This is First Senior Brother's state of wind and thunder. "This fellow is dead for sure," one of the Night Spirit Palace disciples who was injured by Xiaochun said excitedly. Mu Yinxue stood quietly at the side, remaining silent. She did not express her opinion. To her, this was a good opportunity to observe Mu Qingxue's true strength. The clouds churned in the sky, the strong wind howled, and lightning flashed. The commotion was huge, attracting the attention of almost all the pedestrians on the street. Xiaochun's gaze was calm as water. Mu Qingxue was able to perfectly merge the 2 states of wind and thunder. He was truly worthy of being the top expert of the Night Spirit Palace. Wuxia. Mu Qingshue's pushed off the ground and a strong wind blew for no reason. Mu Qingshue's body soared into the air. The sword in his hand, which was as gentle as moonlight, contained a boundless killing intent as it stabbed at Xianxia. A cold light flashed on the sword, and a horrifying bolt of lightning appeared in the strong wind. Before the sword arrived, the bolt of lightning had already arrived before Xianxia. Xianxia executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure flashed on the ground, creating a purple arc. He dodged the lightning bolt before it arrived. Boom! The lightning bolt blasted a large hole in the place where Xianxia was originally standing. It kicked up a lot of dust, but the strong wind immediately blew it away. The instant the strong wind scattered, Xiaoqian's figure appeared behind Mu Qingxue. There was a loud crack of thunder in the sky. Xiaoqian carried the surging momentum of thunder as he hacked at Mu Qingxue with the lunar shadow saber. Mu Qingxue flicked his wrist, and his sword immediately blocked Xiaoqian's attack. Bang! 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 The two of them attacked very quickly in the air. When the saber and sword clashed, thunder and lightning appeared continuously. It was so loud that it hurt the eardrums of everyone present. Shockwaves that could be seen with the naked eye spread out from the two of them. When the shockwaves spread out, some of the buildings on the street were immediately crushed into dust. There was an increasing amount of dust in the strong wind. The surrounding people could no longer see the situation clearly. They could only guess the intensity of the battle from the incessant shouts. A light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. He found an opportunity and immediately executed the roaming dragon's 9 transformations and the clear wind chop. Amidst the strong wind and lightning, Xiaoqian turned into 9 figures. There were 9 gentle breezes blowing on each figure. In an instant, Xiaoqian's killing chi suddenly disappeared amidst the intense battle. It was very strange. Mu Qingxue smiled faintly and said, Qingyan Peak's secret technique, clear wind chop. You can only see the cool breeze and not the saber. It is just an insignificant skill. The holy weapon, beauty under the moonlight, gave off a magnificent glow. There was a gentle, golden moonlight on the sword. Amidst the blurry moonlight, there seemed to be a girl chanting softly. As the girl chanted softly, the surrounding space rippled like countless waves on the surface of water. Mu Qingshue's figure instantly became very blurry. Xiaoqian was startled. This was the Tao of the holy weapon. Mu Qingxue used the holy weapon to temporarily change the laws of this space. So, the 9 figures merged into one in the air and passed through Mu Shue's blurry figure. However, Mu Qingshue's figure appeared in front of Xiaoqian like a mirror image. Xiaoqian had a mocking smile as he looked at Xiaoqian. Then, he quickly flew towards Mu Qingxue. However, at this moment, the distance between him and Mu Qingxue seemed like an eternity. No matter how Xiaoqian moved, Mu Qingshue's figure was always 10 meters in front of him. To Xiaoqian, 10 meters was merely a step. However, this step was a step. Although Xiaoqian was astonished, he did not panic too much. He maintained his composure. Suddenly, Xiaoqian stopped and used his spiritual sense to protect his body. Then he slowly descended. Even so, Mu Qingshue's figure remained 10 meters away from him, slowly descending with him. Wuxia. A resplendent beam of moonlight suddenly shone on Xiaoqian's eyes. The melodious voice of a girl rang in Xiaoqian's ears. The moonlight blurred Xiaoqian's vision. The girl's voice interfered with Xiaoqian's hearing. Space started to ripple rapidly. Instantly, Xiaoqian's 5 senses were all gone. Xiaoqian closed his eyes and suddenly grasped the air with his left hand, grabbing the incoming sword blade. Mu Qingshue's face was filled with astonishment. He said, "That's impossible. Your 5 senses are all gone. How can you know where I am attacking?" Xiaoqian remained silent. The lunar shadow saber flickered with a purple light as he chopped at Mu Qingshue's body.